These are the tiers that I have. I've got my favorites, right? Which just means they're my, you know, the greats, right? I kind of took away from my Sonic tiers because, you know, there was definitely some questionable stuff in the Sonic games where it's like where I put Sonic R at the top. And I think my favorites sort of justifies in the fact that it's like, I think they're super great for whatever reasons, and like they're my personal favorites, and that's why they go up at the top, right? So great means I sort of recognize how good they are, but they're not up there as my personal favorites where I get super passionate about it, right? So I got my favorites: great, good, fine, bad, unfinished, trash, and never played, right? So I feel like this is going to be pretty good. Like, looking at the game, like, oh, there's so fucking many. Also, bless the person that put this together. They put them in alphabetical order. Fucking awesome. They're in alphabetical order, and it makes me wonder if I should jump around and just, like, blindly grab a game. Would that make it more... Would that make it better or worse? I'm not sure if I should go down the line where it starts with numbers and then ends with, like, fucking Z or whatever. To be honest. All I see is Sonic tier list on stream. May need to refresh. Oh, dude, that's the thing I forgot. I forgot to update my stream information. Fuck. Hang on, I'll fix it. Damn. That sucks. I forgot to do that. Shit. Well, that's going to make things a little bit confusing when I make the VOD, but it's not that big of a deal. Here we are. Okay. Alright, sweet. Racing game tier list. Should be updated. Let me know if it's all good. I play up my defense for Sonic Heroes for the memes. I do have nostalgia for it, and I love them. Theme song and cinematics. Also, Super Metal Sonic was cool. Yeah, he was, admittedly. But I agree with most of your points about the actual game. I don't really feel strongly about any of the other Sonic games, to be honest. Yeah, and honestly, it's really difficult for me to have an argument as well when Sonic R is like one of my all-time favorite fucking games. Like, I really like Sonic R. It's a pretty unique game. But, you know, anybody else sees that, they're just gonna be like, the fuck? And then, dude, I knew it was gonna be a problem. The debate between Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2 is a difficult one. Especially when it comes to Sonic Adventure 2, because that shit's a fucking echo chamber. Like, the internet has a very powerful hive mind, and it's also got nostalgic with this new... It's gone nostalgic with, like, this new generation of people that grew up when they were kids playing Adventure 2, and they just love that one so much more, and... Yeah, man, I don't know. That same nostalgia isn't available for the first adventure, which I don't understand. I guess it could come down to like YouTube opinions or some shit. I don't know. I just don't understand it, because I feel like Adventure 1 was definitely a more well thought out game and had more content to offer. The content that was there was better. Everything just seemed higher quality to me, and just about everything in Adventure 2 was a downgrade. In like presentation, cinematics, audio levels, there's no open world. I mean, it's not... I mean, and when I start talking shit about Adventure 2, it sounds like I really fucking hate it, and there is things I don't like about it, but really I sound extra negative to counterbalance all the good things that everybody love about it. Like you hear good things about it all the time, so I'm trying to counterbalance what most people's opinion are, because I could talk about what's good about it, but that's just agreeing with everyone and cementing what they already feel about the game. So I kind of have to just be like, here's the things you may not have considered, right? Small tip, by the way, if you put a bunch of games into never played tier and then delete the tier, they'll shuffle back down onto the bottom of the list so that can save space. Oh. Oh. They'll shuffle back down onto the bottom so it saves space. So I could fill this up and then by the end just like delete the tier and then it'll just move everything down to the bottom, back down here. That way I can keep them out of the way. I have played a lot of these, dude. Something you need to understand is that more recently I've really slowed down in my gaming. I don't know if that's because of streaming or just there's aspects of video games I just don't care about anymore, or maybe it's, I don't know, there could be a lot of different factors, but like there was a time that I was playing just about fucking anything I could get my hands on for like the first fucking 2-3 decades of my life. And yeah, like I could glance at just about any one of these games and I've played it to some extent. I've played a lot of fucking games, man. Put the metal figure and then use the cover art instead of the insanely cropped logo or whatever. Yeah, you gotta appreciate the fact that they actually got proper cover art. Like, it's actually good representation. And it's not shitty. I looked up the name to see if it had Twitter, and I got furry porno. That's the internet. People just really like Shadow. Yeah, he's super angsty, and they grew up with his hover skates and shit. The Snape Cube real-time dub. Oh, yeah, that funny dub that... What's his name came out with? It was like, I pissed on the fucking moon. For those who roller. Oh, hey, Roller Dome's 1979. Hey, 1979, just like the Smashing Pumpkins song. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a few games on sale right now. So like a bunch of the Assassin's Creed games were on sale for like anywhere between like $6 and $8. And I got a Steam gift card for my birthday, so I went ahead and used my Steam gift card for all those Assassin's Creed games. Brotherhood, like Assassin's Creed Brotherhood's about to lose its online multiplayer and some of the DLC in October. So which is like this month now, or about to be this month. So it's going to be getting rid of it pretty soon. I was like, shit, man. I kind of feel like, you know, maybe I should jump on there just to check it out before it's gone forever again, maybe. But, and then there was a bunch of other games that are on sale too, right? Like I saw Shadows of Mordor. But GameFighter went ahead and gifted that to me before I could pick it up. I was considering it, but then he beat me to the punch. So I appreciate it, GameFighter. Thanks for the gift. And then I bought a bunch of games for some other people on my list, right? Which I don't normally do, but man, if I see some games I really like and there's people on my friends list that wish listed it, like Hover. It's like Jet Set Radio, but with parkour. That was on another streamer friends of mine, Miss Cupcakes. She had Batman Arkham Knight and Hover on her list. So I went ahead and picked them up for her because they were like $3.99 each. And then I saw that Need for Speed Heat was also on sale for like $3.99 or something crazy cheap. I think it was like $3, like $2.50 or $3.50, some shit. So I picked up a few copies for my friends that wanted that game too, because it was just so cheap. I bought one for Ages, Monsoon Mike. I think like one or two of my other friends that I know in real life. So I didn't spend like a shit ton, right? I don't want to make it sound like I have a lot of money or something. It's just, I don't know. It's nice to gift games that you really like for friends that want them, and then they're for dirt cheap. They're like, well, shit, man. If it's that cheap, I can spread the love, right? Because Need for Speed Heat is really damn good. If it starts getting like 4 to 5 rows deep and you started to take up too much space, you can just delete the tier and they'll all drop to the bottom of the page. Okay. Oh, I get it. So essentially what you're saying, Vanessa, is that I drop all of the, put them in never played, and then once it starts getting too long, I'd be like, boom, delete it, and then it puts them at the very bottom of the list. So that they're not in the way anymore. I can go back and forth faster. I get what you're trying to say now. That's the benefit. All right, I get it. That's cool. Hover's a good time. They fucked up the progression, but then they unfucked it up. Oh, good. That's good. Yeah, I remember, like, they fucked up the progression and made it super weird about leveling up, and they had that weird Tamagotchi pet system or whatever the fuck, and they ruined, like, the balancing, and it got super weird last I checked it out. That was a couple of years ago. But, I mean, it's still a good time, and it's definitely better than when we were playing it. I still think it needs proper direction. Because it's even going back to the game, it's so fucking easy to get lost and not know where the fuck you're supposed to go. Like, just like how they lead the player, just sort of, like player feedback is like really important. And even going back and checking out the game again, I'm like, where the fuck? You just keep falling and you're not sure which icons you're supposed to go to, and it's all just kind of a fucking mess. But all in all, presentation and it functions and stuff, it's pretty good. I don't think I ever got all the achievements for Hover, because I think when we beat Hover and we were playing it to it like all the way to the end and beat the game, I think it was still in early access or some shit. So I never got any of the achievements. So I guess someday I'm gonna have to go back and beat Hover again, just so I can get the achievos. Hey, what's up, Big Little Red? Nah, we finished the Sonic tier list on the last stream. Yeah, I forgot to update the title before I started the stream. Yo, what's up, Martels? Spread the cheeks. Need for Speed Heat is actually fairly divisive, I've found. Lots of people have been pretty on it, or even say it's downright terrible. Maybe it needs speed cards. I didn't get all the achievements because of them bugged and didn't unlock. The complaints I've heard about Heat is that it's not competitive, like the multiplayer aspect and the competitive aspect has been removed because it's sort of like the Crew 2, I think, where it's like you all race together, but you know, when you race together, it's usually like in a team. Something like that, because there's that streamer who speedruns like racing games and namely Need for Speed games, Kuru, K-U-R-U, Kuru. He like runs those games, and I remember he was like, yeah, dude, like I do speedruns for the thing, and it's just, there's nothing to really keep you coming back, really. Like, the multiplayer and the open world aspect is kind of lacking. And I didn't really notice it because I enjoyed racing with my friends and I wasn't too concerned with like the competitive and playing with randos. But when he mentioned that, I was like, oh yeah, they had that in all the other ones. Despite their speed cards and shitty upgrade systems, they still had like they still had more of a multiplayer in a lot of ways, I think. So, I don't know. I mean, it didn't bother me to the point I didn't even notice. But I guess if that's something that you're expecting from your racing game, which isn't unreasonable, then you'd have a right to think it's not that great. I don't know how someone would think Need for Speed Heat is worse than Need for Speed Payback. That was the most egregious, shitty upgrade system, but its racing physics and drifting was so good. That's like definitely what I could say about it. You didn't get all of them because one of the achievements was bugged. That does not surprise me about Hover. It requires 2 players, so I can help with that. Oh, sweet. Nice. Yeah, we can get a 2-player achievement. Sounds cool. Those races on the highways overlooking the city got pretty intense. Yeah, they did. That's one of my favorite races. The one that hits that big... it's got like 4 lanes or maybe even 6 lanes. And there's that guardrail and... you're like driving to the right and it's this big fucking mountain and you can look out over the guardrail and you see this lit up city at night. It's fucking amazing. Shit gets pretty intense. That's one of the best races in the whole game. Hey, what's up, Super? How's it going, bro? It's been over 5 years since I played Hover last. I've popped in once or twice just to see how it looks with my newer graphics card and ran around a little bit, but not much. Just like jumping around just to see if it grabbed me or something, but never really. I really haven't played the game in years. Probably the last time you did 5 years ago. Midnight Club 2 is S tier. I'm about to break your fucking heart, Fairmounts. So I peel the VR headset off after a few rounds of golf, and what do my wandering eyes should appear but a Steam gift? Ha! I was just talking about that. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for always supporting my shitty streams. The game was on sale, and I saw it was on your wish list, so I picked it up for you. I hope that's cool. Not gonna lie, a lot of these games blur together, but then I see the Mario Kart safe zone. Oh, man, I feel like... Oh my god, should I do that? Should I make a kart racing tier? What if I made a whole nother row and like kart racer? Because I do feel like they're so different. It'd be like kart racing tier. It's like just Mario Karts and like Crash Team Racing. I think I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and put them all in the same category, huh? And just say fuck it. Put Crash Team, like all these different Mario Karts. Mario, like kart racers can really go in their own fucking tier. And this one would be in a league of its own right here. Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. That's at the top, baby. Untouchable. That's the GOAT. It's gonna be really difficult to not be completely biased. This is probably gonna be my least objective tier list, right? I know like there's a lot of the other ones, it still come down, a lot of it comes down to personal preference, but you can still somewhat put your preference aside and kind of like for most of it and be like, oh, this goes here. But racing games, I just really feel like it's really tough to just be objective about a lot of these racing games because there's so many different aspects, you know, hover car racing, rally racing, street racing, upgrade systems, cop chases, multiplayer, kart racing games, just off-road racing, you know, track racing. It just keeps going, you know? Like, there's so many different elements. Like Apex. I'm probably one of the only motherfuckers that played this game, Apex, on OG Xbox. Where you, like, start your own car company and you get to choose what sort of car concepts you know, like you don't get to custom make it. They give you blueprints to choose from and you make your own cars and make your own company and then you upgrade from a small garage to like a large garage and like, but ultimately it kind of controls like Project Gotham or something. But like for that element alone where you're starting a company from nothing and racing against like real companies, I mean, it's pretty damn cool. That's so unique, right? But I mean, at a glance, you're like, I don't see what's so fucking special about it, right? I don't know. This is gonna be something. Oh, I saw that, dude. Supra. Yeah, man. I didn't want to say anything, but that's that's like a problem, dude. That's way too much money. Like, I hope you're okay. You know, I hope you get that squared up, man. That's not yeah, that's like an actual problem. I hope you get that sorted out, bro. For real. Definitely not. You have to treat all racing games equally. Compare Diddy Kong Racing to a Stella Corso or No Balls. Diddy Kong Racing is fucking higher tier than Forza Motorsport. I think Crash Team Racing is the best kart racer by far, but Sega All-Stars Racing Transform is easily second place to me. That is, I can totally accept that. Because Crash Team Racing absolutely fucking slaps. Even with its graphical, like, its graphics not being as up to date as, like, transformed. Like, CTR has this low poly charm about it that transcends its lesser graphics. and the physics and gameplay are just so fucking good. So I totally get it. Tony Hawk Downhill Jam is on this bitch? For real? Where is that? Oh my god, it fucking is. SSX Tricky. A lot of these are pretty questionable as racing games. Like SSX games, and I mean, I guess they are racing games. Spy Hunter does not belong here. Spy Hunter's not a fucking racing game. I don't know why the fuck this is here. I should make a tier list that's literally like, these aren't racing games. Spy Hunter is... I don't know what you'd call it, but it's not a fucking racing game. Yeah. I thought the same thing, Vanessa. Gadget Racers and like Road Trip, all those are on here. I'm so glad you got me to play that game. What a beautiful little hidden gem, you know? Like, nobody fucking played it, but you have this great recommendation for something unique in that very particular situation where someone's like, man, I really want something different, you know? Like, I'm like, oh, well, what about a racing game RPG? And I go, what? Trials. Yeah, some of these are questionable. I might make a tier that's like not a racing game. In fact, I think I should do that. We're gonna add a row below. There you go, and make it just white. There you go. There you go. That seems good. Everything's good now. I had to disconnect a couple cards and I paid myself back, but I'm gonna chill and spend it for a while. That's pretty smart, man. I'm glad you recognize that. So yeah, man, that's good to hear. Pretty smart, man. Yo, what's up, Riley? Spy Hunter is a driving game, not a racing game. I mean, yeah, you're in a car, but it's fucking it's like one of the furthest things from a racing game. There's like 500 racing games here. No way you've played all of these. I played a lot of them, dude. Actually, I can't decide whether or not I'm proud or shamed that I've played a majority of all of these. It's like a mixture of both.
Nani? If Spy Hunter is a racer, then Grand Theft Auto is a racer.
I think Grand Theft Auto is more of a racing game than Spy Hunter is, because there actually is races. You customize cars and you can literally race vehicles in like a race against other players. Is that on here? Grand Theft Auto? No. Whatever. Why is that game with The Rock on there? Oh, is it Spy Hunter? This one? Okay, dude, funny story, like real quick. I feel like I'm talking about random games before I get to them, but Spy Hunter, this one right here, is based on a movie that never came out. So Spy Hunter, the game came out, which is a reboot of like an older game, like a 2D overhead shooty, like 2D shooting game style. Then they did the reboot for Spy Hunter on like PS2 when it was still pretty new. Then they came out with Spy Hunter 2, and by this time they were working on a movie, and it was starring The Rock, and they shot a lot of the scenes and all this other stuff. And then they were working on a game to coincide with the movie, and then the game was pretty much completed, but the movie got canceled. So you have Spy Hunter, the game that came out on like OG Xbox. I believe it was also on PS2. And for a movie that never happened. And I played the first 5-10 minutes of this, and it is fucking hilarious. I was at a retro game store, and that's how I found out about it. Because I was trying to find the Spy Hunter games, and I thought there was only 2. So I went to a retro game store, and I found Spy Hunter like 2. They didn't have 1, and then later on I found Spy Hunter 1. But then there was another Spy Hunter with The Rock on it. And I went up to the guy at the counter. I was like, dude, what the fuck is this? I even forgot the name. It's like Spy Hunter something or other. And he explained everything I just told you about it. The Rock being the star of a movie and all this other shit, and the movie got canceled, but the game was done, so they just released the game. And I've been meaning to stream it one of these days because it's gonna be fucking hilarious. Just imagine the most like early 2000s style game with like shitty third person shooting and driving with The Rock as the main character. It's pretty fucking funny. You also have to concede that the people that made the list didn't play every single game on it and might have had to make a judgment call based on screenshots and gameplay. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's better to be safe than sorry, right? I appreciate the fact they went out of their way to put Spy Hunter on here. Oh yeah, like here's the old Spy Hunters, the original games. They're 2D shooty games, not racing games, so. But I appreciate they went to the trouble of adding not only the Spy Hunter. I don't even know which one this is. I know about this one, and I got the two old ones. And, I mean, I appreciate the effort.
Nani? Scorpion King game with driving?
Kind of, yeah. I've played enough to give opinions you will hate me for, though. Oh, yeah, we're long past that, bro. I hate all of your opinions. So don't worry. Does The Rock do people's elbow go? No, it's just... It's a 2000s game based on a 2000s movie that we would have forgotten by now if it was even released, and it's starring The Rock. And it's just this perfect culmination of a time period. Kind of like when we rewatched that trailer for Rollerball. You know? Rollerball is... It's just so fucking 2000s, and then during the trailer, fucking Limp Bizkit kicks in. You're just like, oh my fucking god. It's just such a time capsule. Alright, okay, I've been talking for a while. We're already like 50 minutes into this stream. I gotta start this thing. Ugh, I've been drinking water, I gotta pee. Shit. Alright, I'll be right back. Just gotta take a whiz. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. This is probably going to be a two-parter stream, to be honest, or at least a long one. To anybody watching the VOD, stop. Hang it up. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, this is gonna be tough. All right, let's fucking... Okay, first thing before we kick this motherfucker off. Do I do them in alphabetical order? Because these are listed in alphabetical order. I feel like it would be more fun if I just grabbed random ones. Because otherwise it would just be like, doing all the Need for Speed games at one time, doing all of the Sonic games at one time, and Wipeout. I feel like that's not as much fun. I think it's way more fun if you just grab random shit. Alphabetical or random? You guys tell me. What do you think would be better? I say alphabetical order because you're going to repeat a lot of pretty similar games. Oh, that's a good point. I'd be like, yeah, this Need for Speed is blah, 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 but compared to this Need for Speed, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Happy Poop? You're actually right on time. Oh, yeah, I just end up repeating myself, which is annoying. By release date? Oh, fuck y'all. Release date? I can't. Yeah, fuck y'all. Alright, here we go. Didn't play enough to fucking know. Didn't play enough to know, but I did play these. Absolute Drift. I actually did play this on Steam. I thought it was fine. It's a little too simple. I would recommend checking it out, but like the whole worlds are just like, for the most part, like simple, and it's like this overhead penny racer style. Like you can adapt to it and get pretty good at it and stuff, but I feel like it's lacking flair, and it does take a good amount of time to get used to the drifting and sliding your car around. But once you do, it's pretty fucking sick. So I don't know. I think it's fine. Ants. I fucking whatever. Oh my god, I actually played this game. This one's also fine. Almost want to put it in but I did play this on Steam, and it's fine enough. I actually streamed it on my Discord, and some people were watching me play it and in the voice chat while I was playing it. And the physics are obviously not wave race standard, where you hit like a wave. It doesn't feel like realistic. You don't pop off the waves as much. It's kind of, but you know, it functions. You kind of control it. Not quite like a tank, but I don't know. The physics aren't the best, but it's okay for a jet ski racing game. It's not the worst thing ever. I'd actually probably still go back and play it. It's just fine. I almost might put it in but I played more of it than I thought I would. You know, usually you get you see a racing game for dirt cheap, you pick it up, especially a jet ski racing one, and then you play it for like 3 minutes, and you're like, yeah, this isn't fun at all, and then you drop it. But this one was pretty cool. It kept my attention long enough to play through like multiple tournaments, so better than most. So I got to give it where it's due. Arctic Thunder, didn't play it enough to have an opinion, but I did play it. Art of Rally. I put Art of Rally right next to Absolute Drift. These are almost the exact same shit, except for this is like just an 8.6 with like a more open area. Art of Rally is essentially like those off-road challenge games where except for it's like an overview and you're just like drifting along. So it's actually pretty cool, but they're very similar. Like they almost use like the same, I want to say same engine, but it's probably not the same engine. Didn't play Asphalt 2. Or Asphalt 3. I think these are mobile games. I did play Asphalt 3D. It was fine for a 3DS game. It had 3D elements and it was super basic, but yeah. It's just kind of bland. There's not really a lot going on, but you know, it's good enough for like an early 3DS title. I was actually surprised. I didn't play Asphalt 4, 5. God damn, there's a lot of Asphalt games. What the fucking hell? Jesus Christ. This is so much ass. Fault. Okay, I've been gifted this game, but I haven't started playing it yet. Same thing with this. I hadn't played them yet. Oh my god. Arcade version had literally fans blowing at it. Yeah, the arcade version of Arctic Thunder was pretty tight because they had like an AC unit that would blow wind in your face while you were sitting on it to simulate like, you know, actually being on a snow ski thingy, which was pretty badass. But this is obviously the PS2 game or whatever it was. It's a proper racing sim. Yeah, I really need to get around to playing it. It was gifted to me by Militia, and you can actually modify the game to where you're street racing and you're on like Tokyo highways and stuff, and that looks amazing to me. I just haven't gone through the trouble of getting the mods or finding them and then installing. It's just a pain in the ass, so I haven't done it yet. But I know if I did, I'd be super into it for at least a couple days or a week. All right, so Off-Road Fury. ATV Off-Road Fury 2 is... it's fine. The thing is that Off-Road Fury 2 isn't as good as its first one, right? And 3 and 4 are about the same. I feel like it just isn't. They didn't have the same impact. I did not play 4. I did play 3 though. I played 2 and 3. I mean, but if you go back and play the second one, I don't know if it's the soundtrack or the physics. Something changed, and it didn't have as... Yeah, like, it wasn't nearly as good as this one right here. This one fucking slapped, dude. I don't think I put it in great. It was definitely good. The physics engine was so fucking awesome. This, like, really showcased the PS2 when it first came out. Because it was one of the earlier games for PS2. And you could, like, drive around with your friends in a giant open world and just, like, hit jumps and clear mountains and hills and do tricks. I think most people spent 90% of the time not even doing races, but just like exploring the big open world and just hitting jumps. That was like one of the first games that really let you do that, at least on like an ATV, and actually had good physics. Like, that shit is so important. It didn't just feel like a stiff racing game. Like, you know, you could just like bounce around, and if you didn't land properly, you know, your shocks would kind of like react, and it was pretty good. It was like really good. I almost might put it up here in great, but I don't know how much it holds up if you go back and play it now. So, I mean, it's good, and these are fine. You know, I think these all belong together, you know? I don't know. I'm borderline putting this thing back down here, but I don't know. I might be changing my opinions here and there, you know? It was good. It's kind of lacking. Yeah. I've raced in an actual organized racing game. Oh, with a Logitech wheel. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Automodelisa. Automodelisa. This is a game from Capcom. It is a cel-shaded racing game, and the announcer for the game is the same announcer that Capcom used for like Capcom versus SNK 2. So like the announcer is like super hype and awesome, and when you drift, it has this really cool effect where like it's got this little anime splash for smoke to like show how intense the drifting is. So it looks really fucking cool, but it kind of sucks because originally it wasn't supposed to be a drifting game. It was supposed to just be like essentially like Ridge Racer style, like a basic track racing game, like still arcadey, but like more of just like an arcade racing game. But then someone forced the development team to put drifting in it because drifting was really popular at the time, or it was becoming like a pretty big part of racing games. So they implemented it. So drifting kind of was an afterthought, and then, you know, if you played the game, you know it's like a big focus of it. And it wasn't like completely ironed out. If you get in the mode and like can actually master Automodelisa's drifting, it looks so fucking sick, but it is fucking hard. It's borderline drifting simulator. It's not really, but like it's hard. It's like a really hard arcade racer, but the drifting isn't very forgiving. So it's a very weird game, but it's got like unique aesthetics. And yeah, I almost want to put it in fine, but man, I really loved the presentation and the style and the cel-shaded look and the little splashy drifting. It was very anime, and it's just very difficult, but it's a great game. Not sure what the fuck this is, or this. Oh, fuck. Baja Edge of Control HD. Ooh, let me just... Hold on, here we go. Just like, hit the elevator, it's like, bing! Oh, top floor, everybody out. Oh, there he is, right there. That's where that goes. Baja Edge of Control HD. Woo! Man, that game fucking slaps, dude. What a sick fucking game. So Baja Edge of Control is probably the greatest off-road racing game I've ever played. Like I've played a few, but like Baja Edge of Control, man, like I even went back and replayed it again like years later, and I was like, dude, this shit is so good. So originally Baja Edge of Control was a PlayStation 3 game. And I didn't play it when it was on PS3. And it got a HD re-release in I think 2017. So Baja Edge of Control came out, fuck, I forget the year, but it was like that PS3 era. Then it got an HD re-release, and when it got a re-release, I got a review key for the game. And, you know, I usually check it out for like a stream.
It has a Dick 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 song.
Dick, 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 dick. Yeah, that song, I remember that now. Yeah, it was such a surprise. So I usually just play it for like one stream and then kind of move on to something else. But like, it was so good. Like, all right, so Baja Edge of Control, the thing that makes it better than other rally games and makes it stand out is there's a lot of different elements. One, the physics. The cars actually bounce around and use their suspension and stuff, but at the same time, you don't want to go heavy on the suspension because the cars take damage. So you're gonna bounce around a little bit here and there with like little bumps, big jumps, but you can't just go crazy and hit the fucking jumps, because if you hit a big jump and then land, you just fucked up your tires, you fucked up your suspension. Like, you know, you can wear out your car's, you know, like everything, right? So, like, you have to watch out for, like, oil temperatures, water temperatures, suspension damage. I think gas is also a factor. And in this, and so so they have, like, tracks where you're just doing laps. And then they also have, like, actual rally racing where it goes for a long period of time. And you have to like call in a helicopter or something if you get like a blown out tire or one of your if your shocks go out. Because then if your shocks go out, your car's bouncing around and you're not getting like a lot of speed. You're going slow as fuck. So you can like pull over into designated areas and get some repairs done. Or if you're out doing a rally through like this long desert run, you can like push the Y button and helicopter will fly in and like land in front of you, and you pull over and the helicopter will like repair your car. Also, you can drive certain vehicles that they'll have like a certain number of spares in the back, so you don't have to pull over if it's like a blown tire. But also you have to carry that extra weight, I believe, so that does play a role. The music's also really good, but it's just, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, man. It's just like a rally game with incredible physics. For the same reason that someone would probably be like, why is Wave Race 64 such a great game? There's been other jet ski racing games since then with better graphics. Why do people still go back and play Wave Race 64? And the answer is the physics. Like, it's just, like, it feels good in Wave Race 64 to bounce around and hit the waves. It comes down to physics. There's been other Wave Race games since then. Like, there was Wave Race Blue Storm on GameCube, but nobody fucking plays that one because it feels stiff. You know, the physics don't feel like you're just, like, bouncing off of the waves. Like, that's what I can tell you, man. Baja Edge of Control HD is the Wave Race 64 of off-road racing games. It's a weird thing to say, but that's, like, the best way I could put it. Like, it's so much fun to drive the cars in that, and even though it's really fun to like get some air and go crazy, everything feels like it has weight and consequence, like overheating your engine and all that stuff. Not to the point that it's annoying, because it happens to everybody. So it's really more about being strategic while you're racing. Just because everyone's got to pull over at some point, and you're like, oh my god, do I pull into the pit stop now? To get my tires and oil changed and all this stuff fixed, or do I try to go for another lap to save myself some time, you know? Like, it just comes down to strategy and planning ahead, and it feels good to drive. Like, I just love this game so much. even going back to it, I'm just like, maybe it's not as good as I remember. And they're like, nope, I end up playing it for like another 2-3 days, just revisiting it. Guess you could say Baja is a blast. Oh my god.
You suck.
All right, anyway, so Baja is one of my favorites. That's like the first one to make the list. That's in my favorites.
It was always on my recommend list on my Xbox 360 store.
Y'all need to wish list that shit. You can get Baja Edge of Control HD on like Steam and wish list it, or if, you know, get it on sale. It's fantastic. Me and Vanessa Magic were supposed to go for that achievement online where we do one of the crazy rally races that's supposed to last for like what, fucking 4 or 5 hours. Like there's like these gauntlets where you're just in the desert and like the entire race literally lasts for like 3 or 4 hours or something. And we were gonna do that online. But I got caught up with some other stuff or life came up. I can't remember. But that's still something I want to do someday. I think I bought her the game too. I think it was on sale for like $5 or $10. Can confirm good game. We still need to do that. Yeah, the long ass 3 hour. Yeah, it's actually called the Baja, isn't it? That's why the game is called that. Baja Edge of Control. The race is called Baja. Anyway, Baja Edge of Control, fucking underrated as fuck. This game, it's like a hover racing game. I own it. And you can customize and make your own hover cars or something, but I haven't played it enough to really have an opinion. I seriously booted it up and just checked it out for like 10-15 minutes, but I can't really say. Big Mother Truckers, I think I played it at one point, but I don't remember shit. Same thing with this one. Big Rigs. I mean, that game's not even done. I mean, it's so bad that it's funny, right? There's no denying that, but it's not a complete game. It's so bad it's funny, right? I put an asterisk with Big Rigs. I mean, you guys know about Big Rigs. It's such a fucking meme at this point. It's unfinished garbage trash, but it's fun, unfinished garbage trash. You just drive through the floor. Nothing has any hit detection. It's fucking broken, and it's funny. Oh, hang on. I gotta start my playlist over again. There we go. Yeah, AVGN did a video on Big Rigs. I'm sure that's how most people know it. Oh my god. Yeah, is that next? Okay, yeah, I saw everybody in the chat talking about Blur, so I was like, oh shit, here it comes. Alright, here comes Blur, you ready? Bing! Going up. Ding! Try not to be too surprised. Blur is up here as one of my favorites. Blur is Blur is so good. It's a kart racer that takes itself serious and has like real cars. It's got like a neon aesthetic. It's got incredible music. The gameplay is super sick. It does have balancing issues though. There's definitely certain cars that are just super broken because if you have the mod that allows you to like get boosts from drifting, you can just constantly be drifting with like the muscle cars, which is constantly giving you boost. So you just boost through the whole thing. It's kind of like playing Crash Team Racing and maintaining your Sacred Flame. So Blur is actually really similar in that way. But most people didn't play that way. But if you did, like if you see speedrunners or OGs playing Blur, that's what they do. They just fucking boost constantly.
Wanted to cry when I heard about Blur 2 being cancelled.
Dude, not only did Blur 2 get canceled, Blur got fucking... The team that made it had to dissolve. Oh, dude. And it's such a fucking travesty. Like, what happened to the team, they did everything right. And you know what fucked them? Disney. Disney fucked Blur. Because Disney put out that other game, Split Second. They put that fucking game out, and it literally came out the same day as Blur. And Disney is fucking Disney, and they had marketing out the ass and commercials and all this shit. And it just like people had to choose. They're like Blur or Split Second. Everyone went with Split Second. And I can tell you, as someone that played both, Blur absolutely shits on Split Second. Split Second is like a gimmick where it's like you can blow shit up and like it destroys on the track and shit like that. And it's still cool, like I get it, but it's kind of annoying. The drifting kind of slowed you down. The little track explosions and things that you can alter could take you out, and it really, you just kind of had to figure out, you know, what did what before you could like utilize it properly, or you could end up taking yourself out. And I mean, it's got elements in it that are good, but man, Blur, holy shit, dude. Even before Blur was released, what they did is they released a free to download online demo that everyone could download on like Xbox 360. I think it was on PS3 too, and you could like play other random people online. So everyone was checking out the online, and you could like unlock stuff, and you were like earning stuff. But I think it had that same problem that a lot of these other games do when they release a demo like that, is that everyone was thinking, oh, well, that's the whole game, right? There was only like 3 tracks in the demo, and I remember hearing a lot of different people saying, oh, well, that's the whole game. I don't want to start over with the full game, and I get how this works, and there's only so many tracks, and I heard that the full game's not gonna have any tracks. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It was weird. It was almost like lies, like just word of mouth and people making assumptions, and then that shit got around because it wasn't true. Like Blur had a shit ton of tracks. It had a lot more cars, way more unlockables, and the shit that you did in the Blur demo was namely just to check out the online, and the online functioned well. It was a great way to get word out there and see what the big game was had to offer, like the full game. But yeah, everyone was thinking, oh, well, that's it. I feel like I've already played it, because like that demo was available for like a week or whatever it was, or maybe a few weeks before the full game was released, you know? Oh, dude, I didn't even say thanks for the sub, did I? Dude, I got so wrapped up talking about fucking Omega Sin Innocence. Thanks for the tier 1 resub. Sorry, you caught me mid ramble. I hope you know I appreciate the sub. Thank you. But yeah, it's super underrated. It's really tragic what happened to the team. The music, the presentation. Here, let me just show you this commercial real quick, since you guys linked it to me anyway. Here you go. So this was a commercial for Blur.
Lame. Oh. Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Racing's not about winning, it's about making friends.
Shut it, Pinky.
Blur, race like a big boy. Rated everyone 10 and up.
Race like a big boy. Oh, man. Shit is so good. Absolutely love that commercial. Making fun of Mario Kart, and there's obviously a character that looks like Toad, but he's broccoli. It's so sad. And Blur isn't even available on Steam. Like, how do you play Blur now? You can only play it on Xbox 360 and like PS3, right? I still have a physical copy of Blur on 360. And I think there was a PC version of the game, but no idea how that is. But it was like an actual disc. Yeah, it's really sad, man. Can't even fucking play this shit on Steam or anything anymore, can you? Blur's on PC, but it's the disc for like $60. Yeah, exactly. There's a Steam copy on Kinguin for $3,768. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. What do you want for your birthday? Do you want fucking Blur on PC or Panzer Dragoon Saga? God damn. You can also buy a PS3 physical copy for $150 plus $60 shipping. Oh my god, I don't think I have the PS3 version. No, I'm looking over at my collection right now. I don't see Blur on PS3. I have Blur on 360 though. I don't know what that runs. Oh. Breaks my goddamn heart. You can't even buy that fucking gem anymore. I mean, I could go on and on about what makes that game so great. I mean, what... I don't know what else to tell you, man. Blur is just a fantastic racing game with an amazing aesthetic, soundtrack, and it's like kart racing, but it's like for like serious competition. Like where you're supposed to take it serious. It's not like you know the weapons and items were the same throughout the entire track. It wasn't random RNG. You know, you had to plan ahead and try to pick up the thing that you wanted accordingly. And oh man, it deserved so much better. It's so fucked up. You can actually buy a real car cheaper than a Steam copy of Blur. PS3 and 360 copies of the game are like $25. Oh, okay, so if I can get a PS3 copy of Blur, like a physical one, for like $20-25, I would do that. I might actually look into that. But yeah, anything higher than that, it's like, well, shit, man, it's a dated console now. You better come with a car on the side. All right, anyway. Yeah, dude, I'm going to be here all fucking day, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. This stream might be a two-parter. All right, let's try and make some progress. Burnout 2 Point of Impact is great. It's actually great. I almost want to put it in one of my favorites, but it's so good. So, before Burnout Revenge, Burnout 2 was this... Man, how do I describe it? It felt like... So Burnout 1 wasn't that great. Like, the crashing was cool in it, and that was the selling point, but it was still kind of finding its identity, and it felt like an arcade, like a really boring, simple arcade racer, and it was only cool until you hit a car, but even the crashes weren't, like, crazy over the top. It was just... You know, it was a good first game, but, like, this one... Oh, man. This was, like... It was so much faster. The arcade racing was like really cool. The tracks were good. And when you crashed, it was like you went flying, but it still looked kind of semi-realistic, especially for the time. And the other thing that was really cool is that Burnout 2 Point of Impact, if you were playing on the original Xbox, you could take music CDs and burn music onto your Xbox. And then you could play your own music while you're racing around. And that was such a big deal, and it might not sound like a big deal, especially now when you're like, well, like, why does that matter? Because, you know, you can literally play games and mute the music on your computer and then just play whatever music you want in the background, right? But the thing is that it didn't just play the music. The music would get louder and more fleshed out and more vibrant if you were, like, hitting the boost. And in Burnout, you want to constantly be boosting. You know, you're always trying to drift or near-miss not enemies, but near-miss other traffic cars, trying to build up a boost meter. And every time you hit the NOS, like, the music gets turned up, so it makes things much more intense. And that's super cool for a custom playlist. So, like, for me, I had, like, a lot of mid-2000s or early 2000s trance and dance, like, music CDs put on there. A lot of 90s stuff. So you're just, like... You know, you're racing and then you hit the boost and it's like that fucking music kicks up, you know? And, you know, it could have been any type of music, but, I mean, that shit was cool. And it looked good, too. And I streamed it, a few years back, like, showcasing it, because my OG Xbox still worked at the time. So I was showing off a bunch of the games and save files that I had on my OG Xbox, but my OG Xbox is out of commission since then. I still want to get it fixed, but one of my friends says he knows what I need to do to fix it, but he's kind of busy. He's going through some stuff, and I haven't really pestered him about it. But yeah, I really want to get my OG Xbox fixed so I can play some of these fucking goofy ass OG Xbox games. But yeah, this one's great. It's really great, underrated. And I know that Burnout Revenge and like Burnout 3 are, well, essentially Burnout 3 and then Revenge. Like Burnout 3 Takedown was like a whole new engine before it switched over. So this was like the pinnacle for this version of Burnout before it went to 3, and it was like this more close proximity, you know, take out the other cars around you, and it does a cool cinematic of the car exploding and stuff, which was awesome, right? But this was a different Burnout, and I feel like it never got the appreciation that it deserved. It was so good, like really underappreciated. Burnout 3 Takedown. This one's also great. They're two different games. But yeah, like this one's more like traditional arcade racing. But like when this one bringing in the cinematics were really cool. Debatably, the tracks were probably better in Burnout 3 Takedown than they were in Burnout Revenge. But these are pretty equal to me. Some people say they like Takedown more than Revenge, but I really liked Revenge a little bit more than Takedown, even though these had better levels. So, I mean, these are both fantastic in their own way. That doesn't mean that they can't be in the same category. I have a lot more love for this one just because it's underappreciated, but I don't think that means that I need to put it in a different list. As much as I'd like to put it in my favorites, like, I feel like I have to sell this one harder, you know?
There isn't any games in the bad tier yet. What have you done with Battle? Who are you?
I haven't played these. I'm sure a lot of these are shitty, and that's why I didn't play them. But yeah, these all belong together in their own different ways. They're all great, for sure. Burnout 3 and listen, Burnout Dominator. Wasn't this the one that was like on PSP or some shit? I guess I can't really say. I don't think I really played it, so I don't want to be unfair. Yeah, same thing, Monsoon Mike. Yeah, making a custom playlist for like Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball on OG Xbox. Dominator was definitely on PS2. Fuck, I never played it. I don't know. I don't remember which one came first. Was it Takedown? Maybe it was Dominator and then Takedown. Oh, I'm not sure. Well, I didn't play it, so I can't even fucking... I can't say shit. Okay, Burnout Paradise Remastered. Dude, so many fucking people love this game. I think it's good. I almost want to put it in fine. I honestly didn't enjoy Burnout Paradise as much as I liked any of these other Burnout games. The crashes were cool. The open world was okay. I thought it was fine, but one of my biggest problems with the game is that when you would go online, you'd race against other people, and you could be in first, but they wouldn't really like tell you which way to go. They'd literally just put you on one end of the map, and then be like, "All right, get to this point on the map," and you know, without being pointed in a certain direction, and just kind of like, "Oh, I think this is the right way," or "I think this is the right way." If you didn't like master the entire map, you could be like in first place, smoking everybody, but then like you would take a left turn or a right turn that you thought was the faster way, and the next thing you know, you're in like last place because you don't know. You have to like look at the map, and the radar is super close, so you don't know which is the right route to take, you know? And I found that kind of fucking annoying, you know? Like, I was playing it a lot. Like, I could understand learning the map, but then... And it's not even like that everybody knew the map better than you. I think they just, a lot of times, you'd be out racing them, and then they would choose a different direction, and it happened to be the right one, you know? Like, I don't know. I just found it kind of annoying. I didn't think there was a lot going on in the open world. They had like challenges and other little things that you could like explore to try to find a little bit, but I don't know. With an open world like that, you also end up racing a lot of the same places over and over again, and I didn't think the map was big enough to justify being an open world. I felt like it needed to be larger, because you end up just racing the same fucking spots, and But you know, the crashes look cool, the game's graphics were decent, and the concept was neat. I also liked how it had driver's license, and it would put your gamer tag or your little gamer profile picture on the license. That was pretty neat. I own Burnout Paradise. I bought Paradise on 360 when it was new, and that's where a bulk of my impressions of the game came from. And there has been probably about 4 or 5 different times I have tried to play either Burnout Paradise or Burnout Paradise Remastered on Steam. But there's some weird fucking bullshit glitch when you boot it up that it like gets fucked up and I can't play the game. I can't remember what the issue was, but like essentially you boot up the game on Steam and you got to watch this whole opening sequence cinematic that you can't skip. And then it gets to your license, and you can't put anything in your license. Like, it's confused. Like, there's something going on with the license section when you're booting up the game to just start out, and I can't get past it. It's like confused about typing something in or some shit like that. And I actually went to the guides and tried to fix it, but the thing that's super annoying is that after like 20 minutes, like every time you try to fix it and you're like, oh, did I fix it? You have to sit through that whole opening sequence that takes like 5 minutes. And then, oh, nope, it still doesn't work. I still can't do shit, or I can't continue past the license name typing, like typing your name or whatever the fuck it is. And then after, you know, trying it 4 or 5 times, you've spent 20, 30 minutes just trying to play the fucking game and you give up. So it's not great. I'd love to be able to revisit Paradise and maybe have a different opinion, but every time I fucking try, it just kicks me in the balls. So you put it in mediocre? Yeah, I put it in. I almost want to put it in fine, but there are some cool things like having your license on there that keeps track of your information. The more you drive, it like gives you a better license. Like it looks nicer, and some of the cars are pretty cool, and you can customize the way they look a little bit, and the open world's not the worst. The music's pretty good, so it's definitely better than a lot of these. Like, I almost feel like I'm being too nice to this jet ski one, but I don't know. I actually might move these down a peg. You know, maybe these are more appropriate down here. That feels more right. I'm kind of like finding my bearings here. Like they're fine, but lean more on the bad side than they do the good side. I feel better about that. I've been thinking about putting both of these down here for a while now. I just didn't say anything. Burnout Paradise was like 20 blocks of city and then a dozen back roads, and that's fucking it. That map was so uninspired. I told you you're gonna need 3 different tiers for like good. Maybe slap a decent in between good and fine. Yeah, I feel like... No, I think I'm alright. I think I'm alright. Because I have my favorites, great, good, and fine. That's like 4. That's like 4 different categories of good. And then there's which is on the lesser end. Doesn't mean don't play it. It just means It's like an optimistic And then there's bad, just straight bad. You sure about that? Alright, moving on, sorry. Burnout 1. It's, it's fine. Burnout 1 is fine. It's pretty boring. It is pretty boring. Cars don't have a lot of intensity when you're driving around, and it's pretty unengaging. And then you crash, and the crashers were the most impressive part about it, and that was the selling point of the game. But you don't want to crash, so you're constantly avoiding the best part of the game, which is crashes. And they didn't look that amazing for the most part. It was pretty boring. I mean, it functioned. It was a very simple arcade racing with good crashes. I mean, what else can you say? Carmageddon. Never really played it. Never really played Carmageddon. Never really played any of them, to be honest. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never. I don't know. Nothing even comes to mind. I can't really think of what it even looks like. Carmageddon 64 is absolute garbage. Sonic Adventure 2 is mediocre. Is that what you want me to say? Sonic Adventure 2 is Cars 2, I actually heard this game slaps. Like, no joke, not being ironic. I heard Cars 2 is actually fun to play. But I've never played it myself. So, do that information what you will. Car Drift Racing, I own this, but I didn't play it enough to have an opinion. Didn't play this one. 2005, I don't know if I played that one or not. A lot of these racing games are going to be kind of sketchy. Some of these I probably did play, but if I don't remember, it's probably not amazing. Oh, Crash Burn. Remember that, but never really played it. I've seen that around. Crash Nitro Kart. I really didn't play it enough to have an opinion, but I know it's shitty. Same thing with this one. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. Oh, this is gonna be... It's gonna be an interesting one. I am so conflicted with the new CTR. Cause... God, they fucked up. They fucked it up so bad with microtransactions and... Like... Fortnite Marketplace. I think I'm just gonna put that in great. Maybe good. I don't know. It's great. I mean, it's still like the same Crash Team Racing mechanically. They fucked up a lot about it. As much as I hate the Marketplace and all the shit they did to fuck it up. Also, they did fuck up the online too. Like, damn, that was a big fuck up actually. Where if you were racing online and you finished in first, the AI would still be driving your car, and if the AI drove into like a wall or something and another cart passed you even though the race was over, it would like change your position. You'd go from like first to like third or fourth. And it was absolute bullshit. I heard they fixed it or didn't fix it. I don't fucking know. But that was, it's a fucking racing game. How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck up a racing game when your one thing is like, all right, what position did you earn during this race? You're like, first. Okay, well, we're giving you third. What the fuck? Wherever you put it, I'll understand. I'm gonna put it in great, despite my qualms. Because it's still a great CTR. Put in my favorite just because I think it is. Mechanically and visually, the best kart racer ever made. It was buggy, the online was bad, they were brutal on the microtransactions, and it was just a complete mess. But we got Spyro, so... Yeah, man, I put it in great. Yeah, I think it belongs to great. Oh, here we go. All right, here's Crash Team Racing. You ready for this one? Going up. Bing. Bing, 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 bing. Oops. Bing. There you go. Try not to be too surprised, okay? I know. A lot of you guys are like, oh, we already knew these were going to be up here. Yeah, what if I was just like, I was like, bing, bing, bad. Crash Team Racing sucks. It's a terrible game. Those graphics suck. There's a reason Mario Kart is king. I don't know, whatever. Nah, dude, Crash Team Racing is the GOAT. It's the absolute GOAT. It's great. It's my favorite. My favorite. I mean, what is there to say? Like, despite it being a PS1 racing game, it still has some of the most solid kart racing mechanics. It also has a fully fledged story mode racing mode, where it's like Diddy Kong Racing, where you explore each area, and then there's like challenges you can do. It's loaded with content. The levels are diverse and fun. The drifting boost mechanics are really engaging and not too hard. Some great characters, unlockables. It still holds up. The idea that a PS1 kart racing game like 25 years later, can still compete with some of the greats, I mean, you got to give that shit up. It's like, it doesn't matter how good your graphics are for your racing game, motherfucker. Like, just playing this game feels good. And it's kind of like what I was saying with Baja. It just comes down to physics. How good does it feel to play your game, right? Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going, bro? Played nearly every kart racer on PS1. Nothing came close to CTR. Yeah, nothing. Story was legitimately good. It was kind of Saturday morning cartoon villain, but Oxide is a pretty iconic villain. It has some brutal time trials if you're into that, and I am. Good, just chilling. Cool, man. Yeah, it was perfect. All of it was great. Really captured Crash's vibe too. It wasn't like he was just thrown in. It just worked. Okay, Crash Day. I don't know what the fuck this is. All right, Crazy Taxi is not a racing game. All right, I fucking love Crazy Taxi. It's not a fucking racing game. I think we can all agree, right? It also has a modding scene nowadays. I mean, yeah, it's not. Crazy Taxi isn't a racer. All right, just want to make sure we were all in agreement. Racing against the clock. Racing against these nuts. Yeah, I'm just going to move on. What idiot put it there? Well, hold on. We got to be nice, right? So we were talking about this earlier, but like Spy Hunter. Like Spy Hunter is in here. Where is that? Yeah, right here. See, the Spy Hunter games are here. They're not racing games either. But the thing is that we were saying that there's no way that the person that put this list together actually played all these, but they didn't want to leave any racing games out. So instead, they probably had to make a judgment call based on the cover. So I'm actually more appreciative that they would go out of their way to add it just in case, even if they hadn't played it, you know, just to make sure it's there. Or if it was even debatable, someone might actually be like, Crazy Taxi counts, right? So I think it's cool that they at least went through the trouble. I mean, that's a lot of effort. That's why this list is crazy long, because they actually went through all the bullshit, so. Cruisin' Exotica is fucking bad. Cruisin' Exotica sucks. That game's boo-boo, fuck you, sucky, not good. I don't know how they went from like Cruisin' USA and Cruisin' World, and they were like Exotica, and then they have like you driving as a fucking raptor inside of a convertible. You look like a goofy cartoon character, and I don't want to race any of the vehicles because everything's a fucking gimmicky vehicle that looks dumb. It's like, oh, you're a giraffe on a convertible that's also a school bus or like a tricycle or some goofy shit. I'm like, it's so fucking random. And I own this on Nintendo 64, and it's just, I tried to go back and play it, and you can do like they took all the tricks and stuff you could do and just turned them up to a goofy cartoony level, and it just doesn't look good. And also they went from being like I forget what it's called, but it's like 2D sprites. They took them from being like 2D flat sprites that look like they're in a 3D world, kind of like Mario Kart or like Outrun almost. And then Exotica was like, we're going to actually use 3D environments and 3D models. And it kind of lost a lot of that charm, and it doesn't look as good. And I fucking don't care for it. I don't like the way it handles. I don't like the way it looks. And I'm not a fan. I think it sucks. It's the worst of the 3 originals. I think that's probably the nicest thing you can say about it. It's the worst of the 3 originals is probably the nicest thing you can say. All right, moving on. Cruisin' Blast. Cruisin' Blast is actually pretty fun. It's very similar in Cruisin' Exotica, but the style is a lot better. The customizations you earn from just playing through the game, the tracks and unlocking vehicles is really cool, and the neon lights, and it's actually really fun. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's good. Like, it's fun to play. It's essentially doing everything this one set out to do, except for it turned down the goofiness, so I'm not playing like a fucking circus animal inside of a goofy fucking vehicle I don't want to even drive, like a food truck or something, but like, it does have some of those, but they're earned later on, and they have like cool vehicles to start with, you know, like sports cars and like skyline looking vehicles and a bunch of cool shit. And it's pretty fun. Like, yeah, it's like extremely simple, very arcadey because it is an arcade game, but it's fun. Like, it's like hitting jumps. Some of the levels are really cool. You're like jumping over dinosaurs and explosions and aliens and yeah, it's like a simple fun time, and they do it right, so it's good. I think they sell it for super cheap on Nintendo Switch too. I think you can probably buy a physical copy for like $20 now. Exotica has a fan base. That must be a very small fan base. It's like 3 people. Played USA a lot, and then Nintendo 64 where I could rarely play Exotic. Didn't enjoy Exotic nearly as much as 16. If it's the only one in the arcade, then sure, I'll play it. I won't play it even once. If I go to the arcade and they have like Exotica, I'm not playing it. I've never been inclined to. I'm just like, it's just not fun. Cruisin' USA. Cruisin' USA. Where do I put you? Cruisin'. Not quite there. This is a tough one. Cruisin' USA. Cruisin' USA is great. I'm gonna leave it right here. Cruisin' USA is a great game. The concept is very simple but extremely well executed. The presentation is so charming. Even the arcade game is really cool. Like, there's a reason it got turned into a franchise. So the original concept was essentially taking like an Outrun style game with like 2D sprites, but give them like a 3D feel by doing like that angular sprite thing. I'm not sure what the term is called, but and then have the player drive across the United States. Like, it's essentially taking a big road trip, and you're just kind of like driving through the states, and it's cool. It's really well done. It's a really well done Outrun game.
They should have made a Twisted Metal style spin-off for Cruisin' and call it Cruisin' for a Bruise.
Boo! The fan base for Cruising Exotica is like 2 dudes in a room coughing awkwardly. Haven't played half these games, just a bunch of Burnout fans. Half the races in USA were in California. Alright, check it out. Cruisin' World. Cruisin' World. Right next to Cruisin' USA. I am inclined, I will say this, Cruisin' World is definitely a better game than Cruisin' USA. Like, and I'm half tempted to put it up here. I am. But, I mean, it's not so much better than Cruisin' USA. I feel like I need to bump it up a tier list. Like, it's definitely the better game. Not arguing, right? But, like, I think ATV Off-Road Fury 2 is better than 3, but they're in the same tier list, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I think Burnout Revenge is better, slightly better than Takedown 2, but they're still sitting next to each other. I don't think they're that much better than this one to where it needs to be in another completely other tier. Cruisin' USA is great because I like the concept of driving across the United States. Cruisin' World got a little bit more silly with it because it's like, oh, here you are in Egypt. You know, you got more locations, more variety, which I think is good. I think that's great. The music is great. Also, there's like that world tour mode, so you can like customize your car. You earn points. So for me, I like to use the Serpent, which kind of looked like a convertible Viper. And then like, you know, you can, I'd make the color blue and give it white racing stripes, but you had to like grind your ass off to be able to customize it to that level. And The tricks were cooler. It was definitely an upgrade from USA, like no question, right? But I don't think there was enough that made it stand out to where it's that much better, you know? Like, I mean, if anything was gonna happen on this list, I was gonna put Cruisin' USA down here. But I feel like there's things I like about Cruisin' USA that are definitely better than Blast, so I wouldn't put these in the same category. So, I don't know. I mean, if anything, Cruisin' World goes in great. Like, that's just where it goes. The only thing that's debatable at this point is whether or not Cruisin' USA sits next to Blast. And I don't think... I think it's better than good. I think Cruisin' USA and World sit right next to each other. You know? Like, maybe this one a little bit higher on the great scale than this one. Maybe this one's on the lesser end, but yeah. Right next to each other. I didn't put it in favorites because Riley suggested it. Oh, you think I read Riley's comments? I didn't even know he said that. I'll look at chat and I'm like, oh, Riley said something, I skip it. I swear I'm looking up videos every... Fuck you both. I swear I'm looking up videos every racing game pick. Yeah, man. A lot of these are worth checking out. Like I said, this is obviously slightly better than this one, but they're both great. Anyway, moving on. This one, Dakar, or whatever. I played it a little bit on Steam because I was expecting it to be as good as Baja is, this one. And it wasn't. It was fine. I found this one to be lacking the physics that make this one so fun with like bouncing around and like worrying about damage. This one felt just like it was fine. Like it functioned, but it wasn't engaging to play. It was kind of bland, you know. Even when you hit jumps, the car didn't like jump around or anything. It just kind of landed, you know. It's kind of bland and boring. Like it's fine. I just thought it was fine. Can't really say anything too negative about it, but you know, I'm sure someone could play this and have a great time. I just didn't see it personally. I don't know what Dangerous Driving is, or this one. Okay, Daytona USA. Well, this one's gonna be really easy. Let me tell you exactly where this one's gonna go. So, Daytona, right? You're like, where do you put Daytona? First of all, let me tell you about Daytona. Something that a lot of people kind of overlook. Daytona USA only has 3 tracks. It also has only like 3 songs. And it literally only has one, well, technically 2 cars to choose from. One's automatic and the other one's manual. If you want to talk about a fucking racing game that has no fucking content, Daytona USA. I mean, that's, it's not great, right? So... free. I don't give a fuck about any of those things I just mentioned. Daytona USA fucking slaps. How do you not sing along with this? Yeah, so Daytona USA is fantastic. All those things are true though. Like it essentially only has 2 cars to choose from. One's automatic, one's manual. There's only 3 courses and 3 like songs. But none of that fucking matters because it's so much fun to play. Presentation goes so fucking far that like the music and the presentation may like just carry the shit out of this game. The songs you want to sing along with, they have energy. The rolling start song, like the beat right now where it's like the music's going along with your car that you're racing. So the car is like bouncing. You know, a lot of people don't actually take notice of how well everything meshes together by design. So like your stock car is like bouncing to the music, it's like dun 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 dun, and you see the back of the car like your stock car is bouncing up and down on the shocks, you know, and there's like only one big turn for that first track, so you can actually start figuring out how to like brake or drift to make turns. And then they make it more complicated for the second one, and then the third one they just go crazy, and you just have to like master Daytona USA's driving physics. So, I mean, even if it had more tracks or more songs, it's just what's here is so perfect you almost don't want any more content, right? Because they tried to do more with it. Like there was other Daytona games and like a Daytona USA 2, but like the soundtrack didn't hit the same way. The tracks weren't as iconic. There was so much that was lacking. Like lightning in a bottle is the best way to describe it. Like none of those other fucking things matter. You know? The Sega Saturn launched just for Daytona USA. You didn't even like racing games, you like Daytona USA? Yeah, man. Yeah, Daytona USA doesn't even... Daytona USA 2 isn't even on here. Like, I guess that's how forgettable or unknowing people are of it. But yeah. There was the Daytona USA, and there was like another Daytona USA Dreamcast game. So there was like a few of them. And in the Sega Saturn version, you did get more cars to choose from. And there was the Daytona USA HD re-release that was on Xbox 360 that had like a little bit more vehicles and stuff to drive. And in the Sega Saturn version for Daytona USA, you could even race around as one of the horses that you see in the background, and they're like low, they're extremely low poly and super funny. You could be, you're drifting a fucking horse. It's fantastic. So yeah, man, it's one of my favorites. I don't give a fuck. Like Daytona USA belongs up there, and you can make arguments for it, but like even if you're being objective, you just have to accept the fact about how iconic the soundtrack and how iconic the music and gameplay blends together, and it's lightning in a bottle, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude. It transcends all that stupid bullshit. Alright, moving on. Alright, Destruction Derby 2. I played it a little bit on PS1. It's fine. It's better than the first one. Destruction Derby 1 is eh. That Destruction Derby 1 is not aged well. It's super clunky and the graphics look like shit. And this one is definitely improvement, but they're both eh or fine. The first one's eh, and then the second one's enough of an improvement where it's better. Not really much else to say. Diddy Kong Racing DS. I don't think I played this one enough to have an opinion. I don't think I ever got to own it. So I can't say, to be honest. Sorry. I mean, I saw people playing it, and I remember playing it, and I'm sure I could rank it some... at the very least, from what I did play of Diddy Kong Racing DS, I would definitely put it somewhere between good and fine from what I did see and play, but I don't remember it well enough. I can't even pinpoint the exact time that I played it. It was like probably in high school, and my friend let me play it for like 5 minutes or some shit. I don't remember. But, yeah. Diddy Kong Racing on Nintendo 64. Alright, now we're getting into kart racers, and this is where shit's gonna start getting a little funky, man. I don't, the DS version actually sucks. Well, one's portable and the other one's not, so I don't know if that's fair. Diddy Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing belongs in... Diddy Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing is pretty great. I'm gonna put it in great. Yep. Diddy Kong Racing is great. It's a bronze medal at worst. Yeah, for sure. I mean, what do I even need to say about Diddy Kong Racing that everybody doesn't already know, right? Like, you've got hovercrafts, you got planes, you've got karts, you've got really cool boss races, great levels, awesome characters. Like, there's like a super early version of Conker from Conker's Bad Fur Day before he got his like adult themed game. Because Diddy Kong Racing came out first, I believe. So in Diddy Kong Racing, like, Conker's in it, but he's still like... They made Conker look like a kid, or like a, you know, he's like, hey, you know, it's me, Conker, cool, you know, and it's like, I don't know, it's weird. There's a lot of interesting characters, even though like they're just like made just for the game. But it works well and it holds up, and there's a reason people remember it fondly. It's not one of my personal favorites. I go back and I'll still play it, but I don't have like a passion for Diddy Kong Racing that other people do, right? I wouldn't put it in my favorites, but it's definitely deserving to being one of the best out there. Does that make sense? I feel like that's the most that I could say about it on a personal level. It's like, it's great. Yeah, the next Mario Kart should just be straight up Nintendo Kart, but that's what everybody's been saying. Yeah, Conker was originally a family-friendly game, and that's what you see in Diddy Kong Racing, which is pretty interesting. Conker should be in Smash Bros? Yeah, he should. Alright, that's no big surprise. Dirt 2? Okay, Dirt 2... Where's Dirt 1? Oh, here we go. Let me do these in fucking order. I feel like this is the best way to do it. Alright, dude. The Dirt series has been going on a long fucking time. Dirt 1 is fucking brutal, but it's good. Maybe it's fine. No, it's good. It's good for... Okay, yeah, it's good. So Dirt is, probably one of the most realistic rally racing games I've ever played. It came out originally on Xbox 360, and I remember I was working at GameStop at the time, and I checked it out. And, like, you could hit it... If you hit a jump too heavily, it'll, like, crack your whole windshield. It's real easy to go flying off the edge if you're not paying attention. It is not an arcade racer. This is, like, the closest you can get to being, like, a rally simulator, in my opinion. The first Dirt. This game would kick your fucking ass, dude. If you got caught slipping while you were racing around in this game, you go off the edge, you hit a tree, you fuck yourself up. I think it had rewinds, but if you bought into having like rewinds, it like would ruin your score or something. Like there was something to deter you from wanting to use rewinds. I forgot what it was, but the game was really hard, but it was also really pretty, and just like as tough as it was, like to this day I kind of respect how much of a brutal rally sim it kind of was. It's still somewhat arcadey, but like, yeah, I don't know how else to, like, that's the number one thing I remember about it, was like playing it and go, oh fuck, this is not an arcade rally racer. Like, you really gotta like feather the gas and like be careful of jumps and slow down before dips, otherwise you're gonna like eat shit and roll all over the place, which is challenging but satisfying, man, and I had to give it up. So for Dirt 2 though, Dirt 2 is when they started getting a little bit more silly with it. Like, it wasn't nearly what Dirt 1 was. And they went a little bit more arcadey, to the point that I don't think it had its own identity. Where, like, it was fine, right? But it wasn't like the serious, you know, get your balls kicked in simulator like Dirt was. And it wasn't quite a fun arcadey version of the game, but it got a little bit more arcadey and a little bit more lenient. Because of the success of the first one, they were like, oh, well, let's make it easier so players can like enjoy the second game. But by doing that, they kind of missed out on what made the first one special in the first place, right? So it just didn't, it was somewhere in between. So then Dirt 3 comes out, and that's when they were just like, oh, we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna have fun, right? So this one is also good, even though it's very different than the first Dirt. Because this one is like super serious rally. This one's like somewhere in between, so it kind of didn't stick out as much. But then Dirt 3 is like, dude, we're going to do Gymkhana, where you're going to have you drifting around things for points and hitting jumps, and they just went full arcade at that point. And they just had fun with it. So I feel like these are both good for different reasons, even though they're very different games. I can't remember if I even played Dirt 4. I don't even remember. Dirt 5, I think that's the one that I got a key for and I streamed, but like a lot of the content was like locked out. Or maybe that was Dirt Showdown. I got a review key, I think it was for Dirt 5, and I think I remember it just being, it was fine. I put it, like it functioned and it was okay, but it didn't have like, whatever, it was just, it worked, I think. I've actually been playing Dirt Rally 2.0 on my own time, like off stream, because I'm using a VR headset. Dirt Rally in VR is pretty fun. I'm gonna put it in good, because out of all the racing games I've played, like that use VR, it actually feels practical in Dirt Rally 2.0. I wouldn't quite say it's great, but it actually works for rally, because you want like that first-person perspective to see where turns are coming, and it's pretty immersive with a headset. And then you actually get to use a controller while wearing a headset inside of the car, and that's pretty fun. And that's how I spent most of Dirt Rally 2 playing the game, was in VR, and it's pretty great. So I don't know about Dirt Rally. I don't think I played it. I don't think I played Dirt Showdown, or if I did, I didn't play enough to remember. Ask Vanessa between Dirt Rally 2 and Assetto, because both have VR. Yeah, and that does play a factor, I think. Okay, Distance. Distance is good. I did stream this. It's great with a controller, and it's also great in VR. They've made a lot of additions to the game since they first put it on the store, and it was like early access in like 2015 or whatever it was. The game's actually complete now. Soundtrack is really good. It's got like this techno kind of synthwave that's like ominous and somewhat unsettling at points, and it's this weird story about like a cybernetic future. It's kind of like told through stages and little things as you play along, and you got like obstacle courses and you're flipping around in a car. It's a really unique concept, and it's well done. I don't think it's great, but damn, it's really good, and I'd strongly recommend putting it on your wish list. And if you play it in VR, get ready to get sick unless you have a good tolerance for VR headsets, because you're gonna be flipping around like a motherfucker. And that was a pretty fun stream where I got to play Distance. I don't think it was very entertaining for my viewers, though, because it was like a first-person perspective in my headset. So when you're streaming it, I think a lot of people get sick, and it can be a lot of movements taking place, so kind of makes for a less quality stream, and people are getting ill from the perspective. Drive to Survive, never played it. Drive Club, I never really played it. What is this? Drone Racers, never played it. Enthusia or whatever, never really played it. I recognize some of these. Excitebike 64, never really played it. Excitebike on NES, I don't even know if I consider this a racing game. I guess it is. I guess it is a racing game, if I'm being honest. God, where the fuck would I put it? Where does Excitebike go? I don't know. As a racing game, I guess it's fine. I mean, obviously at the time, Excitebike was fucking awesome in like the late 80s and, well, namely the late 80s. I think by the early 90s we had much cooler shit, but yeah, it's fine. I can't really say anything great about it, but I can't say anything negative. It's just Excitebike is Excitebike, you know? It's fucking Excitebike, yeah. Anybody who has a meaningful opinion of Excitebike should go and stay go. What? I don't know about that. My cousin had Excitebike 64 and it didn't look amazing, but I don't know. I can't really say. I think that's fair. Excitebike is fun as a racing game. Holy shit, here we go. F-Zero GX. Oh fuck. Alright. F-Zero GX. Damn. Where do we put you, motherfucker? The last of the F-Zero games. Where do you belong? Are you one of the goats? Are you great? What are you? Fuck. Dead franchise. Who would have thought this game was gonna fucking die on a GameCube and in arcades? Fuck, it might be a goat. No, I'm gonna put it in great. F-Zero GX is great. It's borderline being in one of my favorites. Damn. I mean, F-Zero GX, like, what can you say about it, dude? It's like high-speed racing, hover car racing action, where you're actually in control of the karts, right? There's lots of hover car racing games, like Wipeout and other stuff, but a lot of times the biggest problem with those is that they can be kind of hard to control. Because there's usually two problems with a hover car racing game. One is making it feel like you're controlling a hover car without also making it feel sluggish and shitty and you're just bouncing off of the walls. Like, how do you have to give it like a little drifty, floaty vibe, but if it's drifty and floaty when you're trying to control it, you end up smashing into walls and it doesn't feel like you're in control. And that was the biggest problem with Wipeout, and always has been, in my opinion. But F-Zero never has that. It also has a much stronger sense of speed. Like, when you're playing F-Zero, it feels like you're going like 3 times faster than the speed of sound, and you're just... but it never feels like you're going in a straight line, but you rarely just bounce off of walls. I honestly don't know how they capture that sense of speed while also giving you that perfect sense of control. Like, you know, a lot of times they'll have the cars on like tubes, where it's like inside of a pipe, or then other times they'll be on the outside of a pipe, and they're just going around in circles and doing loop-de-loops, and it doesn't even have fucking weapons. Like, it doesn't have like shooting or like power-ups that you pick up to attack enemies. You just like either bump into each other or spin into them like fucking Speed Racer Car Fu, or whatever the fuck they called it, and like try to take each other out. And it's this perfect balance between using your boost, which also lowers your armor. So it's like, do you sacrifice speed for your defense while you're racing? And GameCube's graphics for the F-Zero GX still holds up. Like, I still have my copy, and it's probably one of the best looking games on GameCube across the board. Not even just racing games. Like, it just looks fantastic and still holds up. Even if you're emulating it, it's like really underappreciated. And it also had a story mode, which is deliciously corny. They have like this 80s guitar riffs going off for some of the scenes. It's really good. A lot of the modes in the story mode, it's not just racing. They'll have like special scenarios where you're trying to outrun a rival while there's a rock slide happening and shit like that. So, like, yeah, it's definitely one of the greats for sure. How did Cruisin' get a new game in 15 years, but not F-Zero? Because Nintendo just likes to harbor their old IPs. Has anyone ever beaten F-Zero GX, though? Yeah, lots of fucking people. the developer of GX, has publicly said a bunch of times, please just let me do another F-Zero, please. Same guy who produced the Yakuza games and Super Monkey Ball, incidentally. Why does Nintendo keep saying no? We're well interested in this and we have been for at least 15 years. Nintendo hates its fans meme. Does Nintendo have a crippling fear of success and money? Yeah, apparently. I think they're just overly safe. So they're like, what's the thing that's making us money, and then we'll put more work behind that, right? So it's sort of like Animal Crossing. When the Animal Crossing game did really well on the DS, they were like, oh, well, let's shit out an Animal Crossing game for our console on Wii U, and they put out Animal Crossing, the board game, whatever the fuck it was called, Amiibo Festival. And everyone hated it. And then, like, years later, we finally get another Animal Crossing on Switch, and it sells like fucking hotcakes because it comes out just before a pandemic, and it became, like, everybody was playing it. Celebrities, because everybody's stuck at home, so everybody's playing Animal Crossing and decorating their shit. And then I think I've definitely noticed a lot more Animal Crossing things from Nintendo since then. So it's like whatever money is kind of popping up for anything that they put out there, that they just stick to that for a long time. Metroid too, like, as much as we like to complain, like, oh man, when was the last time we got a new Metroid? Dude, like, we've gotten a decent amount of Metroid. If you're looking at Metroid as, like, and comparing it to the rest of these Nintendo IPs that you don't get shit for, dude, Metroid gets a shit ton of stuff. We got Metroid Dread, right? That was more recently. Then we got Metroid Samus Returns on 3DS, which I streamed. That was 2017. And there was some shit like before that was like a disaster, like Metroid Federation or whatever the fuck, that they just shoehorned that crappy game and slapped Metroid's logo over it, but it wasn't really a Metroid game. But I think there were some other things since then that I can't really think of right now. But yeah, Metroid's been... Oh, and they also announced Metroid Prime 4, but that was back in 2017. We haven't heard a fucking thing about that. So wherever that thing is it's like in development hell. Lord knows what's going on with that. But, you know, and then there's the Metroid Prime series, when that was a thing. Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on the GameCube. And then you got Metroid Prime 3 on Wii, which in my opinion is one of the best Metroid games. Or at least the best version of Prime. It's like, I think it's one of the best games on Wii, easily, because it made proper use of motion controls and it actually worked well. I had a lot of fun playing the third one. But yeah, Metroid gets more love than most when it comes to Nintendo. I still gotta play Metroid Dread. I own it, but my plan is to beat Metroid Fusion first, because I beat Super Metroid for the first time a while back. And then I want to play Metroid Fusion, because that takes place after Super, and it ties in pretty heavily to Dread, and then I'll play Dread. So I'm like holding Dread hostage till I beat Fusion. Star Fox got more love than F-Zero? Dude, yeah, we got that Star Fox game in 2016. I think it was 2016. Using the Wii U gamepad and all that shit. It was super gimmicky. No, I haven't started Bayonetta 2 yet, but I do own it. I gotta play Bayonetta 2 before 3 drops. Anyway, totally getting sidetracked. So yeah, F-Zero GX goes there. F-Zero X on Nintendo 64. This is also fucking great. Totally deserves to be up there. They're right next to each other. I think GX is better than X in a lot of ways, in some ways, but X is... Yeah, there's some slight deviations, and you can say, like, all right, it comes back to this, right? It comes down to Burnout Takedown, Burnout Revenge. Cruisin' USA, Cruisin' World. The exact same shit. Both of these are fucking awesome, and you could debate about which one's being better than another, but just because a game is slightly better than another game doesn't put it in a whole new tier. Right? I think we can all agree on that. So F-Zero GX and X are both in the great category. Right? Seems fair. So, but now F-Zero F-Zero is good. Like, I love Outrun games, and even for an Outrun game, it's pretty exceptional with the graphics, the music. It's really good. I don't think, obviously, I think these ones are much better sense of speed, more characters to choose from, cooler levels, you know, like it's funner to race on these ones. But dude, for an Outrun style game, F-Zero is fucking good, but it's still like really simplistic. You know, there's only so much to do. You know, you've only got so many tracks. You play through a tournament. Yeah, it's probably one of the, I don't know. I think it belongs in good. That seems fair. I don't like the Super Nintendo version of F-Zero that much. It's still really good. The music's great. It feels good to play, but it's still like essentially like a dressed up Mario Kart on Super Nintendo, just Outrun style. That same kind of I forgot what it's called, like esoteric view or whatever, where things, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, F-Zero's good. Can't say anything bad about it. All right, these. Never played any of these before. None of these. Nothing. Not a big F1 guy. Nope. Didn't play it. Didn't play it. No, I think I might have played one of these, but I don't remember which one it was. I don't remember. Nope. God damn, these come out yearly? Holy shit. Oh god. Oh man. Yeah, I might have played one of these, but fucking lord if I remember anything from it. 2018, 2020, 21. F1 Challenge. F1 Race Stars. Ugh. Fast and Furious Crossroads. Oh, this is the new one, right? It's bad.
F1 more like F1000.
Yeah, that Fast and Furious Crossroads game is bad. It somewhat functions, but it's not like unfinished. It's just bad. Super shitty. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to fucking tell you. This is the Fast and Furious game that's on PS3, and I actually bought a copy of this, and I have it for PS3. Like, I'm looking at it right now, but I haven't played it yet, so I can't rate it. I wanted to stream it and laugh about how bad it was, but yeah, I can't. I'm sure it's absolutely hilarious or mid. Yeah, it's definitely not full price. Hey Vanessa, if you're there, this is starting to take up a lot of space. Did you say I could, if I come over here and then delete the row, it'll put it below all the other ones? So it puts it at the bottom, because this is really getting in the way of my tier list now. Click the gear and then delete the row. Yeah, okay. Delete. Wait, hold on. Delete row. They'll all be at the bottom. Okay, perfect. Add row below. Okay. There we go. Perfect. All right. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, let me start my music over again. All right, we're about to get into some... Oh, we're not quite at Forza. We got Flat Out. Let me stretch. Congratulations. Or sorry that happened. Click the gear. All right, here we go. Flat Out. Okay, Flat Out. Didn't really play. Sorry. I think maybe I played Fallout 1, or not Fallout, Flat Out 1 or 2 at one point, but I don't remember. I think I own them on Steam, but I haven't checked them out yet. Sorry. I hear Flat Out 1 and 2 are actually fucking awesome. But then once you got to like Ultimate Carnage and 3, it just really shit the bed. I watched like a video essay talking about them, but I haven't played them myself. Ford Racing 3. I think I did actually play one of these Ford Racing games on PS1 at my friend's house when I was in middle school. But I don't remember. These are all whatever. Throw these away. What is this? Fast and the Furious Forza? This is like DLC, isn't it? Whatever. Oh, okay, here we go. Now we're getting into the Forza. This is gonna be... okay. Forza Horizon 2. You have to give me a second. Man, this is, let me just do this over. Okay, so I played, here's the thing. I played Forza Horizon. I don't think I ever played Horizon 2 because it was originally an Xbox One exclusive and I was boycotting Xbox for the shit they were pulling when the console came out. And then by the time I would have even considered it, the third one came out. And I didn't play the third one either. So both of these, didn't play them. Forza 4, I did play. I remember I streamed it, and I was racing with like Vanessa and a few other people, and that was a lot of fun. That was like really well done. I liked the variety. The rally racing was really cool. I was extremely disappointed by the drifting. The drifting didn't carry me, like in the end game quite like I thought it would, but I still thought it was good. Yeah, it was just good. I'm tempted to put it in great, but I think that was mostly because I just had so much fun playing that game with like Vanessa and other people from the chat. And the environments were all, and it was fine. Like I'm not stoked when I talk about it, but I did have fun playing it. So good. I think it's good. Forza Horizon 5, haven't played yet. I got a Game Pass code that I could use and finally bust it out and play it. Haven't really played it yet. It's Forza. The only people who pronounce it Forza are Americans. I think it's the best game on the market right now for just mindless driving. What is Horizon 4 or 5? And then there's Forza Horizon 1. And I would take this. Bing, 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 bing. It's one of my favorites. I spent so much time playing the first Forza Horizon. And I think I can justify why the first Horizon's better than the fourth one that I played. And aside from the environment, because I actually preferred the open world in Forza Horizon 1, and I preferred the soundtrack. The customizations that were on that game, I felt like there was a lot more of them. I really liked the customization, and not to mention the drifting. The drifting in Forza Horizon was so satisfying that I still would go back and drift up and down the canyon that they had. And I'd still go back and play it, and it still felt really good. It was this perfect blend between arcade and like a little bit of sim. But of course that could be nostalgia and a lot of bias, but I just didn't feel the same way about Forza Horizon 4 as I did the first game. And I think it's based around how the cars control the soundtrack and just the overall like presentation. Also, I think Forza Horizon 4 had like a lot of gimmicky loot crate bullshit going on that I found kind of annoying, and Forza Horizon is a little bit more straightforward. Yeah, the game's fantastic. I don't know what else to say, man. I feel like part of me might be wrong for feeling this way, for putting Horizon in my favorites and not the fourth one, but if you add between the two games, which one would I go back and play again? I would play Horizon 1 again before I played Horizon 4. So even though the graphics are better on 4, right? They're the same fucking game. I mean, not really. Anyway, moving on. Forza Motorsport 2 is good. It's very good. It's the very first Forza game that I got into. I did play a little bit of the first Forza Motorsport on OG Xbox, but that was only because there was this real weird guy in the Marines that made me play it with him. And then when I was smoking him and kicking his ass in the game that he owned that I had never played, that like he even made me choose the same car as him, even though I don't like muscle cars, and I still beat his ass. He got mad and we stopped playing. So I can't speak to the first game, but the second Forza game came with my Xbox 360, and it had that's when I first discovered online custom community paint jobs, and they had like all these like anime characters and sweet designs, and I was like, holy shit, this is fucking awesome, you know? The custom paint jobs were so cool. The thing that sucked though is that they were tied to whatever car you bought. But I remember I would get out of work and come home, and I would spend just hours browsing through all the different cars with their different paint jobs. I would literally buy cars for the paint jobs that people had made for them and then try to make them work, like in the different tiers and stuff like that. And also in Forza 2, I think all-wheel drive cars, like four-wheel drive cars, were really strong. Like significantly better than a lot of the other cars in like B class or their respective classes because of the all-wheel drive. And a lot of the other Forzas after that, they nerfed the shit out of all-wheel drive. And then all-wheel drive got kind of shitty in like across the board, even if it was like a C tier or B tier class. Like they really started to suffer because I think they saw how busted they were. And when all four of your wheels are like hauling ass, you take off much faster. And in a game that's about a lot of like stop and go and turns and angles, and it's all about your acceleration, like four-wheel drive is like all-wheel drive cars are just king. So Forza Horizon 1 was still on Xbox 360. I mean, yeah, it is. But I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. Motorsport 3, definitely an improvement from the second game. Yeah, I think out of all the Forza games, the third one might be the fucking best. I'm almost half tempted to put it up here next to Horizon. Forza Motorsport 3 is... I think that's the pinnacle for the series. I think I'm gonna put it right here, but fuck man, that was a good one. That was a good one. Even though all-wheel drive cars got nerfed really bad in Forza Motorsport 3, the presentation, the music, the customization, they made it easier to find paint jobs for certain cars you want, or you could take paint jobs and put them on whatever you want, and then the players got the money. And they also had an incredible trailer for the third game showcasing drifting, and they had like really cool locations to like drift. Hold on, let me see if I can find this video. It's rare that I get to talk about or show this clip. I think it was Team Blackjack. Let me see. Forza. There it is. Forza Motorsport 3 Team Blackjack. Here it is. All right, check this shit out. Here we go. I think it's this one. Is this it? Yeah, this is okay. So, to give you some background, when they announced the mountain portion of the open world, or not open world, but they announced Fujimi Kaido. It's essentially like, here's the mountain drifting level for all you like drifters out there that like Initial D. So they had an announcement trailer, and the way they announced the trailer was there was a drifting team community on Xbox 360 for Forza Motorsport called Team Blackjack. So the developers reached out to Team Blackjack and then recorded footage of them drifting on the new mountain, and then turned it into this fucking sick trailer. So I'm just gonna let it play real quick. It'll probably mute my VOD, to be honest. It's probably gonna be copyright, but I'm gonna take that risk just so you guys can check this shit out because it's so good. So yeah, it's like all in-game footage of Team Blackjack drifting up and down the new mountain that they announced. No, hold on. This is the video. I'm gonna jump ahead, but like they fucked up the audio. The music's all fucked. Let me see if I can. There we go. We got a little bit more bass. I need that bass. I need to feel it when they fucking play the music. Is this it? Hang on. No, it's too quiet. All right, I think the best one's going to be this one right here. All right. Sorry. Here we go. Oh, wait. I'm getting lost. Hold on. Wait, is this the one I just played? All right, this is the good one. Got it. Dude, it still gives me like little chingles and jingles down my spine. Like, holy shit, this is all in game. Like they actually got in touch with like community members that play their games. Team Blackjack got them to like drift up and down the fucking mountain and gave them like this incredible footage to edit. Like, look at this. Like the synchronized drifting. Like, where's that part where the white Impreza almost fucking clips the wall? Where is that shit? and then they just all like follow the line. Oh, right here. Look at that. Look how fucking close they got to that wall. Oh my god, dude. This was one of the sickest trailers. And I remember I was working at GameStop at the time, so while I was working, this trailer would come up every once in a while. I would stop what I was doing and just watch the fucking trailer. Like, I'd be, like, processing used games and, like, doing all my fucking work or whatever. And I didn't care where I was in the store. I would, like, stop and look at whatever monitor I could see from wherever I was at. And I would watch that, and I was like, fuck, dude, I can't wait for Motorsport 3 to come out. Fuck, man, it got me so pumped. Shit is so sick. And the drifting in this is not easy, dude. Like, this is Motorsport 3. This isn't Horizon. Like, it's difficult to drift in this game. You have to, like, tune your car to, like, properly drift. And, like, still maintain control. Like, I could never really, I could get close to doing, like, some power sliding, but, like, the consistency and, like, simulated drifting that they're doing here is just, it's so much better than just, like, oh, yeah, they're drifting in, like, an arcade racing game. It's like, no, this is a simulator. These guys are so fucking badass. The idea that they're able to have this amount of precision and control in such a difficult game to drift properly in is just, gives you, like, a whole new respect for this whole trailer. Anyway, Forza Motorsport 3 fucking slaps. That's my point. It's the best in the series, in my opinion. Forza Motorsport 3. Now, I saw some of you guys say Forza Motorsport 4 is better, or Forza Motorsport 4 and 5 are like the same game, and they're literally not. Forza 4 is still really good. But it was around this time that Xbox started getting a lot more greedy with its microtransactions and selling you cars. It wasn't super bad, but it was there where they were like, withholding vehicles that were already completed. Like going from 3 to 4, that content existed, and even if they made some minor changes to the model, they were having you pay for it. Forza Motorsport 4 also had like there was a wireless driving controller for Xbox 360 that had like motion controls in it that actually worked pretty well, that they were trying to push. And this is, excuse me, they're also really trying to push Kinect on Forza Motorsport 4, where you hold up your hands and the Kinect reads how you're drifting. And they were really trying to implement a lot of that Kinect shit that was really unnecessary. One of the cool features that it did add for Forza Motorsport 4 is that they teamed up with Top Gear, I believe it was. And you could like explore vehicles either using the Kinect or using your controller, and it would give you like history on the vehicles, and you could get inside of it. They had like the DeLorean from Back to the Future, and you could click on little talking community points while exploring the car. And then the guy from Top Gear would pop in with his like English accent. It's like, now this is the DeLorean, from Back to the Future, and blah, 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 and give you like a history. And it's like, it's actually a terrible car, and it had lots of errors, and there was fatal injuries that took place, blah, 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 and just like giving you like all kinds of interesting facts about it. And so, I mean, I appreciated that stuff, but most of that existed just because they were trying to get people to use the Kinect, and they wanted to use people to use the Kinect to explore cars and shit like that. So they did add some cool stuff, but they withheld a lot of content, and they were pushing Kinect. A lot of the levels were really cool. It started getting a little bit more arcadey with Forza Motorsport 4. But it was still good, gameplay-wise, 3 and 4 were very similar. But yeah, they started to really start to lean into that shittiness that you see from Microsoft now. So yeah. Oh, you said that about Horizon, not Motorsport. Okay, cool. Because I was about to say, Forza Motorsport 5 was a launch title for Xbox One, and yeah, they went full fuck you with this game. I almost want to put it in bad. I think I will put it in bad. Forza Motorsport 5 withheld so much content when it was released, because Microsoft wanted a game to sell their consoles, but everybody was boycotting them because of the shit they pulled when the Xbox One was first announced. So they kind of either intentionally withheld a lot of like cars, tracks, and content to sell it to you later, or that shit just wasn't even ready and they pushed it out. It had, going from Forza Motorsport 4 to 5, it had a fraction of the tracks, a fraction of the cars. A lot of that was released later in microtransactions that you had to buy. The graphics weren't even, I don't even think they were better, honestly. I think they were about the same. It was a new console, but the games didn't look that much better. Just because a game is on a new console doesn't mean that game is necessarily going to look better than the older one. I mean, it might have looked a little bit better, but nothing that could possibly justify all the lack of content and other shit. So yeah, fuck that game. I remember everybody being really pissed off. A lot of Forza Motorsport fans were pretty pissed. So, yeah, I'm sure if you played it now, I don't know why you would, but with all the content and being finished and buying it at a fraction of the cost, maybe it's fine, but wow, dude, fuck that game. That's why you love Forza M4. Okay, so I don't know about 6. I didn't play 6. Or 7. I haven't played any of those. Oh, here's Forza 1. From what I did play of Forza 1, I mean, I think it was fine, but I didn't play it enough to really have an opinion, so I'll just put it in can't judge. Whenever the new Forza will be, probably shit. Yeah, if I really had an itch to play Forza, I'd probably just go back and play, like, Forza Motorsport 3 or 4, or like Horizon if I wanted open world. Actually, no, that's not true. I would probably play Horizon 5 for the first time, since I got that Game Pass. Anyway, Freakstyle. Freakstyle is a motocross racing game that's kind of like, it's literally SSX. It's from EA Sports, big. From the same development team that did SSX, and they were like, okay, well, let's do the same thing, but instead of snowboards, we're gonna do the same shit and it's motocross. I think what they wanted to do is start making like a franchise revolving around that style of engine, kind of like how Hydro Thunder got popular, and then they tried to make Four Wheel Thunder, which was like a off-road monster truck racing game instead of boats, but you know, it just didn't take off. So it was good. I didn't think it was great. You could do tricks on your motorcycles that were like really over the top, much like SSX. But you know, I don't know, just kind of, it was just fine. Like, it was good. It functioned. It was a great motocross game. The tricks were cool. I mean, just imagine SSX, but you're on a motocross thing. And it was actually pretty challenging too. It was not an easy game. So, I mean, it was good. I almost might even put it in fine. Probably put it in fine. Like, you go back and play, like, it functions, and it's fun enough, and the tricks are cool and everything, but it's just, you don't really want to go back to play it, and, yeah, there's just something missing. It's almost like they're trying to emulate that same success they had with SSX, but fall short, for whatever reason. So... starting to remember. Smurf had a racing game on PS1. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Fuel. I don't think I played Fuel. No. No, I don't think I played Fuel. Full Auto 2. I think I owned Full Auto 1, maybe? I don't remember, though. Can't remember. Garfield. Where's the meme tier? Fucking Garfield Kart. Garfield Kart is bad. It's both of them. I played them both. They have terrible physics, but they're super funny because Garfield. I mean, they're not unfinished. They're definitely worse than eh. A Garfield Kart is just a meme, dude. It's funny. It's bad, but they're funny. I can't believe I actually played as much of it as I did. I just think that you're so intrigued by the memes, you want to play it and see how bad it really is, but then you find that it's not that bad, it's just bad. You expect it to be super shitty where like, you know, your car falls to the floor and it's some kind of janky shit where you bounce off of the wall into space or something, but no, it's just, the physics just aren't great. You'll get, you know, you'll hit something and get stuck and kind of pop up for a second, but it's not like, yeah, it's not like hilarious. It's just whatever. Yeah, both of them, they're like the same engine too. They're like the same fucking game. I think the only difference is more content, quote unquote, like more carts and shit. The map was massive. And fucking Tornadoes and Sandstorms fuel map was about 6,000 square miles for fuel. Is that on Steam? Hang on. Let me bring up my Steam real quick. I'm checking. Oh, it's not. Fuel is not on Steam. Alright, well. This is bad. Weird, because Full Auto 1 was a 360 game and 2 was a PS3 exclusive. It's on 360 and PS3? Well, shit, that might be worth finding then. I didn't realize it was that cool. Oh, Gas Guzzlers Extreme. It used to be on Steam a long time ago. It got delisted like 12 years ago. Oh, that fucking sucks. I wonder what a key goes for that game. Like on a third-party site, maybe you can still get it. Sort of like Grid, like the original Grid game. You can buy like a key for that. It's not a good game. You put it in bad. Oh shit, never mind. I thought you were singing its praises. I needed to check that out. Gas Guzzlers Extreme is fine. I actually played through a big majority of that game back in like 2015. It was one of the few games at the time where I streamed. I like in 2015 I would stream anything and everything that I was playing. If I was playing a game, I felt obligated to be live. And I still kind of somewhat feel that way these days, but it's not as bad, which I think is good. I think it's important to play games off stream. But at the time, I would rarely let myself do that. And in 2015, I would play Gas Guzzlers Extreme off stream, and I had a lot of fun playing it. I was really surprised at how good it was, but it's not. But I think it was, you know, it wasn't quite but it wasn't like, oh shit, I gotta recommend this one, like for sure. It was just fine. It was that nice middle ground where it was good enough to keep playing. Yeah, the physics were pretty solid. You could buy this game on sale on Steam for probably like less than $5. And I'd recommend it for like less than $5. It's worth checking out and playing if you're in the mood for a racing game where you like smash into other cars and you can pick up power-ups and weapons and stuff. It's actually not that bad. But massive map with sandstorms and tornadoes and shit. It controlled like shit and the AI were an absolute joke. Would not recommend. Oh, well, that's the full review. Gotcha. Gear Club, don't think I played it. Gran Turismo 2. Getting into the Gran Turismos. Alright, well first let's knock out the ones I didn't really fucking play. I guess I haven't played... Did I play 6? Oh fuck, maybe I played more of these than I thought. Okay, I didn't play the very first Gran Turismo. Or if I did, I don't remember shit. Gran Turismo 2 was a big deal when it came out. This was like the first big simulator racing game on PlayStation, and it was fucking everywhere. My friends owned it, everybody owned it. It's been so long though, I don't know where I could rate it. Probably put it under fine. For a PlayStation 1 racing simulator game, it's fucking incredible. But it's dated in a lot of ways, which is the problem with hyper realistic simulator style games, is that after some time, a lot of the times they don't hold up anymore. So I remember it, I mean, it deserves some credit because of, I feel like it's Gran Turismo 2 that really fucking kicked the franchise up. That was the one that was really popular. But now if you like crash your car, it just kind of bounces around and shit. I think even in Fast and the Furious 1, one of the Asian dudes before the big drag race, you could see him in his car and he's playing Gran Turismo 2 on a PlayStation that he had put inside of his car. So quite fond of GT1, but GT2 I don't really care about to go back to them. GT3 was amazing. GT4 is the best in the series. My favorite simulator racing game of all time, and it's not close. Wow. GT3 was amazing, but 4 was the best, like the GOAT. Wow. Didn't play 5 or 6 or 7. Sports single player. All right. So, Gran Turismo 3. It's good. It's really good. The soundtrack was fucking awesome. You had to like earn your licenses, and the races were really fucking cool. I actually spent a decent amount of time playing this one. Not quite as much as some of the Forza games, but I think it's one of the best out of all the Gran Turismos that I've played. It was a big seller on the PS2. I mean, it's great. Gran Turismo 4, I didn't play as much, but I did play it. I didn't play it as much as I played the third one, and I did admit that it was really good, but honestly, I can't remember anything on a personal level from when I was playing it that made me like it more than 3. But I definitely can't think of anything that made it less than 3. So I both kind of put them in good, personally. But that's going me based off of my memory of playing it. Like, obviously, you're saying it's the fucking GOAT, it's the best Gran Turismo ever made and all this. I'm like, fuck, man, I don't remember it being like that for me. So, who knows? Maybe my opinion would be better if I went back and played it, but, played GT4 fairly recently and knocked off 2015 gold medal for my first finish. Legendary GT4. Had endurance races, and I love some endurance racing too. Alright, well, I think these belong next to each other. If possible, like, maybe I could put GT4 in great if I went back to revisit, and that could change. Gran Turismo 5. Gran Turismo 5 is fine. The graphics are even better than Gran Turismo 3 and 4, but, like, 5 had, like, a really cool system for like taking photos of your cars, and like everything looked really hyper realistic, but at the same time the content was way too controlled for me to enjoy it. Like, I jump into the game and it's like, oh, you gotta use a fucking go-kart, or oh, you gotta use this fucking car, or oh, you gotta use this, and I'm like, I want to buy cars and then use the cars that I want to use, and I just feel like it controlled the player's experience way too much to where it was very difficult to get into. You're like, man, you want me to grind to get to the point that I'm enjoying the game that I'm playing? Like, that's how it felt. It was definitely a step up graphically, but fuck, man, they really fucked up the execution. Second best-selling PS3 game. Well, there was so much hype building up to this. Gran Turismo 5 was in development for like 7 fucking years or something. It took forever for this fucking shit to come out. They even released and sold a demo of Gran Turismo 5. I forgot what they called it before the full release. Just to be like, look, we need some money. This thing's still in development. Here's a taste. I don't know. It was if I had to say anything, it's an overcooked game. They overcooked the shit out of that thing. Yeah, Prologue. That's what it was called. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. it was fine. It had a lot of shortcomings, but it was still really pretty and functioned. Didn't play 6. Didn't play 7. Gran Turismo Sport. I have conflicted feelings about Gran Turismo Sport. Because it's really fun, and I like the way the cars handle. I don't like that it's always online. I don't like how I'm not able to like look around my car using the stick. You can just look forward or look behind you, I think. It was limiting in a lot of ways, but damn, it looked really good. Gran Turismo Sport is fucking pretty. You can take like these screenshots of your car and it looks like a real photo of a car. Like I actually did that at one point. I think I took some pictures of my vehicle and it was like it was my car on a Shinjuku street. And I can't remember who it was. I think I was showing it to a friend or something like that, and they was like, "Oh, I thought that was a real car." Like, what the fuck? Like, it looks so fucking impressive. But the always online and multiplayer focus does kind of like hinder the experience for like single player stuff and some of the controls and stuff. So I have very mixed feelings about that. I think it's fine. There's aspects that I think are really good, and then other parts that are eh. So I think it belongs right here in the middle. Gran Turismo 5 had a dynamic day-night cycle for long races, which they acted like was something nobody had ever done before. Again, Road Trip Adventure did that in 2003. Forza Motorsport did that shit too. You can call it dynamic all you want, but like the transition from day to night, Forza Motorsport had that. But Gran Turismo is not going to acknowledge Forza Motorsport. Kind of issue with sport then. Well, sport. If you're not interested in competitive online racing with penalties and whatnot, there's not a lot to get it for. Well, I mean, that's not to say that you wouldn't get it for multiplayer, right? Like, when I was playing Forza Motorsport, I spent most of my time playing online against people. But it was nice to be able to do some single player content, and it had the same issue where it was like controlling who I raced and how I raced. And that's the thing that bothers me. Like, even if I was looking for a race online, there's like, these are the rules. It varies from person to person. These are restrictions on the vehicle you pick. And it became too hindering. And I prefer Forza for that. Because a lot of Forza's races, even online, is revolving around... yeah, but you didn't do any online on sport, right? No, I did. I did play online on sport. I don't think there's another way to play it unless you're online. But you mean like multiplayer? Yeah, I did play it in multiplayer, I believe. And I remember it was difficult to find races using the car that I wanted to use. Whereas like Forza, they're just like, oh, here we have tier C and tier B and A. What class do you want to race? And then they throw you in there. And sometimes they'd have limitations on like, well, what's your, is this front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, all wheel drive cars, making sometimes limited. But for the most part, they would just like leave it open. Like, if your car is A class, then you can race A class. And I think that's a much better way to handle it. Other than Bab's paint jobs, yeah, but you didn't do any online on sport. Sports mostly just has Gran Turismo 3 and 4 races, and pretty much every race is one of those two. Yeah, and the number one factor that I liked about Gran Turismo Sport is that Babs paint job that you made. Like, that was my favorite thing of the whole fucking, like, the color scheme and the Photoshop, or not the Photoshop, but like the picture of Babs put on the side. That's my fondest memory of that game. Because that was like the coolest paint job. And honestly, it's the number one reason that I want to go back and play it. If I'm like, oh man, that paint job was sick, I should go back and play that. This is why I gave you a GT3 Impreza paint job in particular, since that's where the multiplayer racing is at. But we never did have a race, and you never streamed any multiplayers if you did them. I honestly don't remember if I streamed it or not. It's been so long. But yeah, I still have that copy of the game and everything. Shit was cool. Maybe I should go back and give it another shot, but I feel like Fine is still where it belongs. It'd be fun to go back and race, because we never got to do that, and that was kind of fucked up. Oh, gravel? This game is pretty eh. It's pretty bland and boring. It's super. It's like off-road, but it might as well be on fucking ice or on street. It's a super cheap racing game. You can get it on PSN for like $3 or some shit, but it's like it's not really worth playing in my opinion. It's super below average in this day and age. You can get it on PS4. The graphics are okay, but just like it comes down to physics, man. Physics are super important. Would be nice to get some screenshots of your cars together. Yeah, maybe we should do that and I don't even stream it. Yeah, we could like do that like off stream. I don't know. Maybe later. If I'm still up later tonight, maybe I'd be down for that. Grid 2. Grid 2 is fine. Maybe even good. I think it's fine. It works. I don't think it's as good as the first game. It was kind of limiting in certain aspects, and the drifting was still really fun. I don't know. I could put it in good. I guess it's good. I mean, I'm not very enthusiastic. I mean, I don't know. It was a downgrade from the first game, so it's hard to be excited about it. But it's fine. I think I'll put it in fine. I like Grid 2 a lot. My cloud save fucked up your real save. Almost finished the story mode. Yeah, the drifting was pretty cool, and the presentation was pretty good. I mean, it's somewhere in between here, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it's good. I think it's probably better than a lot of these other ones because it has personality and it felt more fun to drive, but yeah. Grid Autosport, this is the one where... Oh wait, no, I don't think I played this one. No, never mind, I'm confusing this one. I didn't play this one. Now this is the reboot for Grid that I got a review key for. And this one was... Yeah, if Grid 2 is good, Grid, the reboot, is fine. It's borderline because of the way they handled it. Even though I got a review key for this game, the racing and physics weren't super engaging. It functioned, but it wasn't really memorable. And it did this stupid bullshit where they released the game in chunks. So when the game first came out, there was only so many tracks and so many cars, and then like the idea was to release more of the game in season pass form. So it's like, oh, here's some more tracks, here's some more cars, here's some more tracks and more cars, but that model has never worked. You need to have a solid foundation for your game that people want to play and recommend. But if you release a game and it's literally a fraction of the completed product and release the rest of the game as it comes out, like you're just gonna piss people off, or people, by the time more content comes out, people have already moved on, they don't want to go back to it. Like if you make a solid game and then expand upon it, then that's great and it gets people to come back. But Grid was very much the let's go ahead and develop like a quarter of the game, put it out there, see how it does, and then we'll release more of the game completed as it comes out. And every time I've seen that, it doesn't pan out. It's super shitty. They did that with Hitman. They did that with this motocross game on 360. I forgot what it was called. And because like the new game would come out and you're like, damn, the game's only $20. Wow, I wonder why it's $20. And you check online and people are like, yeah, it's $20 because you buy it for 20, bring it home, find out this is essentially a fraction of the content or a demo, and then you spend like another $20 or $40 on DLC to get the rest of the content, which is the most scumbag ass shit. So I can't really support that, and I think it shot themselves in the foot. So like it functions okay, and it had enough content where I didn't feel like a demo, and so I just put it in fine because it actually played okay. But yeah. What else we got? Oh, Grip. Oh shit, Grip. Okay, Grip is essentially Roll Cage, but it's like a modern Roll Cage. it's pretty cool, like, as a concept, and it's pretty well done, but it's still, last I played it was a little rough around the edges. Sometimes you clip something that it didn't look like you'd clip it, and your car would flip through the air. It's easy to lose control, but it's still really cool. Like, I respect the idea of them bringing back Roll Cage and just calling it something else. I should probably go back and play it, since it's been a few years since I last played it, when it was still somewhat early access. Maybe it's better now, but I just for the way the car's controlled and like the physics and interacting with the track and like rocks and stuff. Yeah. I can't quite put it in good because it's a little lacking in certain areas, but great concept and done well enough. Definitely put it in fine. Hey, what's up, June? Yeah, dude, Blur is up at the top. Blur's the GOAT. Or what is this? Groove Rider? Never heard of it. GT Legends? Nope, never played it. H2 Overdrive! I think I played this in arcades maybe, but I don't remember anything from it. It's like essentially supposed to equal to, or like the update to Hydro Thunder, right? Oh, Horizon Chase Turbo. I played that. I streamed it. I unlocked a bunch of the cars and content because I got a key for it when it first came out. And then when I tried to revisit it, like years later, I came back and my save file wasn't there anymore. And I tried to copy my save file back over from my old computer because I guess it didn't have Steam saves or something like that. Or there was an update, I don't remember. And I couldn't get my save file, so I haven't played it since then. But it's a great outrun game. It's got like the 3D graphics, but it's essentially like tracks that you drive around and try to collect coins to unlock more vehicles and stuff. So for an outrun style game, it's pretty good. Like, it's a pretty great outrun. The graphics aren't necessarily going to blow you away. It's not stylized or anything. It's just, you know, it's a charming little outrun game with unlockables. Worth checking out, but it's not fucking mind-blowing or anything. Hot Wheels, beat that. Hot Wheels, didn't play 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 that. Hot Wheels Turbo Racing, I think I played it once at a friend's house, but I don't remember. Hot Wheels Unleashed, that's the new one. I didn't get a review key for it, so I didn't really get a chance to play it. I watched some other streamers play it, and it looked either okay or bad. I saw a lot of people, like, taking shortcuts on the track by, like, jumping off, like, hitting a ramp and boosting or something, and then cutting out half of the course. So, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't play any of this shit. Hot Wheels. Oh, here we go. Hot Shot Racing? Yeah, now we're talking. Hot Shot Racing is, at the very least, good. Hot Shot Racing is really fucking fantastic. I almost want to put it in great, but essentially Hot Shot Racing is taking, like, virtual racing, like, from the 90s with, like, the slightly low poly looking models that make it look like it's a Sega Saturn game, and turn it into but it's like a modern take on like a Sega Saturn virtual racing game. And it's fucking fast. It's got this incredible sense of speed when you're like boosting and drifting around corners. Like everything feels super intense. They even have like a mode where your car constantly gets faster and faster, to the point that you're just doing these insane breakneck speeds, and you're just trying not to like blow up by running into the wall, I think. Multiplayer races were also super damn fun, like racing against friends. Really underrated racing game. I almost want to put it in great, but I don't know. I haven't gotten back to it, like replayability. So it's pretty fun to like unlock stuff and characters, but it does kind of feel limited on reasons to keep on coming back and play. As fun as the gameplay is, so I definitely put it in the good category. For sure, worth checking out. Yeah. Hot Shots Racing is on PS4, and it's also on Switch. And I've seen Hot Shot Racing go on sale for like $3, sometimes $5. Totally worth picking up. Keep your eyes peeled for that game if you see it going on sale. Okay, here we go. Hydro Thunder Hurricane. Now, there's a big difference between Hydro Thunder, the arcade game, and then Hydro Thunder Hurricane, which was a downloadable title on Xbox 360, possibly PS3. Both of these games are fucking awesome. I'm gonna put Hydro Thunder is going up here. The 360 game goes in great. I know my friend Action Adams. We used to play this game on 360 back in the day, and he was a monster at that game. Like on the leaderboards, I think he had like one of the highest, or if not number one of the highest times for like the ice level. The physics in like of the boats bouncing up and down in the water was really satisfying, and it had a lot of extra cool levels. The boats were fucking sick. There was unlockables. Online functioned really well. It was super fun to play, and it was essentially a glow up from Hydro Thunder, which is also really good. You could put Hydro Thunder up here with Hurricane, and that's the thing I'm kind of debating right now, is whether or not the arcade original is worth being up here next to this one that's great or not. Because this one had way more content, a lot of levels were way more fun, there's more vehicles, the online was cool. This one had some bullshit in it, it didn't have as much content going on for it, but it's still really good. I would go back and play Hurricane before I would play Hydro Thunder. Especially if this is, and that's assuming that this is Hydro Thunder, the arcade game, and not Hydro Thunder, the game that's on Dreamcast. Because Hydro Thunder on Dreamcast hasn't aged as well as you think it would as it would have visually. The graphics are not super pretty on the Dreamcast version. So even if this is like pinnacle arcade version, I'd probably put it in about good if you went back to play it. Hurricane, though, it was a Xbox 360 downloadable title. Shit still holds up pretty fucking well. Just a better version of this, to be honest. Import Tuner Challenge. Okay, so Import Tuner Challenge is what they called it in North America, but it is actually Tokyo Extreme Racer X in Japan. And I don't know what it is with localization teams, but Tokyo Extreme Racer is such an incredible series. And Tokyo Extreme Racer games already exist in the US. So I don't know why they wouldn't want to use an existing title that for an IP that people would recognize, because there's already fans of Tokyo Extreme Racer. So why would you bring it over and then call Tokyo Extreme Racer X Import Tuner and give it like a generic cover that nobody's going to recognize? That was such a big problem for Tokyo Extreme Racer when it came over to the States. Even the PSP game that was supposed to be Tokyo Extreme Racer, they called it fucking Street Supremacy or some shit. And I didn't even know Street Supremacy was Tokyo Extreme Racer until like fucking, I don't know, 6-7 years ago? I was like at a half-price Books and I saw the PSP game, Street Supremacy, and I grabbed it and I looked at the back of it with the screenshots and I was like, wait. I was like, this is fucking Tokyo Extreme Racer. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even know Tokyo Extreme Racer was on PSP. But like the front of the cover just looks like some other bullshit. So Import Tuner Challenge is really good. I almost want to put it in great because it's a Tokyo Extreme Racer game with Xbox 360 graphics. I think I will put it here, actually. The only downside was that if you did come to a complete stop in Import Tuner Challenge, there was something weird about the engine where it wouldn't let you get up to speed really fast. Like, you couldn't just, like, floor it, peel out, and get up to speed real fast. Like, The game, regardless of upgrades or anything, you could have a fully upgraded car. It could be all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, didn't matter. If you came to a full stop in Import Tuner Challenge, you had to, like, it would go real slow, it'd be like, and it wasn't until you got up to like 60 miles per hour. You would seriously go from 0 to 60 in like fucking 6 to 8 seconds. Maybe even longer. It just felt forever before you get to 60, and then your engine would really kick in, and that's it takes you longer to get from 0 to 60 than it took you to go from like 60 to 200. It was so weird. It wasn't a thing in the settings or any of that shit. It just, yeah, I don't know. But that was like the most negative thing I could say about it. I mean, Import Tuner Challenge is literally Tokyo Extreme Racer. You go around flashing your lights at other rival gangs, race them and beat them, and when you beat all of the gang, their boss shows up and you beat the boss. There's wanderers that you go and flash your lights at that have like special requirements for them to even accept your challenge. And if I had to describe it, Import Tuner Challenge is almost more of a fighting game or a racing game than it is a fighting game or an adventure game than it is a racing game. Because I used to ask I have a friend, it's actually Action Adams, the same guy that was really good at Hydro Hurricane. He would say, he doesn't play a lot of racing games. And I'd be like, hey man, why don't you play like Forza Motorsport with us? Or why don't you play this with us? And, you played Tokyo Extreme Racer, why don't you play these other ones with us? And he's like, well, it's because Tokyo Extreme Racer feels more like an adventure game than it does a racing game. And I really thought about it. I'm like, oh shit, he's kind of right. Like, you're going out onto the highway and looking for opponents and searching like the highway for the next person to challenge or be challenged, and all these little secret enemies or secret rivals to figure out how to race them. And yeah, so Tokyo Extreme Racer in general, not just even Import Tuner Challenge, is great. I don't think it's the best in the series, but I fucking love it. And I've streamed it more than a handful of times on my channel, and usually nobody fucking knows what the fuck it is. And I think I raced one of my friends on Import Tuner Challenge a few times back in like 2015 on 360. I wish I still had some of that footage. I think I might have some highlights that I made of me racing him if you go really far back in my channel. But yeah, that game is it's one of my faves. I wouldn't say it's like up here, but it's like as a racing game, it's definitely great, right? Like I love it like the same way I love like Burnout 2 and all these other ones, but not quite the best in the Tokyo Extreme Racer series, but extremely underrated. To me, it didn't have Skyline. Which one didn't have a Skyline? There were Skylines in Import Tuner Challenge. Yeah, one of the final bosses in Import Tuner Challenge had it was a Skyline. Yeah, it was the Emperor. He had like this blue. Or actually, maybe he was not one of the last bosses. I think he might have been one of the first major bosses. I think he was called Angel or something. I don't know. I think I'm confusing the Emperor and Angel. But yeah, he used the Skyline, and you could buy it after you beat him. And I think they had regular Skylines too. Yeah, Garfield is god tier. Oh yeah, I played this on stream. Inertia Drift. So the thing that makes this game pretty unique and stand out is that you drift using both arcade stick, or like both sticks. You got the left stick and the right stick. So you control the car steering with the left stick, and then the right stick would control how much you would stick out the back of the car to slide. So it sounds kind of weird, but it is pretty unique and pretty fun at first. It's got a story mode that's kind of like throwaway. A lot of the levels end up looking the same, but the control scheme is unique enough to where I think it's still worth checking out, just because of the control scheme, like using the left stick to like control your car and steer to the right, and then using your right stick to have the back part of your car swing out to the left, so it like determines how much you drift and slide around corners, and it works surprisingly well. So totally worth checking out, but at the same time, like the game all just kind of blends together for the most part, as fun as it can be. It gets kind of repetitive. I think it needed more variety in locations, and some of the tracks could have been more fun. So, I mean, it's definitely worth checking out. It's not bad, but I wouldn't put it up here with, like, good. Oh, shit. The Initial D games. Oh, which ones are these? Oh, this is going to be difficult. Okay, Initial D. I think this is the arcade game. I think these are the arcade games. I didn't really start playing Initial D until like Infinity. Which was it? Like 5 Infinity or something? So I don't know. I think that was the arcade game. This is the other arcade game. I don't think I played these. Okay, I did play Extreme Stage, which is the Initial D, essentially the Initial D arcade game, but on PS3. And the physics are kind of like Initial D3, the arcade game, which is kind of dated at this point, but it's not bad. It's a pretty honest attempt at trying to emulate Initial D arcade racing, but on PS3. I don't think it's... Wait. Yeah, that's the one that's on PS3, right? Yeah, I think this is the one that's on PS2. I didn't play this one. But yeah, the one on PS3 is really good. Not quite as good as the arcade. Maybe it was more comparable to the arcade version when it was, you know, Initial D3. When it came out on PS3. But now if you go back and play it, the arcade games are vastly better in how they handle control, physics, and everything. But it's still like a great attempt at doing that. So iRacing, I don't think I really played it yet. I think I own it. Jack's Combat Racing, never really played it. Jet Moto 2. Okay, damn. Jet Moto 2 is... Fuck, where does Jet Moto go? Jet Moto 2 is good. Jet Moto is really good. The second one added more content, had more tracks, and this is, out of all the Jet Motos, I think most people would agree that Jet Moto 2 is the best. That being said, Jet Moto and Jet Moto 2, not vastly different overall. There's things that I like about Jet Moto 1. I liked some of the tracks a lot better in Jet Moto 1. There's more tracks in the second one, and some of those are also really great, but in the first Jet Moto, they had comic book style characters. Like they had like this 90s comic book artist do almost all the art for the game, and it's got this charming early PlayStation's vibe that I can't really describe to you. I just love the heavy shaded comic book art and the levels, like driving around in a like destroyed Los Angeles that's been taken over by water, and you're just, you know, riding over it with hover bikes. I think in a lot of ways Jet Moto 2 is borderline being in great, because I do think the second one's better than the first one, but I love the charm of the first game more. So it's really hard for me personally to put one above the other. I feel like I should put Moto 2 in great, but man, they're pretty equal to me, so I'm just going to put them both in good. The reason I don't put them in great is because Jet Moto's AI is bullshit. The rubber banding is fucking unfair. It's like, it can be pretty frustrating. The graphics are pretty fucking ugly now. The PlayStation, like, pixelated, jaggy models are pretty hard to look at, despite as charming as the game as a whole can be. So it's got a lot of shortcomings. There's a lot of parts of it that have been dated, but it's still worth playing now. So that being said, Jet Moto 3 was not as good as either 1 or 2. Jet Moto 3 was in a lot of ways a downgrade. The levels got a little too complex. Something about it lost a lot of the charm from the first and second games. It's really hard to pinpoint on one thing. Just playing it and the experience of playing it, the overall presentation lost that charm. I don't know how else to put it. You know, it's fine, it still functions and the physics and stuff, but there was something lost in the third one. Yeah. Let's see, Juiced 2. Juiced 2 is... Juice 2 is fine. Yeah, it's not crazy. In a lot of ways, it's pretty different than the first Juiced game. I'd say one of the biggest shortcomings of Juiced 2 on Xbox 360 was the fact that your progression in single player and your progression online were completely separate. So if you were playing single player and you're unlocking a bunch of cars and earning a bunch of money and customizing shit, and then you're like, oh, this is cool. All right, let's go online, see how I do. If you go to online, online is its own separate career mode. So if you're racing up against people, if you're going to multiplayer, you're literally starting with nothing. You have no money. You got no fucking cool cars. You don't have shit. No customizations. And the way that you progress is that you have to race against other people. So, it literally is its own separate career. So in the same way you were driving around in single player, you drive around and try to start races with other players. So when you're at the very bottom base level of your multiplayer career, that's where most of the people are, because most of the people are starting out, right? So you do some races with other real people instead of like AI. You know, you have to have at least, I think there was some requirements like, at least one other person before you can start this race, and then the rest could be AI, or it needs to be at least four real people, and then and then they'll fill in the rest or something like that, and then you can do the race, and then you progress your career, and then there's different sections of the career. It's almost like an open world sort of situation where it's like you go from being base level and you get to the next rank, and then you get to the next rank, and then it opens up more sections. Kind of like Crash Team Racing or Diddy Kong, if I remember right, where it's just like you open up new areas. But here's the problem. Once you get to a certain point in the game, you get higher and higher ranked, there's less and less people to race against. So once you get to like a high enough rank, you're like, okay, to start this race, you need at least this many people. Nobody's in this rank. Or the game's been out so long that people aren't really playing it anymore, so now you can't fucking find anybody to race. You're stuck. Now you can only race people at the lower levels because that's where it's more populated. So you're like, what the fuck? I want to use my faster cars or my more decked out vehicles or my higher ranked vehicles that I can't use on the lower races. So it just fucked itself. You know? The customization was cool, the music was alright, it handled alright. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking having their own multiplayer section. I mean, the idea if you had enough players that were populating your game, I'm sure it would be cool in some ways, but I just assume let the player use the stuff they earned in single player. But yeah, it just kind of shot itself in the foot. Like it became impossible to progress and do the higher races, you know? You need good parts to do well in multiplayer, but you need to do well in multiplayer to get money for parts. Yeah, exactly. Catch-22 is probably the best way to put it. So, there we go. All right, Juiced 1. Juiced 1, I probably would say is a little bit better than Juiced 2 in a lot of ways. The cars, like the physics for Juiced 1, which was originally an OG Xbox game, the way the cars move and handle, like the cars have more weight. The sound felt more bassy for the cars when they would take off, and like the muffler sounds, and presentation was a little bit cooler. Well, actually, not so much the presentation. Like Juiced was like, a lot of the races were taking place during the day, and Juiced 2 was trying to capitalize on night street racing most of the time. So, two completely different vibes. Also, it's pretty funny because when you start the game for Juiced, they're like, "What phone do you want?" Like they had a like partnership with, I think it was like Motorola phones. So at the start of the game, they're like, "What flip phone do you want?" And they have like fucking these old 2000s flip phones that they look. Some of them look like Blackberries or some shit. Where it's, wow, which awesome state-of-the-art Motorola flip phone do I want to use that would pop up on my screen when I got phone calls from other racers? You know, it's just pretty funny. So it's kind of charming in that same way where you're like, you can go back and play and go, wow, this is from the fucking early 2000s. So it's really cool in that way. I can't remember. I don't think really Juiced 2 had that. It just kind of feels like an older racing game that had some shortcomings and tried to do some stuff that didn't work. So yeah, Juiced 1 is what goes in good, I think. I think this is pretty... Yeah, it's pretty solid. Connect Joyride. Remember how Need for Speed Underground 2 had a fucking Singular mobile phone service? Oh my god, isn't that hilarious that they had partnered with Singular Wireless? And Singular is like one of the fucking most poor, ghetto, cricket-ass phone companies out there. The icon for the phone was a Singular. Yeah, dude, and that partnership that they did with Singular Wireless is like one of the biggest reasons that we don't get another Need for Speed Underground, because that shit is so hardwired into like the game's display and all this other shit. It's all those whack-ass weird advertisements and partnerships that we don't get a re-release of everyone's favorite Need for Speed game. Connect games go in the garbage. Connect Joyride, if you've actually played it, it's eh. It's actually not the worst thing ever, but it's not fine. It's definitely closer to being bad, but the Connect wireless controls actually gives you enough control to where it functions, but you can also use a controller, I believe. I'm pretty sure I played Joyride and I actually just used my controller, but the levels are so empty and bland and boring and just barren because it's a game that's trying to sell itself as a Connect racer. So they need like these big open areas and big wide turns so that way it can compensate for how fucking lack of control you're going to have using your Connect to drive. You know what I mean? They're like, oh man, this isn't precise, but if we open things up enough and make it easy enough to drive the damn thing, that maybe people won't notice how shitty the controls are. So it functions well enough. It's just super boring and uninspired Connect garbage, so it's eh. You know, I would sooner play Joyride before I play fucking any of these, to be honest. Because you can hit like jumps and do tricks and pick up little icons and points and stuff like that, so that's kind of fun. Oh, I'll use my Singular phone to call Rachel on my way past Burger King to Best Buy. Ugh. Well, I got a crick in my neck. Ugh. Bad. Connect was a mistake. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right, let's see. Kirby's Air Ride. Never really got to play it, but I've heard it's amazing. LA Rush. I did play this a little bit on PS2. It was eh. LA Rush was eh. It was borderline mediocre, but yeah, it was just fine. I don't know what else to say about it. Pretty forgettable. Not the worst thing I ever played, but like it's not bad, but yeah, it didn't have much of an impression on me. Didn't play it. Little Big Planet karting. I think I actually saw this for the first time at my friend's party just like 2 weeks ago, but I didn't play it. I just watched him play a little bit. I didn't really play it. Only the NTSC had like Best Buy and shit. I didn't have a clue until I downloaded a moddable PC version and went, what the shit? Yeah, I think I remember you telling me that. It's going to be an interesting section. Mario Kart. Mario Kart will be at the top. Little Big Planet. Yeah, I honestly didn't know either. All right, Mario Kart, where are you going to go? I guess we're going to put you... somewhere, right after I go take a pee. All right, here we are. We got the big one. Mario Kart 64. Oh, Mario Kart 64, huh? Well, let's go ahead and get rid of some of this shit real quick. Copy. Delete. There we are. Now, add row below. And put this here. Paste. Okay. And now it's going to be this one. Or this one. That one. There we go. All right, Mario Kart 64. How do I feel about Mario Kart? Well, Mario Kart 64 is a lot of people's favorite. So, I guess, where am I going to put it? I guess. Let's see. Going up. Bing, 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 bing. It's pretty great. I almost want to put it in one of my favorites. Like, I like it a lot. Mario Kart 64 is, if not the best Mario Kart to ever come out, it's easily one of the best, right? I mean, it's fucking Mario Kart 64. Nintendo 64 is so charming with the way it did the sprites to emulate 3D. Like, it's essentially like pixelated screenshots of 3D models or whatever the fuck they did to like make it look like 3D. The music, the levels, all of that shit is iconic. I mean, part of me wants to put it in my favorites because it is, but I think it belongs in great personally. Now Mario Kart 7, this is the one that was on DS, right? Or was no, this is 3DS. Mario Kart 7. This is the one that was on 3DS, I think. There you go. Mario Kart 7, I almost wanted to put it in great because this one actually had customization and it had online that worked really well, actually. You could connect via Wi-Fi and race with people. I know a lot of people were streaming it at one point and like sharing like the room codes, and then people with their 3DSs could play. The levels were really good. The graphics were pretty impressive for a 3DS. I mean, this is... It honestly, in a lot of ways, deserves to be up here, but... I mean, it's still, like, on a 3DS. So, like, control-wise and graphical-wise, like, graphically, it's... I think it belongs in good, you know? I don't think it should be sitting up here next to Mario Kart 64, but... Damn, it's fucking close. You know, it's really underrated, I think. Mario Kart 7 was great. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Bing, 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 bing. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is great. And I know it's like really popular, and so it's probably a lot easier to hate it. I mean, you can come up with reasons, but the thing is that even the people that hate Mario Kart 8 Deluxe or dislike it or think it's unfair or whatever their qualms are with it, I guarantee you they've put in well over 100 to 200 hours of playing it. I mean, people are still playing it. They're still releasing content for it. Also, you have to give it up because Mario Kart 8 is not Deluxe isn't just, you know, like Mario Kart 8. It's not even just Mario Kart anymore. It's the first game to implement like putting in like Isabelle, Link, and like F-Zero carts and all this other shit. And then they give you like 2 items that you can pick up at one time. Some of the levels are fucking amazing. Some of the levels also really suck. The online works well enough. I think it was great when the online was free before they started charging people. I think they're just thinning out their own online player base, which is such bullshit. That kind of pisses me off, but I don't think there's any denying that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is great, and there's a reason that they're still, you know, making content for it, right? And as much as I love Mario Kart 64, and the way it handles and everything, I mean, it's still like, there's still only so much content for it as much as I love it. Deluxe 8 is just filled to the brim with tracks and characters and customizations and unlockables and tournaments and time trials and online. And I mean, but it is lacking some stuff that Mario Kart 64 has, which is like battle mode and like the battle mode levels. It does have a battle mode, but it's dog shit. I heard that they actually added some battle mode stages. I don't remember. But yeah, there's some shortcomings on both ends there, but I feel like between the both of them, they kind of break even in the great department. Because if I go over to somebody's house and they're like, hey man, you want to play Mario Kart 8? I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Right? I mean, at any point, if I'm at a party, hey, we're going to play Mario Kart 8. Oh, count me the fuck in. I'm about to fuck everybody up, you know? Like, and that's the other thing that's great about Mario Kart 8, or even just Mario Kart in general. I feel like Mario Kart 8 in particular, though, is everyone thinks they're a fucking badass at Mario Kart. Everybody. And that's why everybody wants to play it, because somehow that game makes everybody feel like they're a god, while also at the same time, everybody gets shit on. Like, even if you're a fucking god at Mario Kart 8, you can get dunked on, get Mario Karted, and someone hits you with a blue shell, and you're all the way the fuck in the back, and then you get fucking last place. And I think the reason that people still think they're badass is like, that feels circumstantial, where it's like, oh, well, I'm a really good player, I just got unlucky. Right? So then everybody just thinks they're a badass. They're like, oh yeah, I got fucking last place that race, but you know, I got blue shelled, and then I fell off the ledge, and then I didn't make the jump, and then this other guy hit me, and then this other thing hit me, and then I got last. So, but I'm still fucking rad, you know, like I'm still the shit, right? Because it feel like when you're winning, you feel like you're the reason you're winning, and when you're losing, you feel like it's just kind of like not your fault. I don't know how they found that perfect balance, but they did. It's 8 years old and only gone up in price. Mario Kart 8 was fun with friends, yeah. Well, yeah, all games are good with friends. People always said the same thing about CTR, like, oh, trust me, I'll wreck you in CTR, and then they'd play me at CTR and they would not wreck me. Yeah, I think you're a very particular situation because of Sacred Fire. There's no Sacred Fire in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Right? You're literally managing the Sacred Flame to fucking smoke people by a lap and a half. You know? It's like, I feel like that's different. You can have the same top tier strategies as like the next guy in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and still get smoked, you know? Anyway, Mario Kart Double Dash. I didn't play this game enough, I think, to have a really strong opinion of it. But if I had to, I would put Double Dash. Dude, this is a lot of people's favorite. So there's two places I could put this based in my experience with this game. I would put it in either fine, because I don't like the mechanic of using two different characters and one's throwing the item and one's not. And I didn't really like the carts because the carts needed to sit two people, and I don't know, just something about the whole aesthetic didn't appeal for me. But at the same time, that thing that I don't like about it is what makes other people like about it. So there's other people love it for that stuff. But I would either put it like where I didn't play it enough, so I put it in Don't Judge, or I'd put it over here and it's fine. And considering how, like, the people that love Double Dash, how much they love it, this is gonna piss some people off. Bitches love Double Dash. Can't give it a full opinion because I only played Double Dash a little bit, but I like the concept of two different racers. Yeah, I don't know if I should put it in fine, man. I don't think I really played it enough. Maybe it's not really fair to put it there. I mean, I watched my brother play it, and I think I remember trying to play it, and I just didn't like the way the carts felt. Of course, it could have been my brother's customization or something. I don't even think it had customization. Yeah, maybe I can't judge it. I don't even remember it had customization. Because if someone was like, why did you put Double Dash in fine? I couldn't really defend myself because I'm like, well, I just didn't like it when I played it, and I didn't play it enough. If you ask me questions about it, I can't have a proper defense, so I'm better off putting it there. Yeah, we'll put it there. Because like anything else, I'll be able to defend myself. Mario Kart DS. It was fine for what it was. Wasn't quite as good as Mario Kart 7 or anything, but yeah, it was fine. It worked. Mario Kart Tour, I think that's a fucking mobile game. Some shit. Fuck off. I didn't play it. Mario Kart Wii. Yeah. Mario Kart Wii is fine. I played it a decent amount, but I didn't like the motion controls, and I think it introduced customization, and it was good. It was fine, but I didn't play it like I played the other ones, you know? It was really fun from the short burst that I played. Yeah, I mean, it was fun, but I don't think it had that same spark. Like, I don't want to go back and play it. Like, that's the big difference, isn't it? Where if, like, if I walked into a room and they're like, hey, do you want to play Mario Kart 64 or Mario Kart Deluxe 8? I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, I do. But if I walked in a room and they're like, hey, we're playing Mario Kart Wii, do you want to play? I'd be like, nah. Right? You have to, like, think of it like that. Like, if you walk into a party or walk into a room and there's, like, a group of friends and it's like, hey, we're playing Mario Kart Wii. Are you gonna play? Maybe that's because of the control schemes. I don't want to use I don't want to use tilt controls. Or if I was using a Wii remote, that shit feels awkward. Might come down to that, to be honest. It might come down to controls. Because the Wii controls are not fun to use. Oh, you actually love Mario Kart Wii? I mean, there's things to love about it. Like, I get it. Like, the customization, some of the levels are pretty decent, but yeah, I think it's fine. Micro Machines. I don't know if this is the one on Nintendo 64. Is this the one on 64? I don't know. Mickey's Speedway. Mickey Speedway USA. Mario Kart Wii is fine mechanically, but the fact that it's a Wii game kills it for me. Exactly, and I think that was my justification for putting Sonic Colors in the average category. If I remember right. That was like, a lot of people are like, what the fuck, you put colors? And I'm like, dude, it's super ugly. Go back and put Sonic Colors in your Wii. on a fucking flat screen using composite cables and tell me how fucking ugly that shit is. It's like, it functions, but it's not pretty. And for the same thing, like Mario Kart Wii is like, mechanically it's fine, but I don't want to fucking pick up a goddamn Wii remote. It's a lot of NASCAR games. Don't worry, I didn't play a lot of them. Mario, what was it? Mickey's Speedway USA? I don't think I played. Didn't play it. Didn't play it. Didn't play it. Didn't play it. Oh man. Okay, at the start of the stream, someone was like, "Oh my god, Midnight Club 2 is S tier." I'm here to break some fucking hearts. Midnight Club 2 is Midnight Club 2 is fine. Maybe it's good actually. No, it's fine. Midnight Club is fine. It's I don't know where all this hype for the game came from, to be honest. A lot of people really liked it when it was new, I think, and I remember I was playing it was new. I checked it out from Hollywood Video when I was in like middle school or high school or some shit. And I remember playing it and I was like, I couldn't get super into it, man. It functioned well enough. Some of the races were kind of cool. There was a little bit of customization, maybe. The story was actually pretty decent and like somewhat of a motivator to keep racing, but the racing itself wasn't enough for me to enjoy it. I didn't think it definitely is not bad. I would for sure not say Midnight Club 2 is bad, but I wouldn't put it in good. I mean, nah, I don't know. Maybe I would. Let's see what this looks like. No. It's fine. Yeah, Midnight Club 2 is fine. I made up my mind. It's in fine. Midnight Club 2 is a lot of people's favorite, but I think if you went back and played it, you'd be really bored and I'd be like, oh, you love Midnight Club 2? Oh yeah, Midnight Club 2 is so good. Oh my god, I love it. It's my favorite. All right, cool. Sit down and play it for like 3 hours or 2 hours. And they're like, they only want to play it for like, it's nostalgia. I think it's mostly nostalgia, because if you actually have to sit down and play it, you're like, I mean, I remember it fondly, but I'm out. Night. Hey, see you later, Chris. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Have a good one, man. Fairmount's in shambles. It's absolute nostalgia. Okay, that being said, Midnight Club 3 is good. Easily. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition? Oh, yeah. Midnight Club 3... Oh, the customization. You got motorcycles. You got... the graphics are greatly improved. The music was actually pretty decent. The racing could be a little bit annoying with the checkpoint system, but it was definitely no worse than it was in Midnight Club 2. 3 was an improvement across the board. I think I even bought that game twice. Because I bought it once when I was in the Marines and I was traveling around. And I think I lost it or somebody stole it or something, and then I rebought it. And this one's really good. Definitely better than the second one in my opinion. I think most people would agree. Midnight Club, the first one is there's nobody goes back to play Midnight Club anymore. And there's a reason. It's super boring, kind of dated. This was definitely the better game over this one for sure. So yeah. So Midnight Club Los Angeles. Midnight Club Los Angeles. Where are you going, Midnight Club? Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing. Bing. Fucking Midnight Club Los Angeles is one of the greatest racing games ever made. They need to re-release that shit or something. It was an Xbox 360 game, and Man, what can I say about Midnight Club? Fuck, man. Midnight Club Los Angeles. I don't even know where to start. There's so many things. Okay, so customization is fantastic. It's really in-depth and satisfying. You can make your own like decals and make your own custom paint jobs, which I actually made a custom paint job that was like a Sonic the Hedgehog paint job, and I put it on like an Eclipse GSX, and then I put it online for other people to rate and download so they could use it, and it became like the #1 paint job on the store or community page or whatever. And every time somebody bought it, I ended up getting like a shit ton of money. Like it added up because so many people were buying it. Next thing you knew, I was a fucking billionaire in Los Angeles because of the paint job that I made. And then the story, like I love the story because it's from Rockstar, right? Midnight Club. So the story is almost like a Grand Theft Auto, but it's like super down to earth. Like it's not like an over the top story where at the end it's like Need for Speed where it's you and the douchebag antagonist or any of that shit. Like you're literally just this dude that rolls up into town and he wants to street race. He finds some guys to be like, hey man, I'm looking to get started in some races, man. Where do I go? And then like he just kind of like meets people, kind of befriends them. You know, there's cutscenes that happen every once in a while, you meeting up with them, and it's like super chill. They'll fucking like rag on each other, which is pretty funny. Like they'll like dig into each other and make fucking cut downs yeah, by the end it's just mostly just you racing and kind of making your name, like getting your name out there. And at the very end, spoilers, there's this other guy who owns like a car dealership or some shit like that, and for like $1 million you can go into partnership with him, and that's how the game ends. That's like the true ending. You have to give him like $1 million, and if you give him $1 million, then you become partners, and then that essentially makes all of the cars and I think upgrades free. But it takes a while to make that sort of money normally. But like I said, I became a fucking billionaire or whatever it was, a millionaire, with all the money I made from making that paint job. So once I got to the end where you're able to like go into partnership with them, I immediately got to go into partnership and got access to all the cars and performance upgrades, cosmetic upgrades. The races are really fun. It's a big open world, obviously simulating Los Angeles. I don't think it's super accurate, but I think it's probably accurate enough. I think it's actually good that they don't go super accurate, because they were able to add in like cool jumps, and like you could like drive through a building and then hit a ramp, and it wasn't just races, right? Like they also had outruns where you could like flash your lights at other cars and then race them. There was cop chases. And that was the other fucking cool thing. I hadn't really seen another racing game do this, but if a cop like starts to flash his lights, there's a small moment where you can pull over to the side of the road and let him pull you over, and then he'll pull over next to you, and a cutscene will play, and it shows from the police officer's dash cam on his car. It shows the cop walking up to your car. And it's like an in-game view of the cop walking up to your car. And you can literally peel out and like leave the cop in the dust while he's about to like come up and give you a ticket or something. And it gives you a chance to like escape and like leave him in the dust. It's like such a street racer ass fucking thing to do. And it looks so rad. So like if he like pulls up on you, it's like woo woo woo, you just pull over, let him get out of his car, because then the cop has to run back to his car and then, you know, turn on his car and then catch you, because you could actually like shut off your vehicle, I believe, too. And so it allowed you to like put some distance between you and him. And like a lot of times you were probably better off just still going fast, but just to give you an idea of like the amount of extra stuff they put in there that was so cool, like that, where you could just pull over and then like trick the officer into thinking you were going to pull over. Oh man, it was fantastic. But yeah, the races are good. It's an open world, but it never really got repetitive, right? Like when you're playing Burnout Paradise, a lot of those locations started to look the same, and it felt like you're treading a lot of the same ground. But in Midnight Club Los Angeles, like, it never felt like it was repeating itself. A lot of the races felt really unique, and it was large enough to where it felt different. And there was a lot of cool jumps, like into the gutters and the ditches and ramps, and you could like get hydraulics and ride up on 2 wheels and all that, like a lot of cool shit. It was packed with modes and content and things you could do, customization, great story and characters. I mean, we're talking pinnacle racing. Like, it was so fantastic. Oh yeah, so it was Rockstar? Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah, I remember it was Rockstar. I just wanted to clarify. Midnight Club Los Angeles is on your Xbox for $15. Very tempted to buy it right now. Dude, not only that, but I bet you it's Midnight Club Los Angeles, the whatever complete edition. Oh yeah, Remix or whatever it's called, where they opened up more of Los Angeles. So there's the original game, which is the cover right here, and then there's, I think, Remix, where it has all the DLC. So if it's like the complete version, you also get more of the map opened up and some more content. So $15, good fucking deal for one of the greatest racing games ever made, dude. Honestly, I for $15, the fact that you get to play Midnight Club Los Angeles for the first time, pretty cool. I kind of wish I could go back and like play it fresh again. Like, you know, just to enjoy the story. There's really not like another racing game that had like a story, like the cinematics in the story is very much like Grand Theft Auto. Like, when you play the game for the first time and you see these cinematics, you're gonna be like, holy shit, this is just like Grand Theft Auto. Like, it's gonna, like, the way the characters are animated and interact with each other, it's the exact same shit. You know, it makes sense, right? It's from Rockstar, so. But yeah, the story is just really grounded in reality for the most part. There's no big fucking crazy shit where it's like the guy gets like a fucking tank or is trying to shoot at you and you gotta jump over, like, you know, an antagonist's car. Or, you know, it's just, yeah, the cinematics and story is really grounded. Just a bunch of dudes that talk shit to each other. It's really chill. Markel's has been playing it? That I didn't know. Maybe he mentioned that to me and I forgot. Anyway, yeah, this is one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all times. It totally belongs up there. Almost in a league of its own. Alright, Midtown Madness. Never played it. Never played it, but I've seen it. Never played it. Mod Nation Racers Road Trip. Never played Road Trip. Mod Nation Racers, though, on PS3. Mod Nation Racers is really good. I almost want to put it in the great category, but the amount of customization for your karts in this and making your own tracks, it's definitely worth checking out. I haven't played it in a long time, but when I was playing it, I remember I made a custom kart that looked like JP's car from Redline, the anime. His Trans Am, his yellow Trans Am with the white stripe. And you can customize the way the character looks. I mean, that's the name of the game, is that this whole game is customizing everything. Customize your character, your kart, make your own tracks, all that shit. And the physics are also really good too. They're a little floaty at times and can be a little sketchy, but all in all, like the characters, the way you, like, controlling the characters and the amount of customization you had made it totally worth checking out. You want another Mod Nation Racers? Yeah, it'd be nice, but I don't know. I mean, apparently we did get another one. I didn't even know about Mod Nation Racers Road Trip. Who knows what that's like? I didn't play it. I didn't even know it was a thing. So yeah, Mod Nation Racers is cool. Monster 4x4, I don't think I played that one. Monster Jam Battlegrounds, didn't play that one. Monster Jam Crush It, no. Path of Destruction didn't play. Okay, Monster Jam Steel Titans 1 and 2. These are... yeah, they're fine. It's just like a big open world that you get to explore. And you're in a monster truck, and the control scheme is you use both sticks. The left stick controls your front tires, and the right stick controls your back tires on your monster truck to help you control it. And you can like do flips and tricks and stuff and boost, and it's a little grindy, but it's fine for an open world game. The second one was better than the first one. The first one was lacking a little bit more content, I think. The sequel kind of added a little bit more. I didn't play them like a shit ton, but I mean, actually, honestly, I'd probably put these about the same. They function for what they are: a monster truck that you get to control in an open world with a unique control scheme, using both joysticks to control each of the monster truck's set of tires, doing flips and exploring. Not bad. They're just, yeah, they are what they are, you know. Urban Assault, never played it. Didn't play this one either. I think this is a game on PS2 that my friend who works at a retro game store gave me, but I've never played it. I'm sure it's dog shit. Motor City, don't think I played that. Motor City Online? Hold on, wait. Maybe I did play this and I just don't recognize the cover. Let me look this up. Played this, never mind. Oh wait, no, I'm not thinking of Motor City, I'm thinking of Drift City, but I don't think that's on this list. Yo, Battle, you come into Tekken 8 when it released, of course? Oh yeah, absolutely, of course I'm playing Tekken 8, of course. Kinda excited to get some games against some of the old SoulCal people in Tekken. Oh yeah, man. I mean, I still play Tekken 7. Like, how many? I have so many hours in Tekken 7. I got like what, 400 plus hours. And I still go back and play SoulCal. But yeah, I'll be playing 8 when it drops. It looks like it's gonna be pretty good, but I'm still waiting for them to release like real gameplay. All right, let's see. MotorStorm Apocalypse. Oh wow. Does this have the 3D game? Apocalypse was pretty good. I put Apocalypse over here and fine. I didn't play Arctic Edge. Pacific Rift was pretty good actually. If you're talking about the 3D one where it used like 3D TVs and 3D glasses, that shit was tight. I think Rift is probably better than Apocalypse just because I like driving through the mud and the water and it looked much better graphically. So, but it was also really brutal, so it's really tough. I'll put it in good. Yeah, I think it's good. I don't know what this one is. MotorStorm RC. Then the original MotorStorm is fine. I feel like Rift really capitalized on things that made Storm decent, but it hasn't aged super well. Like, they're very similar, to be honest, but like this was, I don't know. It was kind of boring to play. This one, at least, you got to like splash through a bunch of stuff. There was mountains, and if you had 3D glasses, the mountains and canyons really popped. But even then, like the levels were more interesting. A lot of this was, I think, a lot of sameness for the most part. MX Rider, I didn't play. MX Superfly, I don't think I played. MX Unleashed. Oh, MX versus ATV Alive. This is the game I told you where when it came out, it was brand new for 20 bucks, and then when you took it home, you had to spend another $20 or $40 for the rest of the game. It was a total scam. So when it came out, I was like, dude, why is this only 20 bucks? Maybe I'll pick it up. But then like you look it up online, or my coworker told me, he's like, yeah, dude, it's $20 when you get home. So they only, like, you buy it for 20, but you're only getting a fraction of the game. They were like withholding content. Shit was so fucked. But I didn't actually play it myself, so I can't really rank it. But just for that alone, I'd put it over here in the bad category. Even though I didn't fucking play it myself. Any game that, I mean, that's for the same reason I put Forza 5 down here, that just withholding content to charge you. It's fucking bullshit, so. MX versus ATV All Out. Played it a little bit, but not enough to have an opinion. Same thing with Reflex. Didn't play this one. Didn't really play it enough. Same thing for Untamed. Didn't play this one either. Okay, NASCAR. There was a NASCAR game that I played a shit ton on Sega Saturn. But I don't remember anything about it, because that was like back in middle school, and I think I rented it, but I had a lot of fun playing it. Dirt to Daytona, Heat, all these heats, so much heat. It's getting hot in here. So much heat. Oh my god! Holy shit! There's a lot of NASCAR games. Fuck. God damn. All right. Cool. Jesus. Copy. Wait, row. All right, sweet. Back on track. Making some progress. All right, Need for Speed 2015, the reboot. This game is it's fine. It's kind of lacking in a lot of content. It had really great customization, and the story was decent, but I feel like the game wasn't finished. And also there was like a weird control thing where your car would like wig out sometimes after a turn, and it wasn't like a settings thing. It was like a known issue where after you come out of a drift, the car would sometimes veer to the left or the right, even though you wouldn't be pushing anything. It had nothing to do with the settings. It didn't have anything to do with the car. It was just like a weird little issue that would sometimes pop up after drift. Like I could work around it, but it wasn't just me. Like I remember my girlfriend had the same problem, and I didn't even mention it to her. She sort of like mentioned it on her own. And then there was other people in the chat that also acknowledged it. Also, you could play the story out of order, like where you could start a race before another event happened. I remember being confused because I didn't know why everybody was mad at another character until later, because then I played, like the cutscenes played out of order. It let me do a race that I shouldn't have been able to do beforehand or something. Graphically, it looks beautiful, but mechanically, it was really falling short for a lot of those reasons. Also, the AI. The AI for the police was so fucking bad when the game dropped, and even now it's still bad. Like you could literally, the cops were so easy to lose that I remember on stream I was playing it, I was driving in reverse and the cops couldn't catch me. In fact, I was driving in reverse and I was reading chat and I was trying to string the cop along to see how long I could like just, you know, I would like stop and like wait for him to catch up. And I was like reading chat, not paying attention, and then I accidentally lost the police in reverse. Like, the AI was fucking terrible. If anything, Need for Speed 2015 felt like a incomplete beta for Need for Speed Heat, which is the better game. But this has a lot of shortcomings. Like, you can go back and play it, and it looks good, and it plays well enough, but it definitely feels like it needed more time in the oven, and it wasn't ready yet. Because this is like, you could tell this was Ghost's, like, that Ghost was trying to iron out a new engine, and they didn't have enough time. Which is also exactly what happened with the Most Wanted reboot. They had a new engine that they didn't have time to flesh out, so then, like, the game suffered for it. Yeah, the cops were fucking terrible. So I put it in fine because it still looks pretty good and it functions well enough, but it's almost borderline for a lot of the shitty things in it. Need for Speed 2, I don't think I played it enough. Need for Speed 3, didn't really play it. Oh, there's 2 different carbons. Wait, what is this? Own the City? What is that, a mobile game? Or a DLC add-on? I'm not sure. Need for Speed Carbon, though? It's been a long time since I played it, but I can tell you that Carbon is good. Carbon is at least good. It was like the best stuff of like traditional Need for Speed with like midnight street racing and like a story with an antagonist that you hated. And the customization was really cool, and the cinematics were used as like a driving force to keep the player going. But I didn't think it was as good as some of the other ones around the time. The people that love Carbon love it way more than the other ones, but I definitely didn't like Carbon as much as like the Underground series or some of the other ones, namely for the way that the cars handled. I did feel like the controls for driving in this game was pretty stiff, which is weird considering that there was a lot of toge drifting events and stuff in it, even though the cars felt really like stiff, kind of like a traditional track racing game, like a simulator or something. But I definitely wouldn't say they're bad. They're definitely better than fine, you know, like they're good. Definitely good. Need for Speed Heat is a fucking banger. I don't know if it's my favorites or not. Fuck, it's good. I'm gonna put it in great. I don't think it's one of my all-time fucking favorites, but damn, dude, Need for Speed is like the best Need for Speed game that came out in like the past 10, 15 fucking years. Like, they fucking nailed it. Need for Speed 2015 like walked so that Need for Speed Heat could fucking fly. Shit was awesome, man. I love the aesthetic. Being able to do like day races and then switch it to night, and then also have the police chase you. And the AI was much better than it was in 2015. Still not perfected, but it was still great, you know? Like, yeah, this is essentially what this was supposed to be. And across the board, the customization was better. The multiplayer is really fun. Yeah, it's great. That's fantastic. Need for Speed High Stakes. Need for Speed High Stakes. This is like one of the first Need for Speeds that I played a lot of when I was in middle school, and this is also the game that I learned how to hit the apex of a turn. Because this game is not easy. This is not like modern Need for Speed with like rubber banding and kind of like easing the player into shit. Like, this was more... Need for Speed High Stakes was borderline being more Gran Turismo at times than it was modern Need for Speed. And High Stakes was pretty cool because it had this really early concept where it had a memory card, and if you went over to a friend's house and he also had a save file, you could plug in your memory card into his console, and you could both race for pink slips on your memory cards. And whoever lost, like, your car would be sent to the other person you lost to, which is actually super sick for a PlayStation game. I mean, that's the whole reason it was called High Stakes, because you could race for pinks on your memory card. So if your friend had the game too, you could go over and then bet both your cars, which was so crazy for the time. I was like, oh, that's fucking sick. Of course, I had no clutch, so I'd go over to my friend's house, and I remember we raced for pinks, and I lost because I hit a fucking wall or something. I was like, God, I was winning. I was out racing him, and then I fucked up, like, doing something stupid. And when you're racing against another human, there's no, like, rubber banding or like, comeback mechanics. So I fucked up, and he won my car, and I was like, fuck. So, yeah, but it was still really good. You know what the best thing about that game was, though? Was the opening. Check this out. This is like this is probably the coolest opening for Need for Speed to ever exist. Nobody talked about it because it's kind of older now, so I think the people that did play it, it's probably niche. But check out this fucking opening, dude.
Electronic Arts.
That's so fucking sick. That shit is so hype. Like, god damn, man. You know what's really interesting too is that you'll notice, like, so around this time period, Need for Speed's image was about really luxurious cars, right? Like Lamborghinis, Porsches, Ferraris, and shit like that. Like that was the appeal. Before Fast and the Furious was a movie and blew up, right? So around the time period, Need for Speed 1 and 2 and all of them was essentially the game's concept was, hey man, you want to race like these $1 million Lamborghinis and expensive cars, you know, because like that's how you perceived it, right? You were just like, oh man, that was like the whole concept. So what's really funny is that by the time Fast and Furious came out, street racing was like really cool, and they showcased how street racing cars could beat expensive racing cars or expensive sport cars if they had the proper parts and engines and modifications and shit. And then street racing became much cooler because, you know, you're taking a car, souping it up with parts, making it your own. So then like after that, that's when Need for Speed Underground came out, and the whole identity of Need for Speed changed. So originally it was about sports cars, and then it became street racing. So it's funny, and the reason I mention that is because you'll notice in the opening for this cinematic, you have a street racing car that's all decked out. It's got decals, you know, a little paint job. It's like, it's essentially Fast and Furious. And then you have a Porsche, like an expensive car, and they literally make fun of street racing cars like this by showing that he's about to race it. And then the street racing car's engine just like blows at the fucking light, and the fucking Porsche takes off. And it's like, street racing cars are fucking stupid. Your car barely runs. It's shitty, right? Because it's like the whole identity change. So I just think that's so weird that they went from being like, yeah, your shitty little street racing car that's all like got like a modified muffler, and you're like little ricer muffler bullshit or whatever the fuck, like. It can't compete with my sports car, you know? Before the whole engine, like, or before the whole fucking thing changed, right? It's like they're revving up. I just find that incredibly interesting about how it went from making fun of street racing cars to it being like the staple of what Need for Speed is about, you know? Like later on, you still got Lamborghinis and cool shit like that, but it was like, you know, they didn't look like this. You know, you could customize them and give them like paint jobs and change the way they look. Yeah, Fast and Furious came out, and then Need for Speed Underground capitalized, which had like one of the cool stuff. And I just love this whole section right here where it's like the cop gets on the walkie-talkie. He's like, "I need help right now." And it's like, boom, 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 and it's just fucking hitting you with this fast-paced '90s techno, and it's like Corvette scraping. Oh, fucking sick. And there actually was helicopters in the game too. Like they had cop chases in High Stakes. At like higher levels, and they were harder to like leave behind. So yeah, like it was also one of the first racing games that had like cop chases and shit. Oh, it's super underrated. I almost want to put it in the great tier, but I don't think it's that good. I mean, I like High Stakes more than I like Carbon, but also the soundtrack. Holy shit, the soundtrack? I almost forgot to mention how fucking good the soundtrack was. Shit, maybe I should put this in great. I really do like Need for Speed High Stakes. Maybe it does belong in great. Need for Speed High Stakes OST. Here we go. Let me, all right. There's one song in particular I really liked. It was called, like, Roll the Dice. This was, like, the menu music. Yeah, this music is so good. Holy shit. Yeah, you know what? Need for Speed High Stakes is a great game. Forget what I fucking said. It's definitely better than good. Let me try to find Roll the Dice. There's Road Warrior. Oh, this was a good one. Oh, shit. Where is it? Come on. Oh, man, I forgot about this song. Fuck, this song goes hard. There you go. Yeah, this is it. Oh, wow. It was an actual song. Roll the Dice was like an actual band made it? I thought it was made for the game. Oh, shit. That kind of blows my mind. Oh, yeah. That shit fucking slaps. Yeah, dude. All right, so yeah. Yeah, it's decided. Need for Speed High Stakes is a great game. That's, yeah, I'm sticking to it. I love it. After talking about it and reminiscing about, like, how good it was, made me realize that, shit, maybe it's also one of my favorites, but I think it belongs in great. Oh, you actually have it on your playlist. Okay. Yo, what's up, Amnitron? How's it going, dude? How you doing, bro? Any song with drum and bass is automatically a bop. For real, though. Spitting some hard truths. Alright, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. This is Hot Pursuit, the multiplayer one, right? Hot Pursuit is good. It's a really fun multiplayer experience to play with your friends and like compete with times and upgrade as a cop and a racer and increase your license and unlock some new stuff. It's good. Just because of the multiplayer aspect, it's really fun to do some cops and robbers sort of situation and trying to run from the cops. Obviously, a lot more fun when you're playing with friends and stuff like that. It can be kind of annoying if you're the cop, because like they can like lead you around in circles and stuff. But it also had a pretty good soundtrack. I almost want to put it in fine, but I think it deserves more credit for being as good of a multiplayer game as it is. Where's Garfield Kart? There it is. I only completed the race or half of the game. Yeah, I mean, when it was new, I put more time into it. Coming back and revisiting it kind of does feel like a little bit of a chore to get to the end game and unlock more stuff. So, and there's no customization, so yeah, I guess it's fine. It's definitely, yeah, I guess it's more of a fine game than a good game. The multiplayer carries the whole experience, but as far as customizations for the cars, you have like none other than color. Yeah, it's fine. All cops are bastards. Even if I'm a cop. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. I think I played it a little bit on GameCube when my brother owned it, but I don't remember. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Ooh, yeah, Most Wanted's fucking great. At the very least, Most Wanted is great. I don't think there's any denying. Some people would say it goes to the highest level. Being chased by the cops is satisfying. Customization is good, but it's not as good as like Need for Speed Underground customization, but it's there's enough there to make it decent. The music is good. Namely, the cop chases are where it excels. Everything's really intense. Like when you're being chased, there's this blur effect and this intense music that's going on, and it just presentation. It just comes down to presentation. Controls and presentation go a long way. Also, I believe it's the first game. Most Wanted came out before Carbon, and Most Wanted introduced the, what were they called? The little cop breakers, where you could run into these parts of the environment that would like drop a bunch of stuff behind you to stop the cops from chasing you. Like poles or like barrels or like billboards or a giant donut on a restaurant, and it would like block the cops from chasing you. It did get to the point where it was way too difficult to actually beat Most Wanted, and you had to like scum the game by like parking on top of a bus, like at this bus depot, and you could like hit this ramp, but hit it slowly and then land on a bus to where the cops can't bust you, but you know they're still able to chase you. So that way you could like increase your timer to hit some milestones to be able to continue the game. Because I remember when I was trying to beat it, it was like fucking impossible. Because once you got to the time, like when you're trying to string them along, you'd either accidentally lose them, or they would like, or you couldn't lose them, and they would keep busting your ass after you hit the milestone. And the other issue was like after you got busted, I think 2 or 3 times, they would impound your car. So a lot of times you could be playing this game and just find yourself fucked if you weren't like save scumming. Like if you were about to get caught, you'd have to like power down the system because you couldn't afford to like lose your best car because you don't have enough money to be buying whatever the fuck you want. You have like just enough money to buy whatever upgrades you need to get your car to the next level to be able to compete. So if you lost like your best car or even your backup car or whatever, and the cops take it, you're fucked. So you kind of had to scum the system to be able to actually beat it a lot of the time, or just not lose your vehicles that took all your fucking money. I think they were called pursuit breakers or something like that when you'd run into those environments. Oh, I didn't play Hot Pursuit 2. It's right here. My brother owned it on GameCube, but I never really played it enough. All right, Need for Speed Most Wanted, the reboot. It's either or bad. I'm gonna say it's because Need for Speed Most Wanted, I don't know where they got the audacity to like name it Most Wanted after this one, other than to sell the name. Most Wanted was like still is a lot of people's favorite Need for Speed game. So then they come out with a reboot, call it Most Wanted, and this is when Ghost was working on a new engine, and the game was not ready. They did not have a chance to iron out the engine bugs. They didn't have a chance to add more content. It is an open world with nothing to do in it. Cop chases are not good. There's no customization. Driving works, but it's boring as fuck. It is the most, like, out of all the Need for Speed games, this is the one that lacks the identity the most. And not only, like, even if it wasn't called Need for Speed Most Wanted and trying to live up to the hype of one of the greatest ones they ever released, like, they could have called this anything and it would have been below average. Like, it sucks. It's super bland and lacking content across the board when you compare it to any Need for, like, you compare it to any of the past, like, 5 games that were released before it that were Need for Speed, and all of them shatter this one. Like, it sucks. It was a huge, like, letdown. Yeah, even the fact that it's using the name of Most Wanted, but it still works. Like, as a racing game, you can drive around and the driving's fine enough, but, yuck. Alright, see you later, Game Fighter. Have a good night, man. Is that what the one with the live action cutscenes? I think most of them had live action cutscenes, right? Need for Speed Underground didn't. Underground 2 didn't either. Most Wanted is the one that had the live action cutscenes, and Undercover did. I don't remember. I don't even think Most Wanted had cutscenes. Yeah, the Most Wanted reboot, I don't think it even had cutscenes, dude. It was severely lacking in content. I don't remember there being any characters that drove the story forward. I think it was just go to each race. Yeah, honestly, maybe I should put it down here. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, it works. But I don't know if it deserves to be next to Garfield Kart. Yeah, I think it's more fun to drive this game than it is these, and yeah, I think it belongs in eh. It's just really lacking. Severely lesser game. Okay. Need for Speed Most Wanted. I think this is the PSP game. Didn't really play it. I'm not familiar. I'm not the most familiar with Need for Speed games. I just randomly saw gameplay of one from a few years ago that had live action cutscenes. Yeah, you probably saw footage of Most Wanted, the original. So yeah, in the Most Wanted reboot, that came out in like 2012, I think it was. It sucked. If you put Forza Motorsport 5 in bad because of its sheer audacity, Most Wanted 2012 can definitely go there too. Yeah, but they didn't like withhold content and then sell it to you later. Like, Most Wanted, there's a little bit more understanding because in 2012, like, they weren't ready and the engine wasn't ready, but they put what they could out there and it was still lacking and shitty. But this is like withholding content. Like, they rushed and put this one out to be a launch title for Xbox One, and then like sold you like it wasn't like a new engine either. I don't think. They just shit this thing out and then sold you the rest of the game later. Like, that's kind of fucked up. You know, like, this content was already completed, and they're just porting a lot of the stuff over, and I don't know. I mean, you could be right, but I just feel like this one was much more egregious and blatant in your face with how shitty it is when you go from like Motorsport 4 to 5. And then with this, like, it's a completely different engine. Like, the game before this Most Wanted was which one? Undercover? I think it was Undercover. Or maybe it was The Run. I don't remember, but it was definitely a different engine. But I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't know. I could put it down here. I just feel like it definitely belongs here. Need for Speed Nitro is a fucking Wii game. I didn't really play it. Need for Speed No Limits. I don't remember what that is. I think that was like an online game, like an MMO or fucking phone mobile game, maybe? Alright, Need for Speed Payback. It was a mobile game? Okay, I thought so. I'm gonna put Payback in for the sole fact that I want to put it in bad for a lot of reasons, but at the end of the day, the drifting in Payback was really satisfying and fun to do. And I can still go back and do the drifting levels and have a lot of fun, so mechanically it was pretty good. But literally everything else in that game sucks. Like, Payback... Okay, first off, they had the speed card system, where instead of like just buying upgrades and like upgrading your car, you would get like this loot box system where you'd hope you got a better card, a better loot crate card to like improve some aspect of your vehicle. So then the game revolved around... Damn, maybe I should just slap this shit in bad, to be honest. Fucking sucky bullshit. Talking about it pisses me off again because I remember having to deal with a lot of people in chat talking about it. But like, so the game's AI revolved around what the rank of your car was, and it had nothing to do with how well you raced, to the point that it would break the game. Instead of just buying upgrades with money that you earn in the game, you had to unlock speed cards by completing races with whatever vehicle, and then you could equip it, and then those were like super RNG based, and you could tell that they were setting Need for Speed up to be this fucking microtransaction bullshit. But luckily it never took off, so they never got that far because people were so turned away and they probably weren't making the money that they wanted. They probably wouldn't have made the money that they wanted from the microtransactions and people buying loot crates and speed cards to like upgrade their vehicles, which is such a fucking scam for a game that costs $60. But yeah, like you could be racing and like the AI would just like break physics to pass you up, and it wouldn't be rubber banding. It would just be like I remember I took a turn and I was doing like 200, and then the guy just passed me up on the turn, and it looked like the AI car was being pulled on a string. Like it wasn't even really turning. It just like the car was just like, it just zipped past me and just there was no physics. It just had to go in front of me. Or one time I was I was doing an outrun race with another car, and the AI literally was like, he was behind me and I was about to win, but just before I win, the game didn't allow me to win. It like the AI car disappeared and then reappeared in front of me. It was like it was like a zigzag street going down a mountain, like a Initial D mountain pass. And he was behind me, and I have a clip of it on my stream. The AI the AI enemy disappeared and then reappeared somewhere way in front of me, like hundreds of miles in front of me, and I instantly lost. Like the game was broken. It wanted to force you to do speed cards. It didn't matter how well you played. And then the story was so fucking cringe. Like the main protagonist was this generic looking white dude named Tyler or whatever, and he just looked so fucking boring and basic, and all their commentary and line deliveries just... Oh my god. If I had to describe their personalities, it's like if you went to the men's department at Kohl's department store and they turned all of those men wearing the clothes in the section for the advertisements, like wearing the jeans and the shirts, and turned them into a personality. Like so fucking boring, cardboard cutout, uninteresting people. And then they had like some fucking female character who's supposed to be the tough tomboy, but her character looks so fucking stupid and cringe and mousy, but everybody's just so scared of her for some fucking reason. Like everything about it was cringe. The dialogue, the story itself. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. The mechanics with the drifting were really fucking fun, and that's almost enough for me to put it in But reliving and talking about how shitty all those mechanics and how predatory they almost made Need for Speed. Like, if Need for Speed it was more accepted, if the community and the people that were playing it were more accepting of the speed card system, we would have definitely gotten microtransactions and Need for Speed from this day on. EA would have fucked Need for Speed into the dirt. We'd be playing Need for Speed Heat with like a shit ton of fucking microtransactions, buying speed cards, and it would have fucked up your $60 game. So it was honestly a big threat to the entire series. Not even just like a bad game, to be honest. Yeah, you had to farm parts in Payback. The man versus AI kind of thing. And the Twitch streamer racer where car is driving itself the whole time. It was a B movie. Yeah, I even forgot about a lot of that stuff. I remember there was the drifting one where that guy brings in the Instagram guy and they're trying to like mock like an Instagram influencer. I forgot what his name was, Tiger Bomb or some shit. And they just made him obnoxious, and yeah, it's just, ugh. The only clip I could find is one where a cop rhino spawned on top of you. It might not have been a clip, maybe it was a highlight, because it took a second for me to explain what happened, so it might not have been a clip. But yeah, there's a highlight that's saved on my channel of me watching the highlight or the clip. I remember because it's like, here, check this out. I'm explaining what happened. And I show and I pause the clip and I add commentary to it. I think that was either the thing that I highlighted or clipped. Let me see. Oh yeah, this is it. All right, I mean, it's gonna be difficult hearing my own voice, but until I hit the wall there. Look, it just ends. You see that? Look, it just ends. There's no wrong turns I could have taken or anything. Here, check this out. Until I hit the wall there. Look, here we go. I'm winning, and boom, it just stopped. It says you lost. Look. This is my turf. This is my turf. Look. Until I hit the wall. It just ends. I didn't even notice. We're good. I'm at 60, and then whoa! It just went to 100 for Lindsay. Like what? Look, we're good. This is my turf. Did you see that? The GPS freaked out. That's what happened. Look, check out the map. Check out the map. This is important. Look at how fucked up this game is. I drifted around the corner, and the GPS flipped out for a second, and thought I was going the wrong way or something. So it thought Lindsay was like 1,000 miles in front of me, and Lindsay just shot from like 1 to 100. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Do you see it? Here, watch. Look at this. Here we go. Fuck this bitch. She's gone. She's not Look right here. See? And I take this turn right here. This boom! Right there. The whole course flipped out for a second, and it just said I lose. Here we go. See, look at the number. Fuck this bitch. She's gone. She's not catching 56, 57. I'm winning. And then as soon as I take this turn, boom, it just shot up to 100. And I lost. This is my turf. Until I hit the wall there. It's quality game. It's quality game, EA. How much do I have to pay for me to win this race? Yeah, it's pretty cringe just listening to myself talk. Cliff watches Cliff watches Cliff. Damn, dude. Wow, all we need now is for me to clip this and then me watch it in the year 2026 or some shit. Right? Look, Monsoon Mike. Hey, he's still around. There's a guy that's still around. I haven't seen Ko in a long time. Does Eric Omega still come around? I don't know. Redshift the Fox, I think I see once in a blue moon. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, the game's pretty bad, but watching me play the game, I remember how good the driving was. The driving was super good. Almost to the point that I want to like ignore all the other shitty aspects of it, but I don't think I can. I think it really does belong in bad because it was such a threat to the series, and it was really fucking shitty with the speed card system, and the story mode was cringe, but god, man, I love drifting in that in that game. Drifting was fucking so much fun. Oh, no way. We just said the same thing. Oh, that's because I read it. Sorry. Considering 1551 is playing in the background, I'm guessing I was there for the stream too. The list is a little too old for Heat, I think. You have to talk about that too. You're talking about Heat? Heat's right here. Or I unsub. Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, I talked about it earlier, I guess. I'm unsubbing anyway. That's fair. I wouldn't subscribe to me either. All right. So yeah, payback. I think I more than explained why this is where it is, but yeah, it belongs in bad, man. What a fucking absolute threat that was to great games. I did not like Pro Street, dude. I think it functions okay. It's definitely better than Most Wanted, but dude, Pro Street was just... I went back probably 3 or 5 different times in my life and been like, all right, Pro Street, you know, like, let's get into it, because it's kind of a cool concept. It's like the Race Wars and Fast and the Furious. You get some customization, drive around, and but it feels like Forza. It felt like it wanted to be Forza, but it was too, I don't know, man. I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I tried. It felt like a grind, and I wasn't having fun. Every time. I couldn't, I don't know. There's a lot of people that love it, but I just thought it was super bland. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, man. Every time I've tried to go back and enjoy this because other people like it so much, I'm like, oh, maybe it just didn't catch me at the right time. So I come back like years later. Nope, still don't like it. Must have been when I went out to go eat. That's your fault, not mine. That's fair. I take full responsibility. Haven't played Need for Speed Rivals yet, but I hear it's just like Hot Pursuit, and I bought it on Steam, so maybe I'll play it sometime soon. Unleashed 2. Unleashed 2 is also fine. The first one was pretty eh. Shift 2 was an improvement. But I kind of look at these the same. This is definitely where they're just full on trying to be Forza, but it's not as good. This one was lacking a lot of content. This is like, we are Forza, and they didn't offer anything different. Unleashed 2 added like if you crashed into things, it would like rumble inside of the car, and you can use the right stick to look inside of the cockpit. So it was an honest effort, but like it was better than this one. So yeah, if I wanted to play Forza, I'd just play Forza. Need for Speed didn't have the satisfying controls that Forza has. Alright, Need for Speed The Run. This is kind of a weird one. I'm gonna say Need for Speed The Run is good, because it's really fun for like a first playthrough. Like if it's your first time playing through it, it's great. Like the story and seeing what happens to the characters, and it's essentially like the movie Cannonball Run, where you're going from point A to point B, against a bunch of racers trying to be number one and win a whole bunch of money. But there's also like little cutscenes that play out with QTEs, and you get like chased by an avalanche on a snowy mountain at one point, and there's just like a lot of really cool shit that happens in it. But the thing is that once you finish the game, there's not really much else to do. There's not really much of any customization. Multiplayer was pretty dead because it was more single player focused than it was multiplayer with like races and tracks. And you know, once you played through the story, you kind of already saw it. So you know, it's great for a first playthrough, but no replayability at all. I mean, I would still recommend it. I think it's really good, and I honestly think it's pretty cool that they tried to do something different, more of like a cinematic movie style game. But then all you have to rely on is essentially that first playthrough and hope it has some replayability, and it really doesn't. So you're better off making a racing game that's got replayability than like a game that you can beat in like a day and then you're over it. Yeah, I really like it too. I really like The Run. It's the perfect rental game. Absolutely. 100%. You know what else was interesting though? A lot of people might not remember this, but when Need for Speed The Run first came out, Need for Speed games tend to come out in like November, like early November. And usually the Need for Speed game will go on sale for like super cheap. Like real cheap. Sometimes 20 or less. At the most it would have been $20. So the game first came out, it was a total rental style game, and it went on sale on Black Friday, like less than a month from its release, and got sold from its full price to like 20 or 10 or 15. I think it might have been 10 to be honest. I think a lot of the other ones later were 20, but Need for Speed The Run I think was like 10 or $15. I want to say 10. So like a lot of people picked it up for like $10. Because I was working at Best Buy at the time, that's how I know. And a lot of people picked it up, played through it, and then checked, and then, you know, resold it back to GameStop for like $15-20. So everybody got paid to play it in a way, and then there was like way too many used copies, so yeah, I kind of doomed it in a lot of ways. Hey, what's up, Burning Typhoon? How's it going? Where's Ride 4? I don't think we've gotten to it yet. Yeah, we're in the ends. Apparently, yeah, these are luckily in alphabetical order. So, yeah, Need for Speed The Run is good. Okay, Need for Speed Undercover. This is an interesting one because I have like a weird little history with this game. So, when Need for Speed Undercover came out, I had just gotten through I was going through a very difficult breakup, and I was not handling it very well. It was it was rough. I'll just say it's rough without going into detail. And I remember I went to GameStop, and because I worked there, and one of my bosses was there. And he was like, hey man, and I was like, yeah, I'm just looking for a game, because I was trying to get my mind off of shit. And there was two games that I could have played. It was Need for Speed Undercover or Sonic Unleashed. And I think I went with Undercover, and I was trying to play it, but I was mentally at the point where I just was not enjoying the things that made me happy anymore. Like, I couldn't watch animated films. Like, I love animation. I couldn't watch anime or just cartoon movies. Like, I think I tried to watch Horton Hears a Who. It was, like, new, and I couldn't fucking watch it. So, I was trying to play Undercover, and I just didn't see the point in it. I wasn't enjoying it. And all of that has to do with, you know, what was going on with me at the time. Everything felt like it was pointless. And I was like, this is not fun. It just feels like a grind. Like, why am I playing this? And I kind of thought it was the game, because I was like, it's just Undercover. It's just more of Carbon or more of whatever. I feel like I've played this before, but really I was just in a negative headspace. Because then I came back and replayed it on PC, on Steam, and I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. You know, when I'm a completely different headspace from everything else, and I'm like, I mean, I don't think it's as good as, I didn't think it was as good as, like, you know, some of the other ones, but like the customization, the funny cop story, the levels and stuff, the damage on the vehicles, it was, the running from the cops was really solid. So when I came back and revisited it, I definitely had a different perspective and put it in the good category. But if I hadn't come back and played it, I'd have told you Undercover is fucking or whatever. But it's good. Going back to it. Where are the ends? I legitimately pulled my PS2 disc out and went, I own this? Have I played it? What, for Undercover? I think they still sell Undercover on Steam, right? Let me check real quick. I'm bringing it up. You have it on PS2? What? Undercover. I don't think Undercover is on Steam anymore. Did they take it off? I think they did. Oh shit. I know I own it. Hang on, let me see. I'm gonna get to the storefront from the copy that I own. See if I can find it. Here you go, Need for Speed Undercover. Yep, it's not available on Steam anymore. Notice, Need for Speed Undercover is no longer available on the Steam store. Well, that fucking sucks. Yeah, and I see Vanessa owns it too. Here you go. Yeah, I just checked it. Need for Speed Undercover, 2008. Need for Speed Undercover is no longer available on Steam store. Vanessa's got it. Last online 4 days ago. Or no, wait. Yeah, 4 days ago. Doesn't say how much you played the game, though. Well, at least you already own it. Lucky. Yeah, it's delisted. You're making a music mod for Tekken 7 and added a song from Ride 4. What song is it? I wish I could say, but I got important stuff to do. Hey, no problem, man. Feel free to watch the VOD if you're curious about where games end up. But yeah, I totally understand. It's getting really late. It's already 2:30 in the morning for me, but fuck it. I'm here. Most people probably already went to bed or don't care at this point, but I figured if anybody actually gives a shit, they'll go back and watch the VOD. Or hell, maybe I'll end up editing these tier lists into a video someday. Who knows? Yeah, I think you gave it to me, maybe? I probably did. Because I'd see it go on sale for like $5, and I probably bought it for you. Yeah, I actually have an Xbox 360 copy of Undercover. It's in a case that doesn't have, like, the art. I was going through some of my 360 games, and there was this black empty case, and I opened it, and it was a copy of Undercover on 360. I was like, what the fuck? I don't have a working PS2 anyway, so I emulate everything. Yeah, I mean, even if you own the games on PS2, you're better off emulating it anyway, because a lot of those games are pretty fucking ugly looking, even if you had a retro tink. If you emulate it, it looks not as shitty. It's 5:30 in the afternoon for you? Cool. So then, you're here to be able to watch me do this. Wow, Need for Speed Underground 2. I'm sure all of you are super wondering where I'm going to put this. Oh wow, Need for Speed Underground 2, one of the greatest games of all time, is in my favorites. Who would have thought? That's nuts. Wow, what a controversial opinion, putting Underground 2 in my favorites. Try not to have your minds blown too much, okay? I know. I'm sure all 5 of you are fucking, like, super stoked. You're like, wow, didn't see that one coming. It's in his favorites? No. What do I even need to say? It's fucking Need for Speed Underground 2. It's got all these cool modes, amazing open world. The gameplay and mechanics still hold out. Customization is damn near unmatched. It was at least unmatched for a really long time. The amount of shit you can do to the cars, and then the story, as dumb as it is a driving force to keep you, playing. Amazing soundtrack, great locations, awesome aesthetic. It introduced a lot of new modes to Need for Speed, so yeah. Rivals. Rivals is a PSP game, and I actually owned it, and it was fine. I mean, for a PSP game, it was okay. I remember the sound for the PSP not being that great, so a lot of it could have done to have a better sound system on that PSP, because it was like playing with no bass and all treble, so a lot of the engine noises were kind of ear wrenching a little bit. Like, it wasn't the game's fault, it was more like the hardware it was on, but I'm not going to give free passes just because it was on a shitty system. Like Mario Kart DS was fine, but I'm not going to put that in good just because it's not the game's fault, it's on DS. Rivals is pretty good for... Nah, it's a PSP game, man. It was pretty solid for a portable game. The graphics weren't the best. They were good enough. There was still like drag races and other cool shit. Pretty awesome attempt at trying to take Need for Speed Underground and put it into a handheld device, honestly. So yeah, the final boss is an absolute joke in Underground 2. I'll afford it, that criticism. Yeah, I think so. Need for Speed Underground is great, maybe even one of my favorites. I'm gonna put it in great. I feel like Underground 1 is fantastic in its own way, because it's more like level based and it's not open world, but the customization was really good. I really liked the cars, the soundtrack, the story was also really cool with Eddie and getting like special parts. I feel like a lot of the races and tracks in Underground were better because the tracks didn't have to revolve around an open world existing. So they're like, okay, here's the track. You know, they had better set pieces. They had like here we're gonna have you jump a bridge here, and then you're gonna zoom through this alleyway, and then go through this, and they could just design a track just for itself. In Underground 2, they had to make an open world, and then also design tracks around that open world that still kind of made sense, right? So they were kind of limited by how crazy and fun they can make the tracks, because it also had to be an open world that you're driving around, whereas Underground just got to go nuts. So there's a lot of things that make Underground really fucking good, but you just can't beat what they did with the sequel. The amount of additional content that they put on this. It's definitely superior, but fuck, this is close. This is such a fucking good game. Caleb is definitely the lamest villain in the Need for Speed series, and that series is not exactly swimming in great writing. Caleb is the one that's in the second game, right? And Eddie is the one in Underground. Eddie was the antagonist of Underground 1, right? I believe. Yo, what's up, Jazzbo? Any outruns on this list? So far, if you mean actual outruns, we haven't gotten to the O's yet. I think we're about to. Oh yeah, we're actually on the verge of getting to the outrun games. They're right here. We did rank Horizon Chase Turbo, which is right here. But yeah, outruns we're about to hit. I wonder if Slipstream made the list. Let's see. Doesn't look like it. You're talking about Slipstream on Steam? Yeah, I don't, oh, wait, maybe. No. Yeah, I don't see it here. Yeah, sorry. It's an outrun game. So I don't know if they're really racing games. That's the other thing. Like, if they're in a car, I don't know if I actually put it in a racing game. Is Outrun a racing game? Yeah, Outrun is a racing game. You are racing against people in these Outruns, at least. In Slipstream, I guess you kind of are, too. Slipstream is basically Outrun, so I don't know. It's kind of tough. I should definitely race on. Yo, I actually streamed it a lot, like when it was still newer, I guess. It's gotten so many updates and changes since then, but yeah, I'd be totally down to stream it again. I love the music and the gameplay is so satisfying. Yeah, Outrun has rivals. Yeah, so Underground goes here. Okay, Need for Speed World, I never played it, but it's like an MMO that tanked. Need for Speed, the very first game, is fine. I don't think it's good. It's really fun to go back to and see where the Need for Speed franchise started, because originally it wasn't even called just Need for Speed. It was called, Road and Track, based on the racing magazine. Road and Track, the Need for Speed. So, I mean, going back, it's got this charming history where they talk about the different cars, and they have this pixelated compressed video feed of the different cars that they're showcasing. And there was even like a super secret unlockable car that was like this weird techie future fictional car, and then you can put in another code and there's like a Las Vegas track where it's just like a big high-speed oval track, but you could hit like a big jump. So if you use the fictitious secret car that you put in a code to use and then went to Vegas, you could get so much air, your car would literally just stay up in the air like almost the entire time after you hit the jump. It was pretty fun. So if you go back and play it, it still somewhat holds up. The graphics are pretty fucking dated, but it functions fine enough, and there's charm in its like bad graphics. Part of me would probably almost put it in for because it's really ugly, but I'll put it in fine. You can still kind of go back and play it, but it's not the prettiest thing. You never played Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit? Yeah, I missed out on that one. You were a Saturn owner instead of a Nintendo 64 PS1 owner, right? Yeah, I had a Saturn and a PlayStation 1 eventually. I eventually got a 64 and a PS1. But definitely had a Saturn first. Yeah. This will never become a franchise. I don't know. I kind of played Onrush. It's fine. I know it was free to play for a while, and I played it a little bit. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. It's fine. It's a giant multiplayer fuckfest. That's okay. Oh, here we go. Outrun. Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast. It's weird that they just have 2006 Coast to Coast, because there's Outrun 2006 and there's Outrun 2. They're essentially the same thing, though. I have both on OG Xbox and downloaded on 360. Outrun 2006 it's good. Yeah, it's really good. It's a major improvement from the original Outrun. The drifting around the tracks and like the road are really fun. The different locations there's like a lot of variety and they're really pretty. Oh shit.
Aw man, so close, giggity.
Hey, Monet, thank you so much for the 68 months. I get it. You're one month away. Hey, Monet, thanks. Hope you're having a good night, man. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Yeah, Outrun 2006 was really good. Like, I remember one of the earlier levels, you would go to the left. If you like went to the left, it would be like San Francisco, and you'd be like drifting down a mountain and crossing the bridge, and it looked really pretty. All the blue skies, it was vibrant, and it was so satisfying to drift in that game. You always felt like you were in complete control of like the chaos of sliding around traffic and other cars. And it was a lot more manageable than the original Outrun. The original Outrun could be pretty tough. I don't know if I've ever actually beaten the original Outrun on any route, but 2006 was super fun. I think the hardest level in Outrun was the one where it's the one with the moon, where it's going to space. Like at the very end, there's a rocket, and you can see like the moon and the stars and stuff. That one was pretty tough, but once you got used to it, that was like the hardest one, and it ended up not being that hard with a little bit of practice. Yeah, 2006 fucking was an amazing improvement. It also had an incredible arcade machine. It was super fun. It was like this big ass housing where you get to sit down and downshift, and it's even funner in an arcade machine to like do the drifting, because you have to like turn, let go of the gas, slam on the brake, hit the gas again, and you're just sliding, and it's kind of like Criterion's drifting in the Burnout games. You're sick, but I hope you're doing well. Oh, damn, man. Sorry you're sick. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm pretty chill right now. I'm just sitting here talking about video games, which is funny because I was thinking about it. I was like, man, I think I enjoy talking about games more than I like playing games these days. I'm not sure why that is. I'm not sure if that's a testament to me or the games or what. But yeah, I really like talking about them. Oh yeah, your girlfriend would commit assault if you didn't make it to the finish line. Yeah, man. I'm getting old and I'm like, oh, I remember back in the day. And you're like, all right, Grandpa, shut the fuck up. The original Outrun is fine. Original Outrun is, I mean, it's you know, it's the classic. You know, you gotta give some respect to the original Outrun. Still really fun to play, but difficult as fuck. Very hard to actually win and actually complete a route. Most people can't. Even in Yakuza, I remember in Yakuza I was like really practicing Outrun. And I started actually getting pretty good. Enough to beat the, what was his name? The king of the arcade district, or the king of the electronics era. It was like Yakuza 0. And you have to beat the kid that owns the electronic section of the like that whole area. And he challenges you to outrun. And you have to at least get to like the 3rd level to beat him to have enough of a score to win. And even that's kind of a struggle, but I've never completed a route. Yeah, it still holds up, still great music, decent gameplay, but you know, as far as replayability, I couldn't sit down and play Outrun for longer than an hour before I'd start getting really bored. What is this? Oh my god, pole position? Yeah. Pole position and Outrun are kind of in the same category for me. I think Outrun is the better game, but pole position's still fun. Project Cars, didn't play. Never played any of these. Project Gotham 2, I did not play 2. I don't think I played 3. I think I played one of these two. This was the first one. I don't think I played that one. I think I played Project Gotham Racing 4. And I thought it was fine. I thought it was kind of boring and bland. It was not like, there wasn't really any customization. I mean, it looked good and it controlled okay, but there wasn't really any sort of style or identity that made it stand out above Forza or Gran Turismo or Need for Speed or any of them. It was just fine. It was mediocre. It was like the golden corral of racing games. Can't say anything bad, can't say anything good. The most negative thing I can say is that it just didn't stand out. Entry in Cruising USA is so high. You think so? Presentation goes a long way, man. You can do a lot more in Cruising USA than you can in like Outrun 2006, and definitely more than you can in the original Outrun. Like, it's that same style of gameplay, but you can ride up on 2 wheels, you're cruising across the US, or in Cruising World, across the world. The cars look cooler. I like the sprites on like this, essentially like this 3D world. Yeah, presentation goes a long way. You know, you can't just be like, oh, well, it's an Outrun game. Like, you know, like Horizon Chase Turbo is an Outrun game. Why isn't it up here next to Cruising USA? It's like, well, because it doesn't have the style and presentation that this one does. You know, goes a long way, man. You gonna agree with Cruising World being up there? Yeah, I like Cruising World, obviously, more than Cruising USA. But there's things that I like about Cruising USA more than World, like presentation-wise. But they're both really charming. The things that I like more about World aren't enough for me to put it in a tier higher. They're like equal. And I know I've said this the same like a couple of times, but it's like Burnout 3 Takedown and Burnout Revenge. There's things that make Revenge better, and some things about this one make it better, but they're about the same. Same thing with Cruising USA and World. Same thing with F-Zero GX and F-Zero X. Like, they're hand in hand, you know? I don't see California Speed here. Do you remember seeing it? No, California Speed was not on the list. If I was to put California Speed on the list, whether it's the arcade version or the Nintendo 64 version, I would probably put it... I'd probably put it in fine, to be honest. Part of me wants to put it in good because I have such fond memories of it, but that's really nostalgia. I've gone back. I still own California Speed on Nintendo 64. I went back to play it, and it wasn't as fun as I remember. It was a lot more fun at the time. So it's a little dated now if you go back and play it. But it's still good, so I'd probably put it in fine. Yeah, the track on the roller coaster is like the only thing that anybody remembers. That was like Silicon Valley, I think, was the name of that track. And you end up driving on a roller coaster or something. I think it was that one. Oh, Pure. This game's pretty tough. It was fine. It was very difficult later on. It became damn near impossible when I was trying to beat the game. But the physics were good enough. You know, and you hit jumps, you could do tricks and bounce around a little bit. I don't think it was as good as ATV Off-Road Fury. If I had to compare it to anything, Pure is about as good as probably ATV Off-Road Fury 2. Still a really good ATV game. And the tricks and stuff are pretty cool. Decent soundtrack, but nothing that makes it worth revisiting. And it does get like ridiculously difficult, so yeah. Put about Pure. Put right there. And how many we got left? Oh, fuck. Oh, man, I better speed this shit up. Gotta go to sleep. Have a nice night. Shit, man, maybe I should continue this tomorrow, should I? I don't know. I think most people that would be watching my stream are probably asleep now anyway. They're probably all went to bed, so... Seems like kind of a waste. I could power through it, no problem. It's just more about, like... Most people are asleep by now and they're not watching anymore. So, should I save it for tomorrow? Then again, what if I end up doing something tomorrow? What if I end up never finishing this list? Oh, that would be tragic. Think this will be a two-parter? Oh man, it's already like 5 hours and 30 minutes in. Alright, well, fuck it, here we go. R-Racing Evolution. I don't think I played it enough. Grid. The original Grid is so fucking good. It's great. Like, they just really couldn't replicate how good the first one was. The drifting in this game was also really cool because it actually added a shit ton of smoke. Usually in most racing games or drifting games, when you drift, there's like a little bit of smoke or like no smoke. And this one, they're like, we're going to make it realistic. And there's smoke fucking everywhere. The drifting is more like skill-based where you can get used to it. It's not quite like a simulator or anything, but if you feathered the gas and just kind of worked with it, and the more and more you used it, you could get used to it. So it was still kind of arcadey, but it required some skill and practice. So you got better as a player the more you raced. But yeah, you essentially start out and you just race for other companies and borrow and use their cars to try to win races, and they give you a little bit of money, and then after you make enough money, you start your own racing team, and you can like you buy your first car, start doing some more races. You can still race for other teams if you want to make some more money, but once you start racing for your own team, you start making even more money because it's all going to you. Then you start earning sponsorships, and those sponsorships will give you more money if you do certain challenges or meet certain requirements, like getting a certain pole position or different things like that. And it was really cool. It was this nice little sense of progress as like a team. The music was also super fucking intense. And you also had like a guy that would from the pit that would be talking in your ear and give you like playback, where it's like, oh, this guy crashed, or oh, you're about to pass this guy and you're way ahead of this dude, and he'd give you a little playback, play-by-play, kind of like they do in Daytona USA or some shit. But it actually had like meaningful information. It's like, oh, that guy in front of you is, and then he would like name the guy. So yeah, they'd give you like a lot of info, or if you crashed, he let you know how bad the damage was. Also, I think Grid was the first game to introduce rewinds. I might be wrong about that, but Grid, if you crashed, like, you'd spin out and fucking destroy your car, but you could like hit a button and it would like rewind back to the accident, and you got a certain number of those. But yeah, like it was really, really damn good. You can't really buy it on Steam anymore. You have to go to like a third-party site, and you can buy like a CD key for Steam. When I got mine, it was like in 2015, 2016 or some shit. And I got it for like $5, I think. Lord knows what a CD key for Grid 1, the original, would cost now. And then you also have to like modify the game because it plays at a shitty resolution, but you can just fix it in the script, and you can like modify it. But it's totally worth doing. We'll be here for the rest of the tier list if you want to keep it. It might be an all yearer. No, it's not as long as it looks. It stops. Fuck, where is it? Fuck, where's the stop? Oh shit, maybe it is that long. Right here? Alright, there's still a lot, but you know, whatever. It'll be fun. Plus, it'll be easier for your VOD viewing friends. Yeah, I like the idea of having this whole tier list in one VOD. This is the first tier list that I really feel like I can contribute to, so I'm happy. Oh, that's cool. Honestly, that's my favorite part of the F1 games. They'd be like, oh, that's the Red Bull driver, Carlos Perez, ahead of you. He's 2.31 seconds ahead, and he's on a old set of medium tires. At current pace, you'll be in striking range to overlap in 4 laps, so push out. Yeah, that shit. That's what Grid was like. Or if you bumped into a wall, he'll be like, it's just a little scratch. Just keep on moving, you know? Or you fuck some shit up, it's like, oh, you fucked it up. Now your tire's jacked. Yeah, thanks, radio guy. Yeah. We're 2/3 in. The other thing that was cool about Grid is that they would actually say your name. They had actually pre-recorded a bunch of names or nicknames for them to call you. So they had a bunch of normal names, like in alphabetical order, be like, oh, Alex, Adam, you know, Charlie, this and that. They didn't have Cliff, and I was like, fuck. So then I went to nicknames, and I was like, you know, they don't have Battle or any of that, and they're like, you know, just dumb nick, you know, like the dog or Buddy or, you know, whatever. And then one of the options was Snake, you know, and it just kind of made me think of like Metal Gear. So I chose Snake. So every time the radio guy would call me, he's like, hey, Snake. Like the Colonel's calling me up while I'm racing. He's like, watch out behind you, Snake. He's catching up. You know, like, I don't know. I thought it was funny. Or you could have him call you Boss because you're in charge. That was a nickname. So you'd be like, hey, Boss. But originally I had him call me Snake. So yeah, Grid is fucking awesome. I don't think they were ever able to like repeat the magic of the first game. I don't know what the fuck this is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I can't read it. No idea what that says. They were all fucking male names because of course they were. I went to nicknames and picked Ace. Yeah, that was one of them too. But set my actual name to Vanessa Ace so I could pretend they were calling me by my name instead of dumbass nickname. And yeah, exactly. Vanessa Ace. Hey, what's up, Ace? Well, if I play Grid, I'm choosing Snake if Jeremy isn't out there. I'm pretty sure Jeremy was on there. Pretty sure. I didn't really play it, but I remember it. Rally Fusion I own, but I've never played it. Fucking Revolt is on here. Oh man, Revolt is Revolt is pretty fucking fun. I don't want to oversell it, but Revolt is a good fucking time. I'm gonna put Revolt in good. Hell yeah, man. Revolt is a lot of fun. It's a little tricky. The physics are a little rough, you know, like when you bump into stuff. You essentially control RC cars and drive around these really fun tracks, like you're driving through a grocery store or, you know, just like, I don't know, a lot of different areas, and it's really fun. But also the number one thing about Revolt that was really fucking good was the fucking soundtrack. Listen to this. It's the fucking menu theme. Ooh. Yeah, Revolt is at the very least, it's good. So good. Damn, I played so many of these. I've played so many fucking video games. Alright, Redout. The first Redout, is good. It's really good. I had a lot of fun playing it. I remember I was racing, Nirm, online, and at the very end of the race I hit the boost and jumped over him after I hit a ramp and then beat him. That was like one of my favorite moments while playing that game. And I was like, fuck you, bitch. Just like launched over him. It's essentially Redout is basically Wipeout with better controls, in my opinion. So it's really fun. I think it's honestly a better Wipeout. Here, let me switch back to this. A little more neutral. So I was curious about that game you couldn't recognize. It looks to be called Racing Lagoon. Let me look it up. Oh shit, Racing Lagoon. I have seen this before. Oh dude, oh man, yeah, this game is actually sick as fuck. Oh my god, I never got to play it. Oh man, I forgot about this fucking game. Oh man, yeah, I wish I played it. I've watched so much gameplay of this game, Racing Lagoon. Yeah. It's all kind of blurry since I last was looking into this game, but oh yeah, man. The Racing Lagoon is pretty sick. But I honestly can't say because I haven't played it. I only looked into it, you know? Yeah, Racing Lagoon is fucking tight. It's like a car PG made by Square and never officially translated. Exactly, yeah. It's a very unique racing game. Yeah. But I never got to play it. But I wanted to. I was like, damn, this looks cool. Really unique game. Man, that sucks. Alright, here we go. So yeah, we put Redout right there under good. Never played this one. Okay. I don't think I played any of the Ride. I think I played Ride 2 for a brief time, but not very long. I didn't actually really play them. So I can't say. I didn't play Riders Republic. Ridge Racer. Oh boy, we're getting into the Ridge Racers. Didn't really play Ridge Racer 2. Man, Ridge Racer 5, which one is that? Fuck, these are all starting to blend together. Ridge Racer 7 was on PS3. I don't think I played this one or the 64. Fuck. Okay, I did play Ridge Racer 1. Ridge Racer 1 is... fine. I mean, it's charming with its old graphics, but not. Yeah. I mean, it's the first one, but yeah, it's okay, I guess. Put it in eh. The first one's kind of meh. I mean, you got to be honest, dude. Go back and play it. It's okay. Like, it's fine at best, but really, if you were going in playing it fresh, it's kind of hard for it to hold up. Okay, Ridge Racer 6. Ridge Racer 6 I really liked a lot. I'm going to put it over here in good. It had a really awesome soundtrack. Like, here, let me find the song real quick. There you go. This was my favorite song in Ridge Racer 6. Yeah, it was a lot of fun playing Ridge Racer 6, man. I think if I went back and played it now, it'd probably feel like it was lacking in certain elements, but it's really good. Yeah, Ridge Racer 6 is really fucking fun. There's not a ton of customization. The music is good. The gameplay is super solid. The tracks are, you know, pretty good. Nothing too memorable that I remember from 6. Just mostly solid gameplay. And the presentation overall was pretty great. So I put it in good. Looks pretty good, actually. It was like a cartridge. I might have to download the fan translation and emulate it. Hey, if you actually do download it and get the translation all set up, let me know. Because I'd like to do that too. I want to play that. Yeah, I want to play Racing Lagoon. This shit looks fun. Maybe I'll stream it too. I don't know. Ridge Racer 7. I don't think I played 7. Yeah, I didn't really play it. I think I've seen it, but I haven't really got my hands on it. Ridge Racer Type 4, which is essentially the soundtrack we've been listening to this entire time. I'm going to say it's great. I say it's better than 6 in a lot of ways, namely because it actually has more customization than Ridge Racer 6 does. The gameplay is pretty different. Ridge Racer 6 controls more like a Criterion Burnout game in the way that you can drift, but that's not a bad thing. It's very similar to that. Ridge Racer Type 4 is more like, you know, it plays like its original, like the original 4 games where it's like you let off the gas and press it again, you start to slide and then try to get your grip back, which I feel is like a much more engaging way to like get the player to drift and like get their grip back, and a lot of it revolves around the first person perspective. Ridge Racer 6 and 4 are very different games. Like Ridge Racer 4 is sort of like, in my opinion, a send-off to the original Ridge Racer. Because 1, 2, 3, and 4, they all just kind of, like, 4 is the pinnacle build-up of all those games, and it came to this game, you know? Like, the way that the cars handle is this very, not dated, but, like, it feels like a charming retro game when you're racing in Ridge Racer Type 4. Like the control scheme and the handling and the way it feels to drive the cars in Ridge Racer Type 4 can only work in a game from that time period. It's not dated and it's not engaging or not fun. I don't think you could take those same mechanics and like physics or like the way that you control the cars in Ridge Racer Type 4 and put it in a modern game and people would accept it. And I don't think that they wouldn't accept it because it's bad. I don't know how to explain it. It's just it handles like a charming retro game is like the only way I could probably put it. Not dated, not bad. It's good in its own right, but it only works in the time period that it's from. If that makes any sense. But yeah, it definitely belongs up here. I haven't even fully beaten this game. I've only done like a few tournaments and raced on a few, on like several of the tracks, but it's fun. The graphics are also still pretty good. You can go back and play it. I've thought about streaming it, but I don't think I have yet. I think I just keep thinking about doing it. I know it was also one of the games that was on the PlayStation Classic. Okay, here we go. Ridge Racer Unbounded. You ready for this shit? Ridge Racer Unbounded is fucking borderline bad. Fuck, maybe it is bad. Ridge Racer Unbounded. I would rather play Ridge Racer 1 than play Ridge Racer Unbounded. This game was pretty unfun. So, around the time when Need for Speed Underground and street racing games were not even just taking off, they had been around and they were kind of dominant. So I think with Ridge Racer, they're like, okay, well with Ridge Racer we have to like change the formula or just at the time. So we're gonna make a Ridge Racer that looks like Need for Speed Underground or like a street racing game, but we're not really gonna offer much of any customization. And the controllers are going to feel like a shittier version, a more stiff version of Ridge Racer 6. And it just did not work. Like, I tried to give it a shot. And it's funny because, honestly, for the longest time, I didn't even know that it was a Ridge Racer game. I was playing it, but it's like Unbounded is like the big part of the title. And Ridge Racer is like really tiny print. And even if you read it, you're looking at something so different from Ridge Racer that you don't even think, oh yeah, Ridge Racer. Like, you read Ridge Racer, and it's such a different looking game that it doesn't even register that this is this. I was like, oh fuck, that was a Ridge Racer game. I fucking played it and didn't even fucking realize. But yeah, it didn't really have any identity of its own. It was just trying to be something else it wasn't, and it lacked modes and content and wasn't very fleshed out, and a lot of times it felt incomplete. It was not a good game. That shit was whack. I would much rather play this. Oh, the Ridge Racer 4 mascot, like that early PS1 but amazing at the time CG, where it's like an attractive short black-haired woman. A bad Ridge Racer? Not possible. Go fucking play this shit and tell me what you thought about it. And they had to hide the fact that it was Ridge Racer. I think they really thought they had something. Ridge Racer is just like in the fine print. Anyway. Riptide GP 2 and Riptide GP Renegade. I actually I bought these for myself. And then I also bought copies for some of my friends. I actually bought Riptide GP and Renegade for Vanessa and some other people. And we were all supposed to play. We were all supposed to race together, I think, but I just never ended up getting around to it. It was fun to like play the games for like by yourself. For like an hour, but then it was like, and I just kind of lost interest. So they're all up here. The thing that's also interesting about Riptide GP is that they were originally, I think, mobile games, and then they got ported to Steam and like the marketplace on PSN and shit. Renegade, I think, is probably a little bit better than Riptide GP, because GP is more like traditional stadium racing on jet skis, and Renegade is like post-apocalyptic, hitting like broken freeways and then hitting like the flooded Los Angeles and flying through shit, so it's a little bit more fun in that same sense. But the physics really aren't that different. They're essentially like the same thing. They're all kind of definitely not bad. They function more or less. The physics aren't gonna blow you away, but they're fine. Yeah, very much mobile ports. One of the unicorn achievements on my Steam Pro is from Riptide. Oh, really? Oh, well, you're welcome. Oh, here we go. Road Rash? Which one is this? This is going to get confusing. Okay, we got Road Rash on PS1. I don't know if that's the same as the original Road Rash. I think this one might be 3D. If this is the... no, this is Road Rash 3D. This is going to get confusing. I didn't play the one on PlayStation, so I'm just going to put that there. I did play Road Rash 1, and it's, eh. Actually, I guess it's fine, actually. I'm being too harsh to it. It's fine. Road Rash 2, though. Road Rash 2 is good. Road Rash 2 is a lot of fun. You actually buy new motorcycles and weapons. The levels have a much more variety and jumps and other stuff, and the graphics look better, like the sprite works better. Yeah, Road Rash 2 I think was the best. Road Rash 3D was fucking bad. It was trash. That was an early 3D. Before they even knew what 3D was, like before they even knew how to properly utilize it, they're like, throw Road Rash into the 3D realm, and it was like PS1 Road Rash crappy poopy. Road Rash 3D I don't remember. I think I did play it, but I'm pretty sure 2 was the pinnacle, if I remember right. See Sonic R. Woohoo! Yeah, Sonic R is en route. Road Rash, I didn't play this one, whatever the fuck it was, or this one. Road Redemption. Okay, I actually played this on Steam. Road Redemption is, I think it's fine. It's pretty fun. It's a good time, but the levels are kind of boring. There's not like anything in particular that stands out. It's meant to be like played through multiple times, where every time you play through, you keep on earning more experience, and you put that experience in upgrading your character, which gives them like either stronger weapons, more health, or other perks. So you're meant to lose a whole bunch before you're actually like good enough to really beat the game. So it's kind of like a big tour where it starts out and there's like you run through this section and get to the end, and then you know you can get a couple experience points and like refill your health or something, and then yeah, you're meant to like play through it multiple times, kind of like a roguelike. And it's pretty fun at first, but then when you realize it's just kind of a grind, you just wish you already had a maxed out character with all the cool stuff and had all the cool characters unlocked. They even had like Shovel Knight in the game, so Shovel Knight was like a secret character, or like a DLC character you could pay for, and they had other characters that you could pick, but a lot of them, but they all had different stats, so a lot of times you'd have to end up playing the same character or the better character with the better stats, which kind of sucks. Same thing with the motorcycles. But there's not really any variety. It feels like you're racing on the exact same streets the whole time. Like the only difference that comes to mind when I was playing it was like there's daytime and then there's nighttime. But other than that, it felt like it was all the same shit. There was like such a lack of variety, you know. So yeah, the actual mechanics and like for fighting and drifting and stuff were actually pretty good, but it wasn't spectacular. It's just definitely down here in the fine category. It was an honest to God great effort from like an indie developer, but I don't think it's much more than that. It's fine. I would definitely rather play Road Rash 2 before Redemption. So holy shit, look what it is. Road Trip. Road Trip. This is the one I played on stream, right? Road Trip. This, damn, does it go in great? Yeah. I'm trying to see how I feel about it. I don't think Road Trip is one of my favorites, but holy shit, yeah, I think it definitely belongs in great. Road Trip is such a unique game. because you look at Road Trip and the cover art makes you think, wow, what a shitty racing game. It looks like some fucking third-party piece of shit game that would like be in like the Walmart bargain bin that your grandma would buy for you for a present or something. But it's actually fucking cool as hell. Open world car PG. Just a giant world where you get to explore, and there's adventures and missions, and you meet other cars, and you can earn other cars and upgrades and race for like money. And there's like little secrets to find, and there's also little Easter eggs and nods to other racing games. Like there's Initial D references, all kinds of stuff, man. This is such, got to be one of the most underrated gems that nobody fucking played, including myself. The only reason I played it was because Vanessa told me about it, and she was like, yeah, Road Trip, and it was called something else overseas. Yeah, Coro Q. Yeah, there's like a series of car racing games that got different names depending on where they were located at. Like North America, Europe, and Japan, they all got these fucking different names, so it's really hard. It's really easy to get them confused. There's Coro Q, Penny Racers, Gadget Racers, Road Trip. It's all jumbled and mixed, mashed, and kind of difficult to keep straight, but holy shit, dude. Road Trip. Super underrated. Emulate it or buy it or whatever. Like, that's a game that is so special and unique. I don't know what else to say, man. And it's not nostalgia. Someone might be like, oh, he just likes that game because, you know, he played it when he was younger and it's like a game that nobody else played, so it's special to him. No, man, I didn't play Road Trip until what, 4 years ago? 3 years ago? Whenever the fuck I streamed it. Vanessa told me about it, and I bought a copy of it on eBay. Played it on a PS2, and I streamed it, and it was super fun. I played it for like, what, a couple of days? A week? I don't remember. But yeah, it was super good. Let me switch this real quick. Hold up. Massive open world adventure and mini games. Oh yeah, there was mini games too. Yeah, secrets, things to discover, Easter eggs, references. Gadget Racers is in the sequel. Is its sequel, and it's not as good because it focuses less on open world and more on the racing aspect. Right. It's the open world that actually really made it special and the things that you could find and discover. But the racing was still really fun. But yeah, without that element, it kind of loses its special like hook. This stream already made me buy 2 racing games. Baja and Midnight Club. Fuck yeah, dude. Jeremy out here like, ah, fuck, I'm watching this stream. I'm ended up buying all the games. Hell yeah, man. Road Trip. I don't, if you can find a copy on eBay and play it on PS2, it's worth it to even play it on a PS2. Or emulate it. Just check it out, man. You'll be surprised. Super charming concept. Oh, here we go. San Francisco Rush 2049. I'm going to assume this is the Dreamcast version. Which is actually different than the arcade version. San Francisco Rush 2049. Yeah, I think Rush 2049 is up here at with the big boys. Yeah. I think that's where I'm gonna put it. San Francisco Rush 2049, baby. That on Dreamcast, it is so fucking good. The music, the gameplay, you can like, the cars all have wings, so when you go up in the air, you can like control how you fall. So you can do like barrel rolls and backflips and kind of even yourself out to land. It's got shortcuts at literally every turn. Some of them are really good for you, some of them aren't. It's got they've got collectible coins to unlock more customizable items like more cars, more wheels, paint jobs, and engines, and just upgrade your car. It also has a fucking awesome stunt mode where it's got special stunt levels where you collect coins and try to do a lot of tricks. And it also has a battle mode that's really cool that kind of plays essentially like Vigilante 8. Vigilante 8, where you like pick up weapons and like a railgun would be attached to the top of your car. So it's like fun with multiple players. I remember I would bring San Francisco Rush 2049 over to my friend's house and we'd have like a sleepover and play like 4-player battle mode. And that shit was super fun. So it's loaded with content. The music's so good. There's a song in particular that I really liked. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, I gotta make sure it's the Dreamcast version. Hold on. Yeah, check this out. I can totally find it. Hold on. It's gonna be one of the last ones, I think. It's The Rock, Stunted, Speed, Robo. Oh wait, is it not here? Oh, is it called something else? Oh shit. Oh, I think this is the arcade version. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I found it. This is the right OST. Hold up. Maybe it's The Rock. Nope. Oh, it's called The Mission. The name of the track is called The Mission. I didn't think I would have that hard of a time finding it. Is this it? Oh, I think this might be it. Oh, this is totally it. Yeah. See, now it kind of like loops back into itself, but like it actually sounds way better than that too. Like I don't know if it's like YouTube or something, but like if you're actually playing the game, like the bass kicks a lot harder, and there's a lot of notes that you can't properly hear on this YouTube video. But like when that bass kicks, it's like boom, like you like feel it way more during the game. So it's still really good, but yeah, dude. Yeah, 2049 is really fucking good. It's definitely one of my all-time favorites. And going back and playing it again, it's still super fun. Alright, so... alright, here's San Francisco Rush. It shows that it's the PlayStation version, but just... I know most people, when they see San Francisco Rush, the first one, they think of either the arcade or the Nintendo 64 version, because the PlayStation version of this game is the worst version. Just for sake of argument, I'm going to pretend it's the best version, which is the 64 version, or even the arcade version. And I'm going to put it right here, I think. Good. I almost want to put it in fine. No, I think it belongs in good. So, like, the thing about San Francisco Rush is that this was the first one where they had a bunch of crazy fucking shortcuts, right? But the problem was is that most of the shortcuts were so risky, it was like damn near impossible to safely use them without exploding. And even if you did use them properly, it wouldn't save you too much time, even if you did them, like, just perfectly. Without, like, where you barely wiggled at all after you landed and stuff. It was like, but most of the time you would eat shit. And even if you were really damn good at the game and you played it a shit ton and you mastered it, like, you would still lose. Like, the AI just smoked you in that game, regardless of, like, the level. But the other thing that was really cool is that the tracks were pretty open, aside from their shortcuts, and there was coins to collect, you know, just like in 2049. But in this one, like, collecting coins also got you more cars as well. But there was no, like, I don't think there was a stunt mode, so it was, you just explored these giant open tracks that they had, and you would find shortcuts that some existed literally just for you to find a coin. And some of these hidden areas would make you go, whoa, like, what the fuck? Like, this is down here? Like, you know, you'd pull off to the edge and, like, drive off the road and then kind of go off to the side of, like, the hill, and then you'd find, like, an opening, like a little square hole, and you would drive into the mountain, and then and then you'd be driving, and then suddenly it would turn into a big ramp, and then underneath the track that you were racing on, there's this big open, like, arena, you know, for you to, like, try to collect one of the coins, and they were pretty difficult to collect. The game overall was really fucking hard. And pretty unforgiving, but I admire the game for having such cool shortcuts and, like, getting the player to explore. It's kind of like the same thing that I really liked about Sonic R, which is, like, these open tracks that are meant to be explored. Because then, you know, part of, like, racing and winning a race is only part of the fun. A majority of the game's fun comes from exploration and wondering what you're going to find. And San Francisco Rush really rewarded the player for exploring by giving them these really grandiose shortcuts. And you're like, man, where does this go? Or, you know, like what's down here? Or what are you going to find? And a lot of times it was some wild shit. You're just like, oh my God, there's like a whole fucking arena down here. Or you could drive into what looked like a wall, but it was a false wall. And there's like a tunnel that leads somewhere. So it was really cool, but it was extremely bullshit punishing, because in San Francisco Rush, if you blew up, like if you messed up a loop-de-loop or you were trying to get somewhere and find a secret area and you flipped your car over even just once, your car would blow up and it takes you all the way back to the track. And it was like, fuck. It was hard, man. It was really difficult to like not even win races, but also do the exploration to find all the cool stuff. So it was less about racing and more about exploration, which I think a lot of people don't mention. So it's really good for that, and it was like one of the first games to kind of like pull something like that or try to do that. I feel like it was definitely in San Francisco Rush 2049 really ironed out, because the shortcuts actually became more worth the risk. But they still had the coin collecting, and they had like really cool areas, a better soundtrack. You know, I felt like it was more fun to drive around in, but there's a lot of nostalgia to be had with the original San Francisco Rush. So, yeah. Sega GT 2002. This game came bundled with Jet Set Radio Future on the OG Xbox, and it was fine. It was a racing game. It's more fun in the arcades because you have a wheel and a shifter. But if you're on an Xbox controller at home, it's just fine. You know, it worked. It wasn't ugly. Didn't play bad. Didn't really stand out. It's just fine. Just okay. I'm stating the obvious, but if a racing game is anywhere near great, it better have a good to great soundtrack. It's integral. Huh, that's a good point. Let me see. Okay, Road Trip. I don't know how good the soundtrack is for Road Trip, but yeah, Road Trip is up here though. Sega GT, I don't remember. Road Trip had a very limited soundtrack. It's only like 3 songs, yeah. Yeah, but the concept alone was unique enough, you know. Also, Import Tuner's soundtrack was not beastly. So, but I will fucking defend this game up and down, I swear to God. Sega Rally 2006. Oh, they don't have Sega Rally Revo on here? Fuck, that sucks. What a bummer. Sega Rally Revo. Damn, that's sucky. Oh well. Is it really not here? Maybe I missed it. No, not seeing it. Yeah, looks like they didn't put it in there. Oh, bummer. All right. Sega Rally Championship on Dreamcast. I didn't play it enough. I don't remember. I did play the Sega Rally, the original one, on Sega Saturn. And I thought it was okay. That was fine. Even at the time, the graphics were decent. You can go back and play it, and it's still kind of charming. The physics for it are loosey-goosey enough that it's still fun to go back and play it. I think it's better than Ridge Racer in that sense, but yeah, it's fine. Also, Road Trip's final boss theme had absolutely no business going as hard as it did. I don't know why that slapped so hard. I don't remember how that went. I honestly forgot. Yeah, Sega Rally belongs up here. For a rally game, it was pretty damn fun. And it's pretty satisfying sliding around in the dirt. For a Sega Saturn game, it was pretty good. Didn't play it. Shrek is a fucking meme game. I don't fucking know. Skydrift, I didn't fucking play it. Oh, fuck. Sledstorm's on here. Holy shit, Sledstorm. Where am I putting you? Fuck. Sledstorm. Damn, Sledstorm is fucking tight. Yeah, I think Sledstorm is one of my all-time favorites, dude. Sledstorm, the first one. Again, I gotta... for a lot of these games, a lot of people might wonder why the fuck they're up here. Sledstorm's physics are so good. Sledstorm fucking slaps. Like, there's a speedrunner that goes into a lot of detail. He found the game recently. He didn't even play it when it was new like I did. He found it, and then he made a YouTube video explaining why it's so much fun to speedrun and how, like, how special, like, the physics and, like, the gameplay is and how much fun it is to run for that same reason. You got an upgrade system. You got characters with different stats. The levels are... Man, I don't even know. Like, for a PS1 game, and to be like on a like a snowmobile that's like going through powdered snow, and all this powdered snow is flying all over the place. And I mean, it was really ahead of its time, with like leaving trails of snow. You can do tricks, and doing tricks would translate to earning more money at the end, so you got more money to spend on upgrades between races if you did enough tricks. But that was also risky because you could like eat shit. There was really cool shortcuts where you could like jump through like the trees or hit a jump. Yeah, man. And the soundtrack, holy shit. I still listen to the soundtrack. When I go to the gym, I would listen to Sledstorm's soundtrack. I think it's like Echoline Crush is the name of the band that did some of the songs. Let's see. So yeah, one of the songs is Dragula, right? But it's like, this is like a late 90s game, early 2000s, so Dragula was like everywhere, but here you go. Yeah, like Sparkle and Shine. Yeah, Echoline Crush is the name of the band. I'm gonna link the soundtrack in the chat because I think it'll copyright strike me if I play it. But yeah, dude, the second, third, and fourth songs on the soundtrack are all from Echoline Crush. And it's like so good. Yeah, I gotta play it. I hope it doesn't copyright strike me. So good. Hold on, where's that other one? There's this like cold coffee and a cigarette. It's only 1 mile to go. No coffee and a cigarette. This fucking soundtrack fucking slaps so goddamn hard. It's only one. Oh, I'm not ready to go. Let me hear this. So this is Road Trip Adventures final boss music. I do remember this now. Yeah, this was pretty cool. Okay, Sledstorm. There was a Sledstorm reboot on PS2 that I didn't play until a few years ago. I saw it at a retro game store and I picked it up for like $10 or something. Took it home, played it, and was hoping it would be as good as the PS1 game. Like this one. It is not. It's very much like Wave Race to Wave Race. It's like comparing Wave Race 64 to Wave Race Blue Storm. The physics just aren't as good. Sledstorm is, it's fine. I don't think it's but it's, yeah. It's definitely lacking. The physics on this are just so good, and in this one it's, yeah, it just the physics don't transfer over. It's still fun to play, but it doesn't really stand out. It's very bland in a lot of ways. You're racing for leadership of the world. Yeah, aren't you, like, at the end, aren't you racing, like, the president or some stupid shit? I don't think I ever played the Smuggler's Run games. Smurf Racing? Never played it. Oh, wow, big surprise. Gee, I wonder where he's going to put All-Stars Racing Transformed. Where are you going? There you go. The stakes are high. Yep. All-Stars Racing Transformed fucking goes up here at the top. It's one of my favorites. This is the greatest kart racing game ever made. It's the GOAT. It's up here at the top. It doesn't get any better. I was talking about this game when we were doing our Sonic tier list. I mean, it's the best kart racer game ever made. You got, in the same race, you go from boats to cars to planes. It's got all of these amazing uses of Sega IP. Incredible remixed music from existing Sega IPs. Skies of Arcadia, Jet Set Radio, Shinobi, Super Monkey Ball. I mean, it just, yeah, the list goes on and on. And that is not a kart racer for kids. It is tough as fuck. And even to unlock all the characters, you need to, like, play through the little single player campaign mode on at least hard difficulty or extreme, just to, like, get enough points to unlock secret, like, all the characters. And even if you were playing on normal is essentially hard mode. Hard mode is fucking expert. Anything beyond that is just like, oh, so you want to get kicked in the nuts, huh? Kicked in the nuts mode. That's essentially what it is. It's fucking brutally tough, but super satisfying. Amazing pinnacle perfection, finely tuned kart racing. It doesn't get much better. It doesn't really get any better. It's the best. You know? Oh, hello, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed. Right this way. To the top 4, please. Going in the VIP lounge. Oh yeah, on the Steam version, you can play as a Team Fortress mercenary. You can play as Danica Patrick. You can play as Wreck-It Ralph. From the hit movie, Wreck-It Ralph. In a Sonic kart racer. Highly pondering buying Transform tonight. Oh, I mean, is it on sale? I mean, it goes on sale for $5, dude. Wait for it to go on sale. It goes on sale like all the time. If it's not on sale right now for $5, just wait for the next sale and pick it up, dude. It's the GOAT. You can get the equivalent of a star. It plays this absolutely transcendent remix of Team Fortress 2 theme. Yeah, forgot about that. Yeah. And you go all-star? Oh. Yeah, dude. Transformed. Fucking GOAT. The GOAT. Alright, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. The first one. This one's great. Honestly, the only thing that shocks me is the fact that Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, being as good as it was, especially for their first attempt at... Well, not first attempt. I mean, there was some, like, Sonic Drift. That was more of, like, an outrun. But, like, considering it was, like, their first use of the engine and all that stuff, and being, like, a kart racer is supposed to be competing with Mario, and, like, just the kart genre in general, was so good. Like, they fucking nailed it, right? And then they came out with a new one, Transformed, and they fucking just blew it out of the water. Like, they were like, yeah, kart racers? Fuck karts. We're gonna be cars, planes, boats. We're gonna add more existing IPs, more fucking characters, more levels, incredible remixes. We're gonna boost the fucking gameplay to the max. It's like, holy fuck, man. I mean, that, like, Transformed is almost like a whole new game with, like, what they added. The first All-Stars Racing game is just kart racers, and it was really fucking good. But they were like, why are we just kart racing? Let's fucking have the cars transform mid-fucking race. I was like, that's fucking insane. And it actually works. So, yeah. I mean, as a kart racer, I don't even know how they outdid themselves. This one was so fucking good. Sonic Free Riders, an unfinished trash game that should have never been released. It doesn't work. It's broken. It tried to use Kinect instead of like a controller, and it's so shitty it killed the Sonic Riders franchise or series. So we don't get any more cool Sonic hoverboard racing games because this game was such a piece of shit. It sucks. I can't believe they put it out there and charged money. They should be sued for releasing a fucking beta as a complete game. It's not. Bunch of poo-poo caca. Sonic Sonic Riders Zero Gravity is good. It's really good. Almost great. The only reason that it's great is because the only reason it's good and not great is because Sonic Riders is great. I liked Sonic Riders more than Zero Gravity. They added like this new drifting element where you could like use a little gravity thingy to like do a U-turn and like freeze in place and then launch out of it. Like a weird little drift thing where you hit a hairpin turn, you could like freeze in place, rotate, and then launch. But that kind of broke the game to where you could just like skip over a majority of the track and use like the gravity thing to just break the game. I like the simplicity more of Sonic Riders. This one felt like it was a little bit more chaotic and the levels were a little bit nuttier. This one felt more grounded, like you're collecting air and trying to run along the floor, and it's like a balance between maintaining your airflow and doing tricks and grinding and some shortcuts and stuff, and They had cool secret characters, like you could play as Ulala from Space Channel 5 and Knights, and a few other characters were pretty cool. You could also, it was bikes and roller skates and everything. This one, it was still really good, but I just felt like the first attempt was much better. Not to mention the opening sequence for Sonic Riders was fucking incredible. I already showed it a bunch when we were doing our Sonic tier list, so I don't think I need to show it again, but the opening for this game is one of the most beautiful animations I've ever seen. I fucking love it so much. How anyone could look at Transformed and go, oh, shitty Mario Kart knockoff is beyond me. Yeah, even at a glance, like there's planes and boats. Like even Diddy Kong Racing. I mean, I put this above Diddy Kong Racing, you know? 20 bones on Xbox. I'll have to wait on this one for now. What's 20 bones on Xbox? Baja was only $7, so that was a steal. Oh, easy buy, dude. Anything less than $10 for Baja is like easy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Sonic Riders belongs up here. Love Sonic Riders. Sonic R. This is where I lose credibility with the rest of the internet. This is where I lose total credibility. No, I'm not even gonna fucking explain myself again, alright? I fucking defended the shit out of it just the other day when we were doing the Sonic tier list, okay? Everything about that game makes sense and it's really cool, alright? It's fun. It's awesome. The music makes sense because it's a Sonic game. The tracks also make sense because they're meant to be explored to find challenge coins and emeralds. There's nothing wrong with Sonic R. I fucking love Sonic R. I'm not gonna fucking defend myself again. Whatever. If I actually turn this tier list into a fucking video, I'm just gonna, I don't know, maybe I'll take the clip of me discussing it from the other tier list. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care for Sonic R, but I do think it gets a bad rap. It gets a bad rap because it's easy to make fun of. It's like a Sega Saturn racing game that utilizes some of the assets they were gonna use for probably like Sonic Adventure or something. And a lot of the tracks and music make sense. The music's supposed to sound like Sonic music if it was audio quality, because it got audio quality. With like CDs came audio quality. They didn't have to use chiptune sound chips anymore. So they're like, all right, well, let's make Sonic stage music, but it's actual music. And then they put it to vocals, and so you have like Sonic themed music with a little bit of 90s dance thrown in. And then these open worlds are meant to be explored. The AI was not cheap or cheesy, you could, like, because they couldn't even take some of the shortcuts that you could take. And some people say that it controls bad and it's like super sluggish, but it really depends on which character you pick. If you choose Sonic, then Sonic is going to be super sluggish because his turning ability and control is like, if you could actually see each of the character's stats, Sonic's stats would be like all the way down at the bottom for steering, but he would be more speed focused. So you can get used to it though. You can like control him despite his sloppy handling, because Knuckles controls better. The character that controls the best is Amy, but she's in a car. Nobody wants to beat her ass, and she can't jump. Each of the characters has a special ability, so it really matters on who you pick, and everybody just fucking picks Sonic. And a lot of people don't even know that Sonic can spin dash in that game, so he has like a good start, which is a pretty good benefit. I think Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles all have a spin dash start, I think. I know Sonic does. But, yeah, there's a lot of elements. People just look at it at a base level and just mock it. I think it's funny, but, yeah, I think it's good. I really like it, and I have a lot of love for that game. Despite how fucking bad everyone thinks it is. Or it may be. I don't know. I get it. It's a hard sell. It's easy to make fun of. But. Oh, Sonic All-Stars? Yeah, I mean, I would wait. If you can play it on Steam, Steam is always selling it for like $5. I don't know if it's going to go on sale on Xbox. Can't speak for the gameplay because he never played it. Yeah, that's fair. And people that have played it say it's bad, but that's because they only picked Sonic and they played it for like 5 minutes without even trying to like adapt. It was like, oh, this sucks. It controls like ass. I'm like, well, all right, we'll go ahead and pick another character that doesn't control like ass. You remember me running to a bunch of walls and being like, are you sure? When you said the whole thing about it depending on the character. Yeah, that's when I was playing Sonic. I was running into walls while trying to pick up challenge tokens while playing Sonic, who has debatably the worst control in the game. But I can work with his controls, like, because he's so fast. I like his spin dash. He also has a double jump, so it makes it easier to traverse to shortcuts. So it all balances out. Anyway, speedrunners. This is not a racing game. I mean, it kind of is, but whatever. Splashdown. I did not play this enough to have an opinion. Or this one. Oh my god. Split second. My god. Split second, so we meet again. Where do I put you? I have a very weird fucking relationship with this game because of what it did to Blur. You fucking ruined Blur, you fucking little shit. You Disney marketed fucker. That being said, it's a good game. It's definitely not great. It's better than fine because of the unique exploding things that you can do to alter the track, but like the drifting's annoying because drifting actually slows you down, and hitting it as a TV show where you blow things up is still entertaining and unique, even though it's kind of annoying because you have to know what everything does, otherwise you can end up fucking yourself over. And you know, it's fine. I mean, it's good and fine. If I honestly took away my pistivity about how it fucked over Blur, one of my favorite games, and it like Blur wasn't a part of this and it was just taking in Split Second by itself for what it was. Yeah, it's a good game. But it's not as great as everyone says for all those things I mentioned. Like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Well, Split Second. Look who came crawling back. Fuck you, but Dan, you're good. I just said good, alright? You know what? Fuck you guys. It's going down here in the bad. Fuck you, Split Second. You suck. I mean, I could honestly put it in fine, but I feel like me putting it in fine is just me being a bitter asshole. And if I just took that away and just, you know... And I also didn't account for how much everybody else loves it, despite it not being that good. So you have to like remove those factors, because I feel like that's not fair. For what it did to Blur, and rubber banding on how much I hate it in combination with how much everybody else likes it. I gotta like remove those aspects. And for that, I put it in good. I mean, I want to put it lower because I hate it so fucking much for those other things, but yeah. All right, Spy Hunter is not a racing game. Spy Hunter 2 is not a racing game. Spy Hunter Reboot on PS2, not a racing game. Spy Hunter 2 on PS2, not a racing game. Spy Hunter, whatever the fuck this is not a racing game. And Spy Hunter with fucking the Spy Hunter the movie starring The Rock. In the movie that never got released, but the game was completed, so they released the game anyway, is also not a fucking racing game. This is literally like a fucking third-person shooter a majority of the game. It's not a fucking racing game. Oh, I put it under never? Oh, you're right. There you go. How's that? There you go. SSX. Hold on. What? Oops, did I fuck up? I did. To the finish line. Why is it still highlighting my... Oh, that's so weird. There it goes. Alright. Alright, here we go. SSX, the reboot that came out on Xbox 360. It's actually good. It's been a long time since I've played it. So I honestly can't remember what it controlled like, but I loved this game so much. The soundtrack, the gameplay, the settings, the like unique modes. I had so much fun with this game. But I also haven't played it in a long time. So, like, I still own it, but it'd be nice to be able to go back and see if it actually holds up as much as I think it does. At the very least, I know it's good. If I went back and it still held up, I might put it in great, but it's definitely better than fine. SSX is super good. Like, that was a good reboot. I think a lot of people didn't like it. SSX 3 I didn't really play enough to have an opinion. Or SSX Blur. SSX Tour, on Tour, I played when it was new and I still own it. I thought it was cool because you could actually, like, play, not just be on a snowboard, but you could also use skis. And skiing games are pretty rare. There's only like a handful of games out there that have ever allowed you to like use skis. Very few. Steep was one. SSX on Tour. Johnny Moses Mad Tricks on PS2. I think Alpine Racer, but that's not even doing tricks. It's just like ski racing for the most part. So. Yeah, it's they're pretty rare. I mean, if you're talking about games that allow you to ski across the span of like 3 decades, I think there'd be more. But yeah, I mean, it was fine. I don't think it was as good as the SSX reboot. I did have fun with it, but yeah, just thought it was okay. SSX Tricky. Oh, fuck, man, this is tough because I didn't play it a lot. I didn't have Tricky. I don't know if I can rate that because I know a lot of people are like, dude, SSX Tricky is the fucking GOAT. It's the fucking best, but I can't. I didn't play it enough, dude. At the very least, I could say SSX Tricky was good, maybe great, but I didn't play it enough, man. I feel like people would be like, oh, what the fuck, you put SSX Tricky? And then if I don't defend myself properly, it makes it sound like all of this is bullshit. So, for that reason, I think I'll put it right here, can't judge, even though I know at the very least it's a good game. Because if I don't put it in great or something, someone's like, oh, well, why, you know? And especially for what I'm about to do. Because I'm going to take SSX, the first one, and, yeah, I'm gonna put it up right here next to this one. Because I loved SSX, like, the first game. I think some people would say it's fine, but my favorite thing to do in SSX is put in the cheat code that unlocked all the characters and boards and secret levels, and then go to that one level that was called Untracked. I got SSX for 3 years ago, and I just assumed it was bad because it was a reboot, and it's not SSX Tricky. You're almost word for word going through the script of your Steep video. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I was like, I remember mentioning something about that. Yeah, I was like repeating myself from my review. SSX Untracked. Yeah. Here, I think this is it. Oh, that's Tricky. Oh, SSX Tricky had Untracked. I didn't know that. I don't know if they're the same or not. So this was the final level you could unlock in SSX, and the song that played was like really fucking awesome. I think it might be copyrighted though. I hope it doesn't mute the VOD. But yeah, like essentially you start out, you're in a helicopter, and this slow build up. And that's essentially what I would spend most of the time doing, is like going to this level over and over again. The other level, there's like a lot of other levels that were good too, but this one in particular, especially on the PS2 at the time, was like just a big open mountain with like all this powder for you to like snowboard through. And this music just made everything so epic and grand. It just, yeah, man, there really wasn't like another like snowboarding level like this. Steep slope sliders even felt a little bit narrow in comparison. And I mean, that was also a Sega Saturn game. Like it, even that didn't like look as good as this did. Oh, yeah, kick off the music. Which character is he playing? Most people choose Mac, I thought. Look how open this is. There's so much space. God damn, dude, this game is tight. Man, maybe Tricky does belong in the great section, even though I didn't play it that much. Because Tricky was just like this, but even better, with like more over-the-top tricks. I love it when you land. That sound it makes is like, it's like sick. Presentation goes such a long way. Fuck. Yeah, this makes me think I should have. This makes me think I should have put Tricky or one of them even higher, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, it was pretty fucking great. It's hard to say because it's been a while since I played them. Did I play Tricky enough to put it up there? No. Makes me want to hook up my GameCube and play Tricky right now. Yeah, man, the sound effects, like when you land and shit. You know what? Fuck it, dude. I think that's fair, dude. I mean, I played it a little bit. It's been a long time, and I don't remember a lot, but I remember it was essentially the same thing, but better. Even though I didn't play through the whole thing like I did this one. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'd give it up, because this was serious. They were like, okay, we see what makes this game good. Like, the tricks are over the top, really crazy, fun stages. This one was still trying to take it somewhat seriously. It was like a serious racing game, but it had some hang-ups. But doing tricks and then using that to, like, boost and get more, and... oh, man, the tricks. They'd be, like, flipping the board all over the place, doing some crazy kung fu shit. Yeah. Jigger's pretty tight. SSX was a lot of that, too. But I don't know. I can't remember very well. All right. I feel good about this, honestly. Yeah, I feel pretty good. Street Legal Racing. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh my God, Street Racing Syndicate. Street Racing Syndicate is fine. I don't think I'd call it good. It had anime paint jobs, like, by default, that were actually pretty solid. They had like 3 or 4 different anime girl paint jobs you could put on your car. The upgrades were pretty fun. You actually got to send some more speed when you upgraded stuff, and you traverse around the street, like exploring and doing races. The physics and mechanics weren't the best, but it was so unapologetically street racing while just, I don't know, it something about it's bad in a charming way, but it's not bad. It's just, I don't know. It's really hard to describe, but it's fine. It's a hard sell. I definitely can't put it up here with the other ones. I remember them fondly. I just think they're funny to go back and play again, but yeah. It's kind of hard to describe. Stuntman Ignition is not even a fucking racing game, and neither is Stuntman. Super Mario Kart. Super Mario Kart is fine. I go back and play it, and it's I don't know. I might actually, you know, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I put Super Mario Kart up next to F-Zero, to be honest. It's definitely more fun than a lot of these other outruns. Yeah, it's better than fine. It doesn't belong down here. It definitely belongs up here, especially with F-Zero, because I think Super Mario Kart is actually better than F-Zero in some ways. Yeah, the soundtrack's good. Gameplay's pretty solid. It's really fun. So, it's good. Yeah. Just looking around, making sure I feel good about everything here. Oh man, Super Street the game. I played that, what, like a year ago? Street Racing the game, Super Street the game is actually pretty good. It's not up here, but it's fine for what it is. The AI is pretty dumb. The upgrades and money system's kind of fucking weird. But the customization's good enough, and it's fun enough to drive, and I like the customization. Yeah, its physics are really wonky. But yeah. I wouldn't be like, dude, you gotta play Super Street, but you know, it's worth playing. It's definitely not a waste of time, I don't think. Oh wait, these are in the wrong tier again. These are not racing games. Supercross, didn't play it. Tabletop racing? I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh my god, it's Team Sonic Racing. Team Sonic Racing is, I mean, talking about these Sonic Racing games again, I'm going to end up repeating myself a lot, but Team Sonic Racing literally takes existing assets and the engine from the greatest kart racing game ever made, transformed, and literally just neuters the shit out of the game. Team Sonic Racing is literally transformed if they just fucking cut everything that was fucking awesome about it. So it's literally the exact same engine and the exact same existing assets, and they just kind of like throw it into this game, but now it's just Sonic characters. They don't change into planes, they don't change into boats. So and it's just Sonic, so you don't have any Jet Set Radio, you don't have any beautifully remixed songs or levels to pull from different existing Sega IPs. And it's boring. The tracks are boring. The driving functions because it's like the same as the other game, but it's like slower and just much more bland. It's like not as fast, and it has this weird shitty team mechanic that they're trying to be like, oh, check it out. You know, like even if you get first place and your teammates get fucking last, you still lose because it's team based. So if your team sucks, you suck. And I don't know, man. And it's not good. I don't like it. Functions well enough as a racing game. Like I could see someone playing it and I could put it in But just when you just look at it for what it truly is, which is ripped assets and an engine from an existing game, and you look at how fucking amazing this game was. I was so pissed when this came out and people were playing this. And I'm like, dude, this game, what was this game when it first came out? Wasn't it like $60? It was like a full price new game that was 1/10 of the content of this. And this game you could get on sale for like $5 on Steam, and people are buying this dog shit. I'm like, why are you buying this? Don't buy this piece of shit. Buy this game that's been out for, you know, fucking like over 10 years. Buy this fucking game. This is the best kart racing game ever made. It's literally the same engine, but it's better. Like, and it was really painful because it's just a reminder. It's like people just buy whatever's new. You know, nobody wants to go back and play the shit they missed, right? And you're like, fuck, dude. Like, why? This is here. It's been here the whole time. Did you not play it? No. But you're not gonna buy this for $5, but you're gonna go out and buy this for fucking 60 or whatever the fuck it was. Or even if it was 40. Like, really? Ugh, dude. Yeah, it's inferior in every... It's seriously, like, I'm not exaggerating. It's like 1/10 the game. Yeah, the new shit came out. It's bad. I just can't get past my bias when you see that this came... Like, it uses so much from its predecessor, which is the greatest ever. It just really just belongs down here. It's bad, but... If I was to remove my bias and how much I hate it for it being this... not being this, I could put it in because it functions as a racing game. But I'm just so mad that they released such a garbage fucking rehash of existing assets to make a shittier game to make some money. But it really just belongs here because it works. Whatever, like it's the same engine, but. And that's funny because I have Sonic R up here, and then there's Team Sonic way the fuck down here. So, if you play Team Sonic Racing purely for the time trials and not for multiplayer or AI, it is merely mediocre as hell and not bad. Yeah. Trying not to be biased, but yeah, I'll put it in because, like, I'll even try to play it, but I usually get bored. Like, I'll just be winning, like, the single player and trying to, like, earn stuff or try to get into it, and it just feels like such a grind. I'm not enjoying it. It's not fun. Okay. The dual test unlimited. I don't know what that is. Test drive. I did play this, but fuck, I don't remember shit. I don't remember anything. Test drive something other. I don't think I played these. Played this one. I think I did play Test Drive 6 on Dreamcast. I remember it I think I remember it being okay. Do I have it? Okay, if I still... Oh yeah, I still own it. I remember using my Game Shark to cheat eventually and just get a whole bunch of money. I think it was okay. I don't think I'd go back and play it, but I remember it being alright. And I wish I could remember this one because it actually... I remember there was something cool at the beginning, but I haven't played it in like fucking 20 years. I don't remember. It didn't stick with me. And I didn't play it all the way through, but I think there was something cool about it. I don't know. Whatever. If I don't remember, I'm not going to put it on there. I didn't play it. 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 Test Drive Unlimited 2. I worked really hard to fucking try to play this game. It was, if I had to be honest, it was way too ambitious for its time. Test Drive Unlimited 2 was this giant open world where you could buy apartments and clothes and cars, and then you had to like drive to all the different racing locations, and it was like up to scale. So like it would take forever to drive from one end of the place to the other. I think I bought a copy for one of my friends for us to race around in, and the world was pretty dead. There wasn't really a lot to do. It kind of lacked direction for the player in explaining what he needs to do or where they need to go. It was also annoying because a lot of the races were really limited. They're like, oh, but it's got to be this year, this model from this make, and only have rear-wheel drive. And you're like, well, fuck, dude, I don't know what fucking car that is. It wouldn't even give you like examples of which cars that qualify. You had to go out and fucking guess or try to remember all this petty bullshit. And I mean, it was really fun, like buying apartments and places to like stash your garages, and you could walk around your apartment. Some of them were like crazy expensive fancy mansion places, But I just really think it was too ambitious for its time. It's like, yeah, you bought this expensive apartment and you get to walk around it in a first-person perspective, but there's not really anything to interact with. You're just like, oh, cool, I own it, and you just walk around, you know? And you could buy like different cars and just drive around in them. It was okay. And then there was Test Drive Unlimited. Hold on, I didn't play this one. Test Drive Unlimited 1 I also played, and it had a lot of the same issues. Test Drive Unlimited the first one took place on Hawaii. And the Skyline was like a DLC car that I downloaded. I can't remember if it was free or actually cost money. But I was a big fan of the Skyline R34 at the time. And that one had even like less direction. Unlimited 2 had more cool things like, oh man, you could buy your apartment and stuff, and I don't think Unlimited had that. I think it was mostly buying clothes and driving to different locations for races, but it was like an accurate representation of the whole island of Hawaii in Test Drive Unlimited 1, to where if you were driving from one end of the island to the other, it would seriously take you like, God, what was it? It would seriously take you like 15-20 minutes to get from one island to the other, maybe longer. Like, it took a long time to get from one island to the other, even if you were speeding on the freeway. So that was both a good and a bad thing, because there's that sense of realism where it's like, oh, it takes forever to drive from point A to point B, like realistically, but also at the same time there's nothing in the world to interact with. So if you wanted to go somewhere, it took fucking forever to get over there. It was like, fuck, and it really sucks when you're like working a job and you come home and you just want to unwind, make some progress in your racing game, and you spend like 20 minutes driving from one end to the other. It fucking sucks. And then you get to the race and it's like, oh, your car doesn't qualify, it's not the right rank, and it needs to be this year, and it needs to also have this, and you're like, ah, fuck you. But despite all those hurdles, I was constantly trying to clear all these hurdles to enjoy it, because I liked the concept of a big open world racing game, and it just wasn't that well implemented. Yeah, they were pretty fine. As much as I'd like to put them in a higher tier, I really can't. Borderline putting them in honestly, but I think they're about the same. The physics weren't the best either. Kind of rough. Kind of a rough sell. Yeah, the more and more I talk about it, maybe they do belong down here. I think this one was better than this one, to be honest. I don't know. You think I'm moving a game up in a tier? It's a bug on your peripheral. Yeah, I guess both of these are pretty if I gotta be honest. As much as I have fond memories of playing them, they were pretty rough around the edges. And I would not go back and play them. The physics are not fun. You hit like a little curb and your car like freaks out. Like the physics get all weird, and yeah, they weren't good. I did try to enjoy them though. Alright, moving on. Hey, it's The Crew 2. This game's fun. Crew 2's cool. It's not one of my favorites, but I still go back and play The Crew 2. I know I made this comparison earlier, but if I had to compare The Crew 2 to something for it to make sense, The Crew 2 is like a buffet. It's kind of like Golden Corral, where it's like it has a little bit of everything, but none of the food actually stands out, You're like, oh yeah, we got street racing, we got monster trucks, boat racing, planes, we got all these different, we got motorcycles, we got rally racing, we got all the racing, but none of the racing in particular is really like great, you know what I mean? Like nothing really stands out. Like the boat racing isn't like, it's not like you're playing Hydro Thunder. The street racing all functions well. The Crew 2, if I had to compare it, is sort of like It's essentially what Test Drive Unlimited was trying to be in some way, where you like have apartments and a garage and all these other things, and it was actually implemented well. And these were too ambitious for their time, whereas, you know, we've come to the point where this is a much more viable thing with technology now and like graphics and stuff. So, but I still like to go back. I like to drift. It's got drifting, which is really fun. That's my favorite thing to do. I'll go back and I'll just drift. Monster trucks are fun to drive around in, and yeah. So I just think it's great to go back and revisit. If I was removing my bias for how I like to go back and still play it, and it's fun to drive around with friends, I'd put it down here. I think overall it's good, and if I put it in great, it's sort of ignoring the grindy, borderline pay-to-win aspects where you get loot little cubes from grinding out races, and that's how you improve the performance on your vehicle, and you get like these perks that essentially are required to do well in the game, at least on the leaderboards and competitively. Like there's ones that increase how many points you get when you drift, or some of them help you get up to speed faster when drafting behind someone, or it increases the length at which you can draft somebody, or how quickly you can drive through mud, like in rally cars, and how many points you can get when you're in the monster truck, things like that. There's stuff that like breaks the game that isn't really fair competitively. So really it probably goes down here in the good section, you know? Not all TC2's disciplines are great, the Cruise 2's, and it doesn't really do anything amazing. And it also has really frustrating, annoying microtransactions, progression system, and loot boxes, and RNG ass perks and stuff. Also, the story and writing is impressively bad. It's just so awful. But mechanically, it works fine. The open world is fairly well realized, and it's still always a good time to boot up and drift with my pal. Exactly. Right. So I could totally see where someone put the Crew 2 in like fine or whatever. It's got a lot of shortcomings, but it's fun to go back to for the things that are good in it. But I almost want to put it in great just because I like to go back and drift around, and I like all the things I've earned. And I think it's just easy to go back to and just kind of grind out and just like vibe, you know? But yeah, I think good. Good is good. Yeah. Good is good. Never played the Crew 1. I have a wrapped up, unopened copy for PS4 my brother gave me because I think our cousin, who's a professional baseball player, got a copy of it from one of their sponsors or something. And they gave it to him and he gave it to me. So, never played it. I don't know. Fast and the Furious. I think this is like the PS2 game. I didn't play it. Grand Tour game, didn't play it. Didn't play this one. Seen it around, but didn't play it. Didn't play it. Hey! Oh shit, bitch. We're about to get into the Tokyo Extreme Racer games. Oh, yes. Fucking love Tokyo Extreme Racer, man. Oh, this is gonna be great. Okay, so I didn't play Tokyo Highway Battle until recently. I bought it off of eBay for like 10 or 15 bucks. And finally got to play it because I found out it was the predecessor. It's like the first Tokyo Extreme Racer before Extreme Racer was Extreme Racer on PS1. And it actually still holds up just fine. I don't think it's good. It's pretty fucking ugly, even for like a PS1 game. Not a lot of detail on the models. But it's like super early PS1 concept. It even has like the opening is real footage of the Drift King himself doing like, obviously drifting, and it's like this compressed video for PS1. It's not a big open highway for you to drive on. It's very much like Daytona USA, where it's like like tracks for you to loop around on that are supposed to simulate a freeway or highway in Japan. It's got interesting upgrade system. Like you buy upgrades, but they're actually like clearly labeled. It's not just like engine upgrade 1, 2, 3. Like they actually have like they actually list it where it's like, oh, you replace the piston things and the whatever and this, and it's got different tunings and different tires for different racing styles and shit. So it's actually pretty solid. It's definitely not bad. It's pretty great for a PS1 game. I was actually surprised how well it hold up, but it's not the best. It's not the prettiest. Okay. I gotta put these in order because otherwise I'm gonna end up repeating myself. Let me just here we go. There we go. All right. Cool. All right. So after Tokyo Highway Battle, Tokyo Extreme Racer on Dreamcast was the next one, and it is good. It still holds up. That was I actually owned this game on Dreamcast when it was new, and I was so surprised. The way Tokyo Extreme Racer works is you essentially drive up and down these Tokyo highways and flash your lights at rival cars that are part of rival gangs. And as you beat members of the gang, you earn more money. And once you beat an entire team, their gang leader shows up, and then you beat that team leader. And then after you've beaten all of a set of gangs, you'll fight like a boss, and like a boss for like that region or something. And once you beat that boss, it unlocks like the next section of rivals to race against. And it's, like my friends described it, it's more of an adventure game almost than a racing game, but it's very much a racing game. It's also more like a fighting game in some ways, because when you flash your lights to challenge somebody, you get like a life meter, and when you're in front of your opponent, depending on how far in front of your opponent you are, their health drains. So the farther lead that you have on them, the more their life drains. And so they're trying to like catch up to you and close the gap. So every time they pass you, you start to lose your health. And if they crash into a car, if you end up leaving them behind, it goes down like really, really crazy fast. So sometimes you'd have some really nutty races going where, you're going back and forth for a good long while, just waiting for the other person to run out of health. And the other thing is that you want to try to drive clean, because if you bump into other cars or into the wall, if you're trying to like go fast and like lay into the wall, it'll like, that takes away your health as well. So even though maybe laying into the wall can help you make the turn go faster, it's also killing yourself. So you have to like balance between, oh no, like if it's like really close and you have no health, but you happen to get the lead because something lucky happened, and you're like, oh, I'm up here, and you want to like stay in the lead, but you're like, oh shit, I got no health, I can't afford to even tap the wall, or I'll lose it. So it makes for some pretty intense situations. It wasn't the best physics for Extreme Racer 1, and there still was really good customization for it. For a first attempt, it was actually really good. And they also can't use the actual car licensing, because they didn't license those cars, so you'd have cars that looked exactly like, Skylines or whatever, RX-7 FDs or FCs, but they'd call them Type AD 6420, whatever the fuck, just so they didn't have to like pay for licensing, which is pretty clever. That was pretty cool. So then there's the second game, which is like the first one, but even better. They just like improved upon it. They had like more customization. The physics were a lot better. I think more cars. They also opened up more of the freeway. There's more freeway. And Tokyo Extreme Racer 0 is literally Tokyo Extreme Racer 2 on Dreamcast, except for it's on PS2. So it's got, maybe slightly better graphics, but, You know, they're not much better. Pretty comparable, just like an improved versions, like little things, but ultimately they're kind of the same game. You could probably put 0 a little higher than 2. Oh shit, here we go. I almost want to put these in a higher tier than this one, because man, it's tough. Would I put 0 next to Import Tuner? Fuck. I think I would. It's really damn good. Fuck. I'm having a difficult decision here. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, it feels right. All right. Here we go. Tokyo Extreme Racer 3. Tokyo Extreme Racer is one of the GOATs. It's one of the greatest racing games ever. I fucking love Tokyo Extreme Racer 3 so fucking much. There's certain aspects about, like, this is like the pinnacle of Tokyo Extreme Racer. Like, this is the best one, which is really sad because the cover for Tokyo Extreme Racer 3 looks like fucking some third-party trash. And a lot of the traffic all looks the same because the traffic is like the same yellow van that you pass by over and over again. But like the mechanics and the attention to detail in this game is so fucking good. Like the roads will get wet and then like your traction changes. You could like activate a boost, like a turbo on your engine, and the longer you're driving out at night on the freeway, your engine will start to take damage and you have to go back in and like, you know, take an exit and go back and do some repairs. Man, it's so good. It really just comes down to like mechanics, I think. I think overall people might say Tokyo Extreme Racer 2 has better presentation than Tokyo Extreme Racer 3. And Import Tuner Challenge, although it is a Tokyo Extreme Racer game, it's definitely lacking the attention to detail that Tokyo Extreme Racer 2 and 3 would have. Yeah, it's in a lot of little details that make 3 better than 2. But like the traffic, I think, is more convincing in this game. But the way the cars handle, the customization, I think you can even do engine swaps in this one. I think you can do engine swaps in this one as well. But like I mentioned on this game, in Import Tuner Challenge, which is Tokyo Extreme Racer X, you could there was like the physics for the driving wasn't as good. There was a lot of weird things with the driving mechanically, but it was still like really fucking good. But yeah, 3 is going to be the best one by far. I talked more about it in my top 10 racings video game, or top 10 racing games video on YouTube. That I'd recommend checking out. I'm sure anybody that's here probably already watched it. This one is really good. Okay, so these are interesting. Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift 1 and 2. These aren't even Tokyo Extreme Racer games. They're actually drifting games in Japan called Kaido Battle. And when they brought them over to North America, they just called them Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift because I guess they wanted to use the existing IP or recognizable game, which is stupid because then they didn't use it for Import Tuner. They called Tokyo Extreme Racer X Import Tuner Challenge. So I don't know why the fuck they would use it. I don't know. It's confusing. It's some dumbass choices. But yeah, so Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift is Kaido Battle 1, and Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift 2 is actually Kaido Battle 3. We never actually got Kaido Battle 2 in the States. We just got 1 and 3. These are borderline drift simulators, and they are fucking hard to play. Definitely wouldn't say they're bad. They work really well. I had a really hard time drifting in them. Like, I still own my copies, but like just being able to like drift around is pretty tough, and like slide without losing control. Definitely drift simulators. But presentation and music and stuff overall isn't the most impressive thing, but yeah, they function fine. Obviously 2 is gonna be better than 1, but yeah, that's about how I feel about it. Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam. I didn't really play it. I don't even know if that counts as a racing game, to be honest. It's really weird that it's even on here. Toy Story Racer. Didn't play it. Trackmania. I have like almost all the Trackmanias, but I never really played them. Yeah. I have almost all of these, but I was having trouble figuring out how to play them. The menu to play online is not the easiest to navigate, so. Trailblazers, I did play this actually. I got a key for this. It was It's essentially a hover car racing game where like you have to switch colors, I think, to go faster, or you want to drive on your teammates like your teammates will leave like a little streak on the ground that'll help you get up to speed faster. It was a very gimmicky racing game that just, I mean, it was fine enough to play, but it was not engaging. I don't even think I streamed it. I think I got a review key and I was like, oh cool, and I played it for like 30 minutes and I was like, this is not super fun. I was pretty bored. It wasn't very engaging, so I didn't even bother streaming it, I don't think. It wasn't like bad, but I just, yeah. It was very meh. I wouldn't really recommend it. It was very bland and forgettable, and not even mediocre enough to just kind of pick up and turn your brain off and play, because they had that gimmick. That gimmick forces you to kind of like engage it, but it wants more attention than it deserves for you to play it, if that makes sense. Tony Hawk Downhill Jam was a racer and it was sick. Great soundtrack. Really? Okay, well shit, maybe I should look into that. Downhill Jam was actually cool. Shit, alright. No. Trials Evolution, Trials Fusion. I think I played these a little bit. These are definitely not really racing games, I don't think. These are trials, you know? These are meant for you to overcome obstacles. They're like obstacle courses more than racing games. I didn't play any of these. V-Rally 4, didn't play it. Didn't play this. Viper Racing. Walt Disney Magical Racing Tour? That sounds like it would be fun to play on a whim. Never played it though. Oh shit, it's Wangan Midnight. Oh fuck. Wangan Midnight is tight. I put Wangan Midnight up here with like Initial D Extreme Stage on PS3. It does its best to like emulate Wangan Midnight, the arcade game, I think. Maximum Tune. But it's on console. Still really fun. It's like a nice at-home version of it, and it's good for what it is. Definitely not as good as the arcade game, but it's still pretty solid. I mean, it's on PS3, and for a PS3 game, it's still pretty fun to go back and play. So, gotta give credit where it's due. It's good. Oh my god, Wave Race 64. Oh fuck, alright. Damn. Wave Race 64 is one of my favorites. I think it's going up at the top. I still go back and play that game because it is so much fun to just bounce off of waves, and it's the perfect jet ski physics. There's only 2 games in the entire world that have perfectly captured jet ski physics of like bouncing off of waters and made it so satisfying. It's Wave Race 64 and Dead or Alive Extreme 2 volleyball. In Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball 2, there's a jet ski racing. It's not even really a mini game. It's just something else you can do on the island aside from volleyball, and it's straight up Wave Race 64. Nobody ever fucking talks about it, but yeah, man, Dead or Alive Extreme 2 is like the graphical successor to Wave Race 64 of all games. Yeah, Wave Race 64 is the GOAT. Even Wave Race sequels haven't been able to capture the perfect physics from that game. It is so much fun. It's so satisfying, just like cruising around off of waves. I'm so annoyed the later sequel isn't as good, right? That's what I'm saying, Wesley. Blue Storm, such a missed opportunity. Back when it was a tech demo for so many things, another series that kind of bargain basement pile of junk now. Yeah, I mean, Extreme 3 was... I played a lot of Extreme 3, but mostly because it was sexy graphics, you know, like booba. But man, I was so disappointed with Extreme 3 for not bringing back the jet skis. I don't care what anybody says, Extreme 3 is a huge downgrade from Extreme 2, but the graphics are better. Which means the titties are better. So, also Honeka's in it, you know? Like Booba. It's like, man, this game is not as good as this game, but Booba. Right? Yeah, the Extreme 2. Extreme 2 is... I would put Extreme 2 on one of my favorite racing games for the jet ski racing. That would be hilarious if it was on the list. Because I'd be the only guy that's like, oh yeah, that's totally a racing game. Everyone else would be like, why the fuck is Extreme 2 here? Extreme 2 is not a racing game, it's a volleyball game. Be like, nah, bro. I never even played volleyball in Extreme 2. I was always jet ski racing the entire time. It's funny because when I play the game, you know, when you first start the game or start your tour, you get a partner, right? A partner will join you, and they were like, oh, sweet, and they're your partner, and they expect to play volleyball, and I'm over here jet ski racing, and by like the second or third day, my partner leaves me. Because I'm not playing volleyball, I'm just fucking jet ski racing. But yeah, man, perfect physics. I mean, it's Wave Race 64, like, goddamn, you know? It's the fucking GOAT. It's the fucking GOAT. Oh, here we go. Wave Race, Blue Storm. Oh, we were just talking shit about you. It's fine. The physics aren't... I mean, it had a lot of hype to live up to Wave Race 64, and I'm sure everyone was like, oh, sweet, you know, we went from Nintendo 64 to GameCube, this graphical upgrade, this is a more powerful system, let's get another Wave Race that feels like this one. Oh, man, and it's just not. It's very stiff jet ski racing, and it does its fucking best. It's not the fucking same, man. I don't know if it's the graphics and the physics or everything. It's just came off super boring, you know? Anyway. Oh, which one is this? Wipeout 2097? I don't think I played that one. Or Wipeout 3. Or Wipeout 64. I don't think I played Fusion. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't think I played Fusion. Which one? Oh, this is the Wipeout reboot, isn't it? That's on PS3, and I think that's also what Pulse is. I don't know. I don't think I played Pure either. Okay, so I played Wipeout the reboot, and I played Wipeout the original on Sega Saturn. And if I was to go back and play the original Wipeout, I'd say it's fine. I have a lot of nostalgia for it, so I enjoy it more than probably most, because the soundtrack is from a band called Cold Storage. And the music fucking slaps, and the graphics still hold up, at least on Sega Saturn. But, you know, the graphics are a little dated. The controls are extra floaty. You like hovering back and forth, and you kind of like slam into a lot of walls here and there, even when you've played it for a while. But, you know, it's still pretty good. It's worth checking out. I still go back and really enjoy it. Now, this is the Wipeout reboot that came out on PS3 and then also re-released on PS4. This one's good. They improved the controls. The graphics look so much better, like modern graphics on Wipeout. So like the hovercrafts look incredible with all these little details on the engine and the level around you, and the weapons and stuff like look way cooler. The music is also still really good. But yeah, namely the control and presentation overall, just everything's been improved upon. So it's definitely good. I don't put it in the great category, even though it probably is the best Wipeout to be released now that I think about it. But I still feel like it's lacking in control. Let's see. Don't think I played it. Nope. I don't think I played any of these. Nope. Nuh-uh. No, I have no idea what any of these fucking games are. WRC. Oh, shit. Oh, Wreckfest? Alright, hold on. Copy. Delete row. Add row. Okay. There we are. World Rally Championship. Oh, yeah. Is that what it stands for? World Rally Championship? Okie doke. Alright. Wreckfest. I think Wreckfest is fine. It's obviously a lot better when you're playing with friends, but you know, everything's better when you play with friends. I've played it on stream and I had a lot of fun, but namely because I was playing with people from the chat. When I go back and play Wreckfest by myself, like off stream, and it's like single player or even playing multiplayer, a lot of the levels are really boring. The game's kind of slow. I do appreciate the damage and like the weight that the cars have, but at the same time, it's not super engaging. Like the destruction aspect is really fun of it, is like the most fun part of it, but for that same reason, it's sort of like Burnout 1, where crashing into stuff is not what you want to do, but that's also when the game is like at its best. Customization's also kind of limited. But yeah, like the best tracks on Wreckfest are the ones where it's like it forces the cars to like crash into each other like a figure 8, and they either have to jump over each other or run into each other while trying to go across. So that makes things pretty exciting, like cars crashing around you or trying to avoid being crashed into. But yeah, like the fun factor is just really lacking, I think, outside of like the crashing. When you're playing with friends, you know, I'd probably put it up here in the good category. But you gotta look at the game as like a whole, and yeah, I think it belongs in fine. Like I'm down to play it. It's just, yeah, it gets old pretty fast. I remember last time I played it, I was just like one race after the other, and I was like not engaged. It was just like doing the race to do the race because I wanted to unlock more cars. But if the only thing that's really pushing you to keep playing the game is grinding for better vehicles or grinding for the sake of grinding, then you're not really having fun, are you? You're just grinding. Like if the only appeal for the game is that you want more stuff or more cars, then, you know, So definitely not bad. I know it sounds like I'm trashing the game, but it's worth playing. So it's fine. Like it's, yeah, the damage and stuff on the cars is really cool. But yeah, no, I'm kind of rambling now. Xenon, when I first started playing this game, I was like, holy shit, this game is fucking rad. It's kind of like an indie Ridge Racer. It kind of plays like Ridge Racer 6 or 7. And the music is pretty good. But after I played it for a day, it kind of like lost its fun factor. Like, it just kind of stopped being fun. it got kind of repetitive and wasn't engaging anymore. Like within a day, I went from like, oh, this is fucking cool. Like the music, this track's cool. And then you're playing it. And after a few hours, you're like, okay, I get it. And you're just kind of over it, you know? Like it's good. Yeah, it's worth checking out, but it's got no real staying power, I guess. I mean, it's got some mild customization, mostly with colors. Some unlockable cars, some pretty great music. Graphics look good, so it's fine. It's the most I could say about it, to be honest. RPM tuning. This one rings a bell, but I don't remember. I feel like I've played this before, but can't really think of anything. Top Gear 2. Oh, I remember some of these. I think these were like on Genesis or some shit. Some of these were. But it's been so long, I don't remember. So I'm just going to put them down here because I can't really rate them. I remember the Top Gear Overdrive, namely because of this picture with the Viper and it's got teeth. But I don't remember if it was good. Top Gear Rally. Oh shit, Top Gear Rally, Nintendo 64. I know Kaz is like a huge fan of Top Gear Rally. I mean, I played it more recently and it was eh. The best thing I could say about Top Gear Rally is the music's pretty good. And the drifting and like controls are pretty good for a Nintendo 64 game, but without the nostalgia for the game, like it doesn't age very well. It's definitely not bad. I'd almost put it in fine, but I don't know. I could probably put it in fine, to be honest. For a Nintendo 64 game, it's pretty damn good. But if you were to play it now, you'd be like, eh. So, I mean, I'm literally sitting here saying, eh. So I guess that's where it belongs. Top Gear. Oh man, Pod Racer. I never played Pod Racer Revenge. I think I played it on like a kiosk at a McDonald's. I never really played it. I own this, never played it. My friend gave it to me. Oh shit, it's Apex. Yo, Apex is fucking cool. I'm gonna say Apex is good. I don't want to oversell it, but Apex is a really good racing game where you make your own car company and start making your own blueprints and concepts for cars and then using them in races. And you start from like a nothing garage to like a big old warehouse garage with all these cool factors. Like where you just kind of like build and expand your company. And you're racing against, I think, real, like actual car brands and manufacturers. And you get to choose like between one of three like blueprints, like which car do you want? And then you pick it, and then your engineers like develop the car, and then you use it in races. And it was actually pretty cool, man. I bet you if you played it now, it's probably not as good as I remember, maybe. But like at the time, it was a unique concept of making your own car company and designing your own cars, even if they were pre-made blueprints. And having a garage go from nothing to something special like and huge was pretty unique at the time, and I really enjoyed it. So I think it's at least good. And the driving was pretty fun too, like mechanics, like the way the car's handled. It's pretty smooth. You always felt like you were in control, but they didn't feel stiff. They could slide around corners a little bit before gaining traction again and like taking off. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Oh, Descenders. Is this a racing game? I did play this a little bit. I don't know. I guess it is a racing game, even though you're on bikes. More like a trip game, kinda. It's all right. Well, judging the game by whatever it is, I'm gonna put it in fine. You know, I'm gonna put it right here. It's got a pretty solid physics engine that's pretty fun, like driving down on the mountain and hitting all these little tricks and jumps. It's like a little trail that you can follow, and it's mostly a physics engine that's pretty fun. It was good for an afternoon, but it's not something I personally revisit, but I could see why somebody would. I think it's fine. Formula Truck. Didn't play it. Oh shit, is this Gadget Racers? Okay, I own this, but I haven't played it yet. I think maybe I did one race or something, but essentially this Gadget Racers is another road trip, which is the one that I really like. But I haven't really played it yet. I really need to. Don't know what this is. High-Tech Racing, don't know what it is. Hyper Run is not a fucking racing game. Come the fuck on. Hyper Run is an endless runner where you're just trying to survive. You're not going for time, you're going for score. So that doesn't belong in there. Yeah, let's put it right there. You played it, you played through it for the first time a couple weeks ago? Ah, that sounds like fun. Yo, what's up, Burning Typhoon? What's up, Ride 4? Yeah, I never played it. I think all the rides are down here. Yeah, you go. You got Ride 2, 3, 4. I played a little bit of Ride 2. But not enough to have an opinion. Get it? Yeah, but just pull that right out of my butt cheeks. Let's see. Kartcraft? I never played it. Liftoff? I don't know what it is. Didn't play it. Lonely Mountain Downhill? Didn't play it. Nope. No. No, sir. Nope. 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 Nuh-uh. No, sir. Not this day. Nope. Nope. Nitronic Rush? Oh my god, what is that? A flip phone mobile version of San Francisco Rush? What the fuck is that shit? Nope. Hey, Penny Racers. Still haven't played it. Penny Racers goes right next to Gadget Racers. It's another Choro Q road trip game. I wrote the review for Ride 4 on VG Charts. What's Ride 4 on? PS4 or some shit? Is it on Steam? All right. Hey, we're actually getting super close to the end, aren't we? Right? Where's the end? Oh yeah. We're getting close to the end. This is where we're looping back, I think. Getting super close. God, it's gonna be like 8 hours of doing this shit. It's on everything except Nintendo. Penny Racers, Road Trip Adventure, Gadget Racers, Choro Q, 1, 2, 3 respectively. HG4 is called Choro Q, and it's a fucking insane story. Yeah, the names for those games is so complicated. All right, here we go. Getting near the end. I don't think I've ever played this. Revhead, never played it. Wait, is this that music game that I play a lot? They stopped supporting it. Fuck. You know which one I'm talking about. I streamed it a lot, especially before the copyright thing hit, because you could just play whatever and it wouldn't fuck up your VOD. You essentially play music and then it makes a track. Riff Racer. Yeah, that's what it was called. Riff Racer. I think this is Riff Racer, which isn't really a racing game. It's like a score-based game that builds a track based on your music. But I do love that game a lot. Yeah, I didn't recognize the logo either. It was the car that kind of triggered it for me. I was like, oh, that car. You know what sucks though is that Riff Racer, the guys, the developers stopped supporting the game, so now if you boot it up, you can't even like You can't even like pick new music or like the old music. It's like fucked up. It doesn't detect your music anymore. I can't remember what I don't know. Like I remember reading into it on the community or discussion group of the game. And everyone's like, yeah, they abandoned the game and now nothing, like it doesn't boot up music or anything, which sucks. I loved going back and playing the game, and I would buy it for people when it was on sale. But now it's like I'm just buying them a broken game where they can't even fucking play anything. Didn't play this one. Sega GT Online, didn't play it. Smash Cars, didn't play it. Steep. Steep is good. I really like Steep a lot. Like I like it less as a racing game and more as like an exploration, like snowy mountain snowboard ski game, and like with points and stuff. But like as a game as a whole, like for racing or tricks and capturing that sort of snowy environment with like the crunchy sound of the snow when you walk and all that stuff, it's really good. It's a really damn good snowboarding exploration game. As a racing game, still good, but lacking in some areas. So I'm gonna look at the game as a whole and not just as a racing game. You know, I did the same thing for like the Crew 2. So they're still fucking selling it though. Apparently the servers are shutting down completely this month. The servers for what are shutting down? Smash Cars is like a 510. Oh, you actually played it. Steep is a terrible racing game, but the name is in its credits, so it can't be that bad. 3D racer from PS3 era with RC cars. Oh, sounds like a not as good Revolt. Oh, your name is in the credits, so it can't be that bad. Vanessa Magic, Steep. Consultant, also Yeti. You reviewed Dirt 5. Yeah, I think I got a review key for Dirt 5 and streamed it, and I remember it just being okay. At some point in October, it'll be dead completely. Wow, that's so fucked, man. I had so much fun with the game. I wonder why. Was keeping the servers up not worth it? Man, I would even buy that game from people, dude. Like, it would go on sale for like $5 or less, and I would just buy a bunch of copies of it and then send it to people. Because I was trying to, like, support the game. That sucks. Yeah, I played Dirt 5 for like a day or two or something. I forgot what you rated it. It's on my list. I think it's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. See? I put Dirt 2 and Dirt 5 together. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright, didn't play it. That's where I saw it. Yeah. I didn't play this one or this one. Nope. 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 Reckless is not really a racing game. Reckless Yakuza missions, that's yeah, that's not a racing game. Off-Road Challenge. Is this the one on Nintendo 64? Or is this the old school arcade one where it's like an overhead camera? Cause if it's the one on Nintendo 64, it's good. That shit is pretty fun, especially when you put in the code to have monster truck tires. That shit is super cool. It's got upgrades and yeah, it's pretty damn fun. It's really good. I think it's kind of underrated. It's got like an Outrun style. It's got like Outrun style mechanics, but I think it's kind of underappreciated. It's fun to bounce around in this game. It's a really solid Nintendo 64 racing game. If it's the overhead arcade one, I'd probably put it under fine. Maybe I put it under good, actually, regardless if it was the 64 version or the arcade version of Off-Road Challenge. Based by this, I think it's the 64 one, though. Where did I put Road Rash 2? Right here. Road Rash 2 is good. Fast and the Furious. I didn't play it. Oh, shit. I think we got to the end. Yeah, these are all the ones I hadn't played. Look at all these games. A lot of racing games I hadn't played. I think this is it, though. I think we're done. Alright, let me delete these. Delete row. Not a racing game. I'm just going to delete it. Well, this is it. What are my GOAT racings? There's a few racing games that aren't here. Games that are missing. Like, you'd think that they were all here because it's fucking crazy long with how many games they threw in this bitch. There's no Extreme G Racing. There's no Extreme G Racing 1, 2, 3, or Extreme G Racing Association. Man, yeah, there's like they don't have any Sega Rally Revo. Revo's not here. There's like a few of the games that were in my top 10 racing list that aren't here either. Trying to think. Yeah, there's like a few that are still missing. But it's still pretty good. I like everything they added, and I appreciate the attempt at adding every fucking racing game ever. You know? I mean, shit, Crazy Taxi is here. Honestly, it would have been fun just to throw those in there, even though they're not really racing games. But then, you know, if I put Crazy Taxi in great or favorites, it's just kind of weird, because it's not really the genre. Yeah, Super Hang-On wasn't here. That one was missing as well, yeah. Daytona USA 2 there? Nope, Daytona USA 2 is not here. Yeah, that was another one that was missing. Yeah, they had Daytona USA 1. Which is up here, which is the GOAT. Up here is one of the GOATs. Yeah. I think there's like a few other ones that they're probably missing. Yeah, I'm sure I could. Oh yeah, California Speed. Yeah, someone in the chat was like, "Where's California Speed?" And it wasn't in there. Oh, Beetle Adventure Racing on Nintendo 64 wasn't there. There's a few 64 racing games that are missing. Yeah, I could probably think of a few more. No, they had a shit ton of Micro Machines. There was a butt fuck load. There was also a shit ton of Hot Wheels. Here's Micro Machines. This one. They had a fuck ton of those. Beetle Adventure Racing feels like one of those weird random games that will get a Steam port for no reason. Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. Just like Revolt. Revolt got this random Steam fucking game. Same thing with like Trick Style. Trick Style is a racing game. Trick Style is a hoverboard racing game, straight up. That's not here. Yeah. Fucking hey, Beetle Adventure Racing. I feel like that. I was trying to make sense of that when like we get a random fucking old retro game thrown on Steam. Like Extreme G Racing 2 is on Steam. Like, not Extreme G Racing 1, not 3, or Association, just 2. The one of the ones that was on Nintendo 64, and it's ported very badly, and it's just there. It just exists. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, it is. Check it out. Let me see. Do I have it? Wait, hang on. Hold on, let me find it real quick. I know it's here. I think it's under X. I think it's XG2. Well, maybe it actually is under E. I don't think they called it Extreme until Association, actually. Oh, here it is. Yeah, see? Check it out. Extreme G2. It's got trading cards and everything. I don't know if they ever fixed it, but every time I've gone back to boot this thing up to see if they've fixed the controllers or, like, fixed the game, they haven't. Let me check the store. Yeah, see? $5.99. It's just like Revolt. They just find some random fucking game and then decided to, like, port it to Steam. See, it's mixed. Look. Very excited for this, especially since throwbacks. Nope, this is an awful port. They've gone for the self-fulfilling prophecy of releasing garbage and then using the low sales to defend not making a new game. Terrible compatibility and optimization. As you can see in other reviews, people with solid computers, serious issues, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and then even other people are like, dude, what the fuck? Like, it's busted. You're better off emulating it. I don't know what this guy's talking about. People are reviewing this game as if it was supposed to be remastered. Yes, fine, it can run with higher resolution setting, but I recommend just keeping it at the lower resolution. So, the game does not run exactly how it ran way back in the day. Don't expect anything different from 4. I don't know what sort of bot, weird fucking mental gymnastics this dude's doing to justify this. I don't know if it's like a friend of one of the guys that's trying to sell this or something, but the game does not fucking work. It doesn't work on your fucking control. It doesn't work with your controller. It controls like ass. It crashes over nothing. It's not. Yeah, it's broken. It barely fucking works. So I don't know. The game, yeah, the launcher gives you options to change the input, but don't use that and rather change the input instead of the game itself. I guess this guy found some fucking workarounds. Some shit. But, yeah, it's not good. Now the tier list is dusted off. I gotta go. But good stream. Excellent taste. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. I know it was a long one. And I know for a majority of this stream I was talking to myself, for what that's worth. But, you know, whatever. I had fun talking about games, even if nobody was really listening. That's cool. I'm just gonna be here, like, talking to myself. Like, another year from now, when I'm a completely dead channel, I'm just gonna be sitting here talking about video games to myself. I'm gonna boot up. Alright, so now today we're gonna do a Sega Saturn tier list. I think Sonic R is the best game in the world, and I think it's fucking rad. I don't really give a fuck what anybody says. Sonic R is good, you're dumb. Also, Panzer Dragoon's pretty good. Nobody fucking cares. Like, that's cool. I'm just sort of talking because I just like talking about video games. So, you know, whatever. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it, though. Thanks for hanging out with me. Basically, emulation functions was better than the commercial port. Yeah, don't bother. Exactly. Other than, like, your 15-minute food break. A Saturn tier list, to be fair. That actually would be pretty fun. I was trying to think of what tier list would be. Saturn. I don't know if I've played enough Saturn, actually. That might be a problem. Because Saturn library is already short enough as is. So... yeah. I've only played like so much of that library. But yeah, if you want to see like a good port, here, check this out. Where is it? Let me find it real quick. I say good. I mean, it's definitely passable. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Trick style. I do like the trend of bringing back Dreamcast games and porting them, though. Trick style is super fun. I actually streamed this port back in like 2017 and actually beat the game for like the first time. Or maybe it wasn't the first time. I think I did beat it originally on Dreamcast, and I still own my copy. But, yeah, it really came down to which character and board you picked, and it made it a lot easier. This game is very charming. It has a whole lot of style all of its own. It's a great fucking 2000s game. How much do they sell this game for? It's like $5, right? Yeah, see, like $5.99. Throwback bundle. Oh, look, it's from the same fucking people, except for Trick Style's a better port. Or at least maybe it was easier to port, 'cause, you know, the other one's a 64 game. Throwback bundle, Gladiator, Trick Style, and Extreme G. What a random fucking assortment of games in a bundle. So fucking weird. Anyway, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I'm gonna totally post this tier list in the Discord and on Twitter. Let's see if I piss some people off. Probably not. Definitely, if I do piss anybody off, it's not going to be nearly as bad as the Sonic the Hedgehog tier list I did. That ruffled some jimmies. Let me know what you think of the music mod. I'll catch you around, Bao. Hey, see you later, Burning Typhoon. I will, man. Alright, let me find somebody to host.
Battle Athlete.
Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed my crappy little stream. Let's find somebody to host. All right. I'm going to go ahead and host H Galleon, and I'll see y'all around.